Section 1 of A History of the Papacy, Volume 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Pamela Nagami, M.D. A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 6 by Mandell, Creighton. Book 6, The German Revolt, 1517 to 1527. Chapter 1, Humanism in Germany, Part 1. The religious revolt, originated by Luther, fell like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Leo X had dismissed the Lateran Council after cleverly shelving all unpleasant questions. There seemed to be less effective demand for ecclesiastical reform than there had been at any time during the last 2 centuries. The Pope was surrounded by officials who assured him with some truth that the decrees of the Lateran Council were of no account, that no one heeded them, and that there was no binding restraint upon the papal power. The papacy seemed to stand high in the estimation of sovereigns and to exercise great political influence. Its claims to ecclesiastical authority had been steadily rising, and there was no body of opinion to protest against their further extension. Pope Leo had his difficulties in Italian politics, but he had no fear for his position as head of the Church. Yet these hopeful signs did not betoken acquiescence so much as indifference. The question of ecclesiastical reform, which had agitated the men of the beginning of the 15th century, was of little consequence to the men of the beginning of the 16th. Other problems had arisen. Other questions occupied their minds. The failure of the consular movement revealed both the decadence of the ideas of the Middle Ages and the growth of particular interests in their stead. Men had hoped during a long period of embarrassment that if only the Church could meet according to its old constitution, its voice would speak with unmistakable authority, and all would be well. The Church met, but its voice wavered amid the clash of national animosities and the jealousies of various classes of the hierarchy. The consular movement failed, and men tacitly accepted the failure. Europe lacked the force for united action. Each nation was engaged in solving particular problems which lay nearer home. England was plunged in civil warfare, which left a legacy of social readjustment. France and Spain were busied with internal consolidation under their kings. Germany, divided and distracted, vainly strove to organize its discordant members. The Church was useful as a factor in the political changes which were everywhere going on, and every monarch knew that as he grew powerful, he could count on the complacency of the Pope. The leading ecclesiastics became increasingly secular, and no one had much interest in criticizing the ecclesiastical action of the papal court. So the principles of papal autocracy were developed apace, and their enunciation awakened little comment. But danger lay in the very ease with which this process was accomplished. Monarchy was strong in Europe because it was the mouthpiece of powerful national interests. The papal monarchy failed to ally itself with any of the universal interests of the Church. It was inevitable that when its claims came into collision with national tendencies, they should be challenged, and defense was difficult without some sacrifice of dignity. Moreover, when the challenge came, it would be backed up by new arguments, which would appeal to a wider public than of old. If the political developments of Europe had altered men's attitude towards old institutions, the intellectual development had altered their attitude towards old ideas. In no country was this more marked than in Germany, where the new movement of thought produced a class of men of letters who were powerful in molding public opinion, and who stood in strong contrast with the corresponding class in Italy. In Italy, The revival of classical learning had occupied men's minds with the study of human character and the pursuit of beauty. It had produced a temper which was irreligious without being anti-religious, which was curious, observant, and critical without being constructive. Men lived and learned and enjoyed their lives. Of course, the church and its services were part of general culture and were accepted as such. Few thought of attacking and few aspired to reform them. Churchmen in Italy were as much affected by the new movement as were laymen. The new learning was patronized by popes, cardinals, and bishops, and influenced all classes of society alike. There was everywhere an atmosphere of cultivated toleration. If a man professed old-fashioned piety as a rule of life, he was free to pursue it. If not, he might enjoy himself at his ease and think what he liked. The influence of Italy made itself felt in other countries, as the new literary movement gradually spread beyond the Alps. But what Italy had gained was not so much a system or a method as a mental attitude, and it was impossible that a mental attitude should be transplanted and grow up in the same shape as before. Other nations received an impulse from Italy, but they applied that impulse to their own conditions, with the result of producing different types of thought and different views of life. The systematized and logical ideas of the Middle Ages had affected Europe equally and were current universally. It was otherwise with the subtle suggestiveness of the new learning, which was capable of many modifications and could be applied in various ways. At a time when the movement of external politics was awakening national consciousness, the movement of thought was supplying that consciousness with new modes of expression. Germany was the first country which distinctly admitted the influence of Italy, but it did not, in so doing, absorb the Italian spirit. The new learning won its way gradually through students, teachers, and universities. It was not carried home to the minds of the people by a great outburst of art and architecture, by the pomp and pageantry of princely and municipal life, such as dazzled the eyes of the Italians. It came from above and won its way by conflict with old institutions and old modes of thought. The result was that it wore from the beginning the appearance of a reforming and progressive system, which proposed new modes of teaching and criticized existing methods. Moreover, in Germany, there had been a quiet but steady current of conservative reform in ecclesiastical matters, which had created an amount of seriousness not to be found in Italy, and was too powerful to be neglected by the leaders of a new movement. There had been a continuous attempt to deal by personal perseverance with the acknowledged evils of the times. There had been a succession of men who, in their own ways, labored to heighten the religious, moral, and social life of the people. The new learning had to take account of these men, and at first wore the aspect of an aid to their endeavors. If it came as an impulse, it was valued as suggesting a method. What in Italy was frivolous and superficial was esteemed in Germany for its practical utility. Culture did not remain as an individual possession. It must render its meed of service to social improvement. Thus there was a breach between the Italian and German point of view, a breach which neither country clearly recognized, but which prevented them from understanding one another when the crisis came. The Germans had drifted farther than they knew from the sentiment of the traditions of the past, and showed themselves singularly open to the pleadings of a homely common sense. The Italians, as soon as they were challenged, abandoned their intellectual indifference and took refuge in the sentiment of the past. The conscientious endeavors of the Germans to amend the old system rendered them, as a matter of fact, more ready to revolt from it than did the contemptuous disregard of the Italians, which rested on moral indifference rather than on intellectual disapproval. Of the earlier influences which were operative in Germany, the most conspicuous was the educational movement which originated from the Brethren of the Common Life, who had grown up around Gerhard Roth and his successor Florenz Radiswins at Deventer. This community of pious and cultivated men, though assailed on the ground that it did not conform to any monastic pattern, was protected by the Council of Constance and was approved by Eugenius IV and Sixtus IV. Indeed, its main objects, care for the education of the young and the copying and dissemination of devotional books, were such as it was difficult for any authority to condemn. Under the influence of the Brotherhood, schools were established in northern Germany and sent forth a number of distinguished scholars. Foremost amongst these was Johann Wessel of Groningen, 1420 to 1489, who began his studies in the Brothers' School at Zwolle. His restless mind was not contented with the simple piety which was there taught. He had a devouring thirst for knowledge, and a spirit of inquiry led him first to Cologne, where he was dissatisfied with the prevalent scholasticism, and then to Paris. There he studied for 16 years and learned something of Plato. He visited Italy in quest of further information about Greek philosophy, and on his return taught for a year or two at Heidelberg. His interest was mainly in theology, and his liberal ideas were not to the mind of the Heidelberg doctors. Wessel was restricted to the less dangerous subject of philosophy, but even then he was conscious that he was looked upon with suspicion. He was too old for conflict, and preferred to return to his native land, where he spent the last 10 years of his life in the more congenial companionship of the canons of Mount St. Agnes and Advert. With them he discussed many questions in friendly controversy, and put forward the results of his knowledge and his meditations in theological treatises. He encouraged the young to study Greek and Hebrew, and urged upon them the advantage of a more critical method than that furnished by the teaching of the schools. The temper of his mind is that of a practised dialectician, who brought all his learning to the service of a fervent piety implanted in him by early training. He pursued the truth to the disregard of established forms, and drew a line between the superstitions of the ignorant and the intelligent faith of a man of learning. From this point of view, he criticized especially the current view of a purgatory of material fire and the popular conception of indulgences, on which subject he expressed his opinions with such force that Luther wrote of him, "If I had read his works before, my enemies might have thought that Luther had borrowed everything from Wessel. So great is the agreement between our spirits. I feel my joy and my strength increase. I have no doubt that I have taught aright, when I find that one who wrote at a different time, in another clime, and with a different meaning, agrees so entirely in my view, and expresses it almost in the same words." Different in temper from Wessel, no less than in the outward circumstances of life, was another pupil of the school of Deventer, Nicholas of Cusa, 1401 to 1464. The son of a fisher on the Mosel, he left Deventer for Padua, joined in the practical life of the times, was one of the theologians of the Council of Basel, was created cardinal, and died as Bishop of Brixen in 1464. Cusa's part in ecclesiastical politics has been already described, but his influence in Germany extended far beyond his episcopal activity. In the domain of knowledge he was probably the most learned man of his times, and had the largest intellectual horizon. He held the balance between the new and the old learning, seeing the defects of both, and striving to combine their merits. In his treatise on learned ignorance, he strove to make clear the processes of the understanding, and urged humility as the beginning and the end of knowledge. He was deeply versed in classical authors, as well as in the theologians and the mystics of the Middle Ages. Further, he was an excellent mathematician and astronomer. He discovered the movement of the earth on its axis and worked out a reform of the calendar. He collected a large library which was always open for the use of students. At his death, he bequeathed it to his native village, Kuz on the Mosel, where it still remains. In the administration of his diocese, he showed himself a steadfast reformer of abuses. Though he abandoned the Council of Basel through dread of its revolutionary procedure, he remained firm in his belief of the necessity of reforms in accordance with the principles which it laid down. He was the highest type of an enlightened and conservative scholar. Another pupil of the school of Deventer, Rudolf Agricola, 1442 to 1485, approaches more nearly to the Italian type of humanists. After exhausting the resources of the University of Louvain, he crossed the Alps and studied Greek at Ferrara under Theodore Gazza. His fame became great in Italy, and Duke Ercole would fain have had him stay in Ferrara, but Agricola's patriotism made him desirous that Germany should outdo Latium in the pureness of its Latinity, and he returned home to do his part in bringing about that result. He was not, however, so steeped in Latin that he could not compose German songs, which his Italian experience enabled him to accompany on the harp, and he built an organ for the town of Groningen. There for a time he stayed, and enjoyed many a dispute with John Wessel, till he was invited to succeed him as teacher at Heidelberg, where his literary polish found more favour than Wessel's liberal theology. He was sent to Rome to deliver a congratulatory harangue on the accession of Innocent VIII, and acquitted himself as well as the most eloquent Italian. Germany rejoiced in the possession of an orator. He produced on his contemporaries an impression which it is hard to justify from his works. It rested upon his personality as a man of varied accomplishments and of cultivated taste, who was probably more stimulating in conversation than conclusive in his writings. He was long regarded as the standard-bearer of the new learning in Germany, and was renowned as a great educational reformer. Yet his treatise on education, De Formando Studio, contains little but rhetorical praise of philosophy, and the only practical suggestions which he offers are carefulness in reading, so as to understand what is read, cultivation of the memory, so as to garner results, and assiduous practice to save them from forgetfulness. Perhaps we find the secret of Agricola's influence in the genial philosophy of his Horatian Odes, which is summed up in an epigram. Best rule of living is not far to seek, with cheerful mind, what's right, both do and speak. Agricola did much to assert for the classics the chief place as an instrument of education, but it was his friend Alexander Hagius, 1433 to 1498, who carried out the practical work of educational reform in the school of Deventer, which under his influence became the great centre of education in North Germany, and numbered at one time over 2,000 scholars. Hagius abolished the old school books and substituted for grammatical formularies an intelligent study of great authors. He was a born teacher, whose one interest was his scholars. Himself an example of steadfast piety, he strove not only to inform the mind, but to train the character of his pupils. He was tireless in the pursuit of knowledge, and continued his studies till late at night, holding his candle in his hand, that if he slumbered, its fall might awaken him. At the same time he would warn his scholars that all learning is harmful which is gained at the expense of piety. The traditions of the brethren of the common life were safe in the hands of such a man, and through him influenced the scholars of the younger and more daring generation which was springing up. In him the school of Deventer reached its highest point. There was no one to take his place, and after his death its glory passed away. The school of Deventer, however, sent out offshoots on many sides. Chief amongst them was the school founded by the town of Schlettstadt in Alsace in 1450, which produced a scholar, Jacob Wimpfeling, 1450 to 1528, who was a characteristic representative of the qualities of purely German learning. After leaving Schlettstadt, Wimpfeling studied at the universities of Freiburg, Erfurt, and Heidelberg, where he led the loose life of a student of the time, till the inscription on a church, "Do not sin, for God sees you," recalled him to the pious teaching of his youth. For a time he was a canon of Speyer, and afterwards a professor at Heidelberg. Then he thought of entering a monastery, but at last settled down at Strasbourg with the intention of reforming education and establishing a university. In the last plan he did not succeed, and had to content himself with becoming a centre of a literary circle. But his work as an educational reformer was important, and he was hailed as the preceptor of Germany. What Hagius had done in practice, Wimpfeling reduced to theory. He insisted that education should be primarily moral, and should affect the character alike of teacher and taught, and at the same time he suggested new methods and better textbooks, which should appeal to the intelligence rather than burden the memory of the young. But Wimpfeling, though in favour of reform, belonged to the old school of Gerson and Clémange, and had no sympathy with the revolutionary reformers who troubled his declining years. His temper of mind was polemical. He wrote on many subjects and resented criticism, so that he was engaged in a series of literary conflicts. A poem in honour of the Immaculate Conception of the Virgin drew upon him the wrath of the Dominicans. In a patriotic pamphlet on Germany, directed against a party of the Alsatians who had leanings towards France, he asserted that no emperor since Julius Caesar had ever been a Gaul, that the empire belonged to the Germans, and that Alsace was German and not French. A Franciscan, Thomas Mürner, mocked at Wimpfeling's history and asserted that Charles the Great was a Gaul. The contest raged furiously, but neither disputant was clear about the various meanings of the adjective Gallus, and Wimpfeling's patriotism was greater than his knowledge of history. Scarcely was he free from this controversy before a treatise, De Integritate, drew upon him the wrath of the monks. His object was to advocate moral uprightness, and in the course of his argument he attacked monastic corruptions and monastic pretensions. In so doing, he asserted that St. Augustine belonged to no monastic order, that St. Gregory the Great, Bede, and Alcuin had never worn a cowl. So great was the uproar raised by the Augustinians that Wimpfeling was summoned to Rome, but was excused on the ground of age and infirmities. These, however, did not prevent him from plunging into another controversy with Jacob Locher, an ardent humanist professor at Ingolstadt, who upheld the claims of poetry to be considered as an equal power with theology itself. Locher's aesthetic view of life had no place in Wimpfeling's schemes for moral reform, and he defended theology with needless warmth and much personal bitterness. Many others took part in the controversy, which showed the opposition between two schools of scholars, and was ominous of a wider breach in the future. In fact, Wimpfeling lived long enough to see the waves of the revolution surge around him, and sweep away the narrow basis on which he had striven to work out a reform of clerical abuses and heighten the moral and intellectual standard of the people. The arms which he had forged with stubborn courage were used for purposes which he condemned. When Maximilian was engaged in his struggle with Julius II, he employed Wimpfeling to restate the grievances of the German Church. Before Wimpfeling had finished his draft, Maximilian had changed his policy, and Wimpfeling's labours were not much regarded till they were used as the basis of the 100 grievances of the German nation, which were laid before the papal legate in 1522. End of section 1. Section 2 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 6, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 6, Chapter 1, Humanism in Germany, Part 2. Chief amongst Wimpling's friends was Sebastian Brandt, 1457 to 1521, a native of Strasbourg, who studied and taught at Basel, till in 1500 he returned as town clerk to his native city. Brandt was associated with Wimpling in his controversies in favor of the Immaculate Conception and against Locher's estimate of the classical poets. He shared Wimpling's stern morality and sympathized with his aspirations after reform. But he was more of a humanist than Wimpling, and found a solace from his legal labors in the cultivation of the muse. His Latin poems are of no high merit, save for the patriotic vein which runs through them. He celebrated with justifiable pride the German invention of printing, and took it as an omen of the coming time when the muses would desert Italy and make their abode on the banks of the Rhine. But Brandt's fame does not rest upon his Latin verses. Humanist as he was, his zeal as a patriotic reformer led him to write for the people a satire which everyone could understand. The plan of the Narrenschiff was to apply the teaching of Ecclesiastes and exhibit sin as folly. The main conception of sending out a fleet manned by fools to sail upon the troubled waters of life was in itself a happy one. But Brandt had neither the imagination nor the humor to carry it out. His fleet dwindles away to a single ship, and he is so busy with the description of his crew that the voyage itself is forgotten. Class after class of fools is brought before us with appropriate examples. But as the long catalogue rolls on, with an equal meed of reprobation, the sense of humor rapidly disappears, and we find ourselves listening to moral commonplaces set in a rapid, jingling rhyme. Still, the book met with an immediate success. It was published in 1494, beautifully printed by Brandt's friend Johann Bergmann of Olpe, and adorned with woodcuts which carried its meaning directly to the eye of the most careless reader. It was translated into Latin in 1497 by Locher, and so passed current throughout in Europe. In 1509 it was translated into English by Alexander Barclay, and it further appeared in French and Flemish. This remarkable success was due to the fact that it expressed the prevalent feeling of dissatisfaction. The 15th century, despite its advance in knowledge, was barren of ideas and took refuge in the pessimism of satire. Moreover, Brandt's satire was founded upon homely common sense. It was written by a burgher and appealed to his fellow burghers, who had a keen sense of abuses both in church and state, who wished for more directness and simplicity in religion and better government, but had no suggestions to make for the attainment of these ends. Whereas in Italy, Ariosto and Pulci had refined the wit of the marketplace and turned it into laughter at the outworn ideals of feudalism, Brandt directed the more serious temper of the northern peoples to a savage recognition of their own helplessness, leading to an inarticulate belief in the power of piety and patriotism. Another member of Wimpling's circle was Johann Geiler of Kaiserberg, a famous preacher at Strasbourg, who lashed unsparingly the vices of his age and did not abstain from open criticism of the conduct of the city magistrates. But this German Savonarola neither inspired as much enthusiasm nor roused as much opposition as the Florentine prophet. He was heard with respect and was treated with consideration, but his denunciations were not supported by any definite plan for the future. Still, he did much to make preaching simple and popular, and by making Brandt's Narrenschiff the text for one of his courses of sermons, popularized the ideas of reform which Brandt and Wimpling expressed. More important than Geiler was Johann of Trittenheim, best known by his Latinized name of Trithemius. For many years abbot of the Benedictine monastery of Sponheim near Kreuznach, Trithemius was a man devoted to study, and possessing a wider range of knowledge than any of his contemporaries. He rarely stirred beyond the limits of his own monastery, and refused an invitation to join the learned society of Nuremberg, saying, "I am born for literature, and its assiduous study abhors the tumult of a court. It loves solitude and detests the publicity of city life. I live here poor and needy, but I have no love for riches, for I cannot find the time both to study and grow rich." Trithemius, in his intellectual veracity, had penetrated the mysteries of necromancy, and boasted of a triumph over Dr. Faust. There was about him something of the intoxication of omniscience, but this did not prevent him from laboring at useful subjects. He gathered a large library and wrote on many things. His catalogue of ecclesiastical writers is the chief source of information about the authors of the 14th and 15th centuries, and is a monument of patient industry. He is a curious and interesting example of the influence exercised by the new learning on one who was trained and worked in the old method. Enough has been said to show the tendencies of the strictly German school of humanists, men who sprung from previous movements of native growth, who held to the old notions of reform, and sought to realize them by working for the spread of education as a means of establishing a higher standard of duty. Though affected by the new ideas which came from classical literature, they kept them subordinate to the old theology. They were not, as a rule, educated in Italy, and owed little to the Italian temper, which indeed they viewed with growing suspicion. Differing from these men, alike in origin and in aims, was the literary circle that grew up in the great towns of Augsburg and Nuremberg, the centres of German industry and commerce. There the impulse came immediately from Italy, and was directed by the patriotism of municipal life, chiefly towards archaeology and history. In Augsburg, a wealthy merchant, Sigismund Grossenbrot, who was burgomaster in 1458, upheld the new learning and defended Latin poetry against the objections of theologians. His place was taken by Conrad Peutinger, 1465 to 1547, who returned from Italy to carry on business in Augsburg and serve in the government of his native town. There he attracted the attention of the Emperor Maximilian, by whom he was employed on embassies to England, Italy, Hungary, and the Netherlands. But Peutinger was most successful as a collector of antiquities, and his name is now best known from the chief treasure of his collection, a map of the Roman Empire, the Tabula Peutingeriana. He gathered together documents, coins, inscriptions, all the remains of classical and medieval antiquities, which he arranged into a museum. He superintended the publication of several old German chronicles, and was in fact the founder of the critical study of German history. The literary activity of Nuremberg was inspired by the same secular spirit, and took a similar direction towards historical studies. Hartmann Schädel, 1440 to 1514, the nephew of a Nuremberg physician who had learned his art in Italy, wearied of the study of canon law at Leipzig, and preferred to follow his uncle's steps. He brought back from Padua not only a store of medical knowledge, but a taste for classical literature and antiquities. Schädel condensed his knowledge into a universal history, which appeared in 1493 in Latin and German, adorned with woodcuts, a monument of the beauty of early printing. About the same time, the magistrates of Nuremberg commissioned Sigmund Meisterlin, a Benedictine monk, to write a city chronicle, which shows a good deal of research, and is remarkable for the way in which the writer sought to combine the new learning with theology, by exhibiting the hand of Providence in the disposition of human affairs. But the great figure among the scholars of Nuremberg was Willibald Pirkheimer, 1470 to 1528, sprung from an old burgher family with hereditary traditions of culture. His father was employed in politics at the courts of Bavaria and Austria, and took Willibald, while yet a boy, as his companion on his journeys. He was further a patron of the new learning, and cared for the education of all his children. Two of Willibald's sisters, Caritas and Clara, were nuns in the convent of Santa Clara at Nuremberg, and Caritas was famous alike for her piety and her learning. Willibald himself was sent to learn the manners of courtly life in the house of the Bishop of Eichstätt, whence at the age of 20 he went to Padua. There he showed great devotion to literary pursuits, especially the study of Greek, which his father thought needless, and transferred him from the Humanists of Padua to the jurists of Pavia. After 7 years spent in Italy, he returned home, a true German at heart, and desirous only to serve his country. He was soon chosen a member of the Council of Nuremberg, went on many embassies, and led the troops of Nuremberg in Maximilian's inglorious war against the Swiss Confederacy. His father's death made him a wealthy man, and Maximilian used him as a trusty counselor. Pirkheimer lived in scholarly luxury, adorned his house at Nuremberg with the beauty of the rising art of Germany, gathered a large library, and became the host, the friend, and the adviser of almost all the scholars of Germany. His chief influence lay in his dignified personality, his cultivated taste, his easy talk, which combined learning and practical wisdom, and his recognized position as a patron of literature. Surrounded by admiring friends, he superintended translations of some of the Greek fathers, of Xenophon, Lucian, and other favorite authors. He wrote a history of Maximilian's war against the Swiss, a satirical dialogue against Eck, and when the enemy of advancing years and good living attacked him, he wrote in praise of the gout, throwing his philosophic resignation into the form of a pleading made by the gout before its judges, in which it claims acquittal on the ground of services rendered in withdrawing the mind from the toils of the body. But Pirkheimer's declining years were disturbed by worse evils than gout. He saw with growing disappointment the discord of his time, and could not be a partisan of either side. As a man of practical sense and political experience, he opposed the stubborn conservatism of the old-fashioned theologians, which gave force to Luther's revolt. But when the revolt put forward its own basis, he found its revolutionary violence opposed to the cause of enlightenment, and sadly ranged himself with the defenders of the Church. The joy of his life was gone when he saw the national energy diverted from the quiet paths of intellectual progress, and he spoke with equal bitterness of both extremes which had brought about this result. In close connection with this historical school of Augsburg and Nuremberg stood the Emperor Maximilian, the friend of Peutinger and Pirkheimer, the hero of German humanists. Despite his repeated failures in politics, Maximilian never lost his hold on the affections of his people. Indeed, his chivalrous spirit, his aimless energy, his great ideas, his restlessness, his consciousness of a great mission which was never realized, corresponded to the vague aspirations which stirred the Germans of his time. Personally genial, of quick sympathies and interested in everything, he welcomed the society of learned men, and was amply repaid by their praises. They were attracted by his dreams for the restoration of the empire, and admired his good intentions for the reform of the German kingdom. It is true that he lost much of the Burgundian possessions of his wife, that he had to retire ingloriously from his expedition against the Swiss, that his imperial intervention in Italy was fruitless, and that he was worsted by France. But when one undertaking failed, he was ready with another, and men admired the fullness of life and physical vigor which never deserted him. It is also true that his internal reforms, the establishment of public peace, the division of Germany into circles for the exercise of imperial jurisdiction, the restoration of the administration by the creation of the Imperial Council of Regency, expressed ideal aspirations rather than a workable system. Still, they drew Germany together and gave men hopes of a coming time of order, and they were none the less impressive because their realization was far off. Maximilian never lost confidence in himself, and his people never lost confidence in him. It seemed quite natural that such a man should wish to leave to posterity a worthy memorial, and Maximilian equaled any Italian prince in his care for his future fame. Humanists flocked around him. They saw the Augustan age revive, and exclaimed with Virgil, "Iam regnat Apollo." The emperor crowned poets with laurel crowns, but he did not leave to them the task of commemorating his deeds. This he resolved to undertake himself, and he began with a romantic poem, setting forth in allegory the motives that inspired his life. The epic of the adventurous knight Teuerdank tells of his marriage with Mary of Burgundy, Ehrenreich, and of the dangers which beset him on his way. Through the opposition of three wicked foes, Fürwittig, Unfallo, and Neidelhart, who represent self-confidence, desire of adventure, and envious intrigue. After overcoming the difficulties which beset his quest and securing his bride, Teuerdank undertakes an expedition against the Turks. There is not much trace of the influence of humanistic culture in this strained allegory, which weaves together the emperor's outer and inner life, nor is there much poetry in its commonplace situations. Maximilian wrote it in the intervals of business, and committed it to his secretary, Melchior Pfinsing, provost of Nuremberg, for revision. It was published in 1517, splendidly printed and adorned with woodcuts, and was received with patriotic acclamations. But this was only an installment of what the emperor intended to write. He dictated to his secretaries a continuation of Teuerdank, which dealt more immediately with his actual achievements. This book, which bore the name of Weißkönig, the White King, began with the marriage of Frederick III, gave an account of Maximilian's youth and education, and then drifted off into an ideal account of his life. As the ideal end was never reached, the book was never finished. It was handed over to another of the imperial secretaries, Marx Treitzauerwein, who employed Hans Burgmeier to adorn it with woodcuts. But the book and its illustrations remained unpublished until 1775, and Maximilian's estimate of himself did not immediately affect the judgment of posterity. Moreover, Maximilian pressed into his service the art of Germany, which was then in its full bloom. Augsburg was the home of the Holbein family, and though Hans Holbein the younger moved to Basel in 1516, yet Augsburg possesses his earliest works. There, too, Hans Burgmeier painted, and one of the finest and first of his works was a series of wood engravings to display the triumph of the Emperor Maximilian. On sheet after sheet, the long procession of soldiers, court officials, and admiring people rolls on, while the emperor, seated on his horse, is treated as the personification of political wisdom. Still more famous than Augsburg was Nuremberg, where Albrecht Dürer, leaving the studio of Michael Wohlgemuth, carried German art to its highest point of imaginative expression. Dürer was the close friend of Pirkheimer, and was animated by the same patriotic feelings, the same literary aspirations, and the same ideas of reform. He, too, was called upon to minister to Maximilian's desire for fame. Continually rambling through his dominions, the emperor had no fixed capital where he could erect an architectural memorial to himself. So he preferred to employ the art of wood engraving to express his conceptions of what was due to his greatness. The engravings, at least, could go from place to place and appeal to the eyes of his subjects wherever he went. So Albrecht Dürer devised and engraved a Gate of Honor, adapting the triumphal arch of the Roman emperors to the conditions of their medieval successor, and telling the story of Maximilian's ancestry by figures ranged along its piers. End of section 2. Section 3 of A History of the Papacy, From the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 6, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 6, Chapter 1, Humanism in Germany, Part 3. While the arts of painting and engraving thus rapidly developed at Nuremberg, the other arts kept pace with their progress. The metalwork of Peter Fischer still adorns the tomb of St. Sebald, at which the master and his 5 sons labored for 11 years, between 1508 and 1519. Fischer's friend, the sculptor Adam Kraft, worked in Nuremberg from 1490 to 1507, and left his mark upon the town by his 7 reliefs of the Passion in the churchyard of St. John, and by his magnificent tabernacle in St. Lawrence Church. It was the sight of works like these that inspired Maximilian to devise the memorial which still perpetuates his fame by founding the church at Innsbruck, which is his mortuary chapel. Happier in his design than Julius II, Maximilian found a resting place for his tomb where it need fear no rivals. Round the walls are ranged 28 bronze statues of the emperor's ancestors. In the middle of the church is set the kneeling figure of the emperor upon a marble sarcophagus adorned with reliefs in white marble, which commemorates the episodes of his adventurous life. It is true that this work was due to the munificence of Maximilian's successor, but during his lifetime Maximilian began to collect bronze for the statues, and the general design is his own. This may suffice to show the fullness of life which prevailed in the great German towns, a life that was eminently national and patriotic, that strove after objects which it could not clearly define, but was full of hope in the vague possibilities of the future. Men were conscious of a widening of their intellectual horizon. The wisest strove to help on this process and believed in a gradual growth in strength, earnestness, and insight. In almost every town in Germany, schools were established. The general average of intelligence was raised. Books were widely circulated. Current questions were discussed gravely amongst the learned, with coarse humor amongst the crowd. Men's minds were restless. They wanted a cause, a cry, and a leader. Such were the general tendencies of the intellectual awakening of Germany. To trace its influence on the old ideas, we must turn to the universities. At the beginning of the 15th century, Germany could boast of 7 universities, all founded within 60 years: Prague, Vienna, Heidelberg, Köln, Erfurt, Leipzig, and Rostock. In the middle of the 15th century, the impulse given by the new learning, the spread of education, the invention of printing, and the increasing demand for capable men in every profession led to many new foundations. In 1456, a wealthy burgher endowed at Greifswald a university in which jurists had the largest part. In 1460, Archduke Albert founded a university at Freiburg, and the citizens of Basel, who had been stirred by the presence of the council within their walls, established a rival close by. In 1472, the Duke of Bavaria set up a university at Ingolstadt, and the bull for its foundation contained a hitherto unknown stipulation that every graduate should take an oath of fidelity to the Holy See, an oath which was well observed, for Ingolstadt remained a stronghold of papal orthodoxy. A few years afterwards, the two archbishops of Trier and Mainz followed the example which had been set by their brother of Köln, and the Rhineland was well supplied with seats of learning. These foundations were, for the most part, gatherings together of existing schools, but in 1470 the Count of Württemberg set up an entirely new foundation at Tübingen, and was followed by the Elector of Saxony, who in 1503 chose Wittenberg as the learned capital of his dominions. The last university which owed its origin to the spread of the new learning was Frankfurt in 1506. These universities were frequented by students in numbers varying from 200 to 900, youths of all ages from 12 upwards, spending from 8 to 18 years in their studies for the degree of doctor. They lived for the most part a roistering life, and were the terror of the sober citizens. The majority of them were poor and lived in hostels called Bursen with their teachers. Many of them came to learn what they could in a few years, without any intention of proceeding to a degree, and demanded that they should be taught the new studies and the new methods, disregarding the claim of the university to be the guardian of the traditions of learning and the director of a necessary course of study. There was a constant struggle between the partisans of the new learning and the old academic party, and where humanist teachers prevailed, the university tended to drift from the old lines. The humanist wished to substitute for the old textbooks of the schools the study of the classical poets. Whereas the old method had been dialectical, the new method was rhetorical. Above all, under the old system, the studies in the Faculty of Arts had been regarded as preparatory to the study of theology, which was enthroned as the master science. This preeminence of theology was directly attacked by the new learning, and men like Wimpfling strove to defend its position by drawing a distinction between the spirit and the contents of classical antiquity. In his controversy with Locher, he selected certain authors who might be read with profit by the orthodox theologian, while he excluded those whose paganism was too pronounced. The contest which he waged on general grounds was reproduced in the universities, where it was aggravated by reference to particular interests. The theological professors saw their supremacy endangered. Not only was the study of arts becoming an object in itself, but the faculty of law deserted canon law for civil law. There was a tendency for each faculty to become independent, and the constitution of the new universities was not so firmly settled as to oppose an impenetrable barrier to the demand for change. The universities contained three parties: the old-fashioned theologians, who viewed the new studies with alarm and resisted any amendment in the old methods; the literary humanists, who pressed for the study of classical literature and philosophy as the basis of a purely literary culture; and finally, a body of scholars who held by the old conception of science, but were dissatisfied with the old methods and welcomed the new studies as enlarging the scope of previous knowledge and affording means for more intelligent advance. It was the existence of these last that modified the excesses of both the other parties, and gave to German humanism a serious turn which is wanting in the majority of Italian scholars. Their views are expressed in a letter of Abbot Tritemius, who wrote to his brother, This is indeed the golden age in which literary studies have found new life. But do not be led to absorb more of secular literature than is necessary to obtain a knowledge of Holy Scripture, lest the saying of a wise man about the lover of vanity, of whom there are many at present, be applied to you. They who do not know things necessary, because they have learned things superfluous. True science is that which leads to the knowledge of God, which corrects the character, subdues lusts, purges the emotions, illuminates the intellect in things which pertain to the health of the soul, and influences the heart to love of the Creator. This wholesome science fills the mind with the love of God, does not puff up, does not make men proud, but makes them grieve for their shortcomings. Yet though these were the opinions of Tritemius, we find amongst the guests whom he entertained at Sponheim a man who did more than any one else to spread through the universities of Germany a taste for the purely literary side of classical studies, the wandering scholar Conrad Celtus. Celtus, 1459 to 1508, was the son of a peasant born in the village of Wimfeld on the Main. His name was Pickle, which he turned into the Latin form of Celtus, and sometimes into the Greek Proteuchius. He was taught Latin in his youth by a relative who was a monk, and at the age of 18 went to the University of Köln, where he lived on alms. Then he went to Heidelberg, Erfurt, Rostock, and Leipzig, maintaining himself by lecturing on the Platonic philosophy, the rhetoric of Cicero, and the versification of Horace. He saved enough money to spend 6 months in Italy, where he rejoiced in the congenial society of Pomponius Laetus. On his return he was crowned poet of the Emperor Frederick at Nuremberg, and later he prevailed on Maximilian to confer a like dignity on others, whom he strove to gather into a college of poets, which should become a corporation strong enough to oppose the professors. His wanderings were many, till in 1492 he settled down at Ingolstadt as professor of poetry and rhetoric. But he wearied of Ingolstadt after 5 years, and transferred himself to Vienna, where Maximilian's favour enabled him to obtain a secure position. There he finally realized his plan of rivaling the Roman Academy by founding the Danube Literary Society for the spread of humanism within the universities. Celtus was indeed an apostle of the new learning. He preached it everywhere and strove by all means to give it a visible form and make it a popular influence. Everywhere he urged the claims of Latin poetry and taught the rules of Latin versification. He rejoiced in the title of poet and showed considerable skill in imitating the Latin classics. He wrote odes like those of Horace, a book of loves like Ovid, and epigrams like Ausonius, in which he told the story of his transitory amours with more than Horatian or Ovidian frankness. He moralized with pagan freedom from prejudice on life, its problems, and its destiny. "You wonder," he exclaims, "that you seldom see my foot press the pavement of the temples of the gods. God is within us. There is no reason why I should strive to behold the deities in painted shrines." He asks Phoebus to tell him if his soul after death shall reach the circle of the blessed, to go to the waters of Lethe, or, like a spark or vapor, be lost in thin air. It may be that passages such as these are not intended to have any serious meaning, but are due to the imitation of approved models. Still, the tendency of Celtus's poetry was undoubtedly frivolous and immoral, and justified the suspicions of the orthodox. There was, however, a more serious side to Celtus's work. He wrote several patriotic poems, and brought to light the poem of Gunther on the Emperor Frederick I, and also the curious dramas of the 9th century written by Roswitha a nun of Gundersheim. When he finally settled at Vienna, his teaching raised no remonstrances from the theologians, who seemed to have pursued their own course and contented themselves with maintaining their own privileges. The new University of Tübingen had been founded mainly out of ecclesiastical endowments, and the preeminence of theology seemed secure. Yet here, too, the Faculty of Arts showed vigorous life. First, under the influence of a humanist of the old school, Konrad Sumenhart, 1450 to 1502, a man of sound learning and philosophic mind, a reformer after the manner of Geiler of Kaiserberg. But he was rapidly superseded by the pronounced classicist Heinrich Bebel. Bebel, 1472 to 1516, was the son of a poor peasant and never forgot his origin. After studying at Krakow and Basel, he settled in Tübingen in 1497 and carried all before him. He was a genuine enthusiast and an excellent teacher through his quick sympathy with his audience and his homely common sense. In a series of works, he established the necessity of learning the Latin tongue, laid down the rules of Latin versification, and considered the limits of classical Latinity. But Bebel was not merely a teacher. He was also a patriot, and, like Wimpfling, allowed his patriotism to overcome his sense of historical truth. He proved to his own satisfaction that the Germans were indigenous in the lands they now inhabit. He praised the greatness of the Germans of old time, and wrote a refutation of an unwary Venetian who had asserted that the title Imperator did not in classical times denote the highest dignity in the state, and that the Roman rulers underwent no imperial coronation. He turned his muse to sing the glories of Germany, the sole mistress of the earth and ruler of the world, and celebrated such victories of Maximilian as an ardent patriot could discover. But the work of Bebel which had the longest life was his Facetiae, or jest book, modeled on that of Poggio. But whereas Poggio collected the current stories which beguiled the leisure hours of papal officials, Bebel went out among the people and gathered samples of the life of his times. Poggio and his friends embroidered old stories and played upon old motives for their own amusement. But Bebel has a purpose of exposing the ignorance of the priests, the arrogance of the nobles, the frauds of commercial life, the coarseness of the peasants, and the superstition of the people. He may have convinced himself that his object was moral, but his indecency is outspoken, and he has a delight in blasphemy which we do not find in the pages of Italian writers. Pagan license has stimulated inborn coarseness to produce the depressing picture of human life and conduct which Bebel's pages put before us. They show us a man full of life and vigor, self-confident and aggressive, with a loud laugh and a cheerful view of life, a man of the people, whose sympathies were with the people, who was admirably fitted to carry his own boisterous love of classical culture to the large class of youths like-minded with himself. On the other hand, the new University of Ingolstadt held fast to the study of theology under the guidance of Johann Eck, renowned as a youthful prodigy, who had read his Bible through at the age of 10 and had never swerved from a persistent course of diligent study. At 15 he could discourse for 6 hours together on philosophy, and at 24 became professor of theology. He visited the German universities and even crossed the Alps to Bologna for the purpose of holding theological disputations after the manner of the schools. His vast learning, his fluency, above all his remarkable power of memory, generally secured to him an easy victory over his opponents. Eck was eminently a man of whom a university would feel justly proud, and Ingolstadt rested quietly under his influence. In like manner, the University of Cologne showed itself impregnable to the humanists. It was strong in the traditions of Albertus Magnus, and its schools could boast of an intimate connection with the University of Paris in olden times. The theological faculty reigned supreme, and the study of the classics was kept within reasonable limits. The wandering teachers of humanism from time to time made settlements at Köln, but they were routed by the theologians if they went too far and had to retreat. Thus Ragius Esticampianus, as Johann Rock of Sommerfeld chose to transform his name, was driven from Cologne and found no rest save at Wittenberg. So, too, the more famous Hermann von dem Busch brought to Cologne the treasures of his wandering years spent in the chief intellectual centers of Italy and Germany. He ventured to attack the theologians for neglecting the intelligent study of the Scriptures, and blamed them for paying more attention to gathering wealth than gathering knowledge. He was answered by Ortwin Gratius, a man of considerable learning, who put himself at the head of the defenders of the old studies, and whose fame has suffered undeservedly through the mockery of his opponents. For a time Busch was silenced, but presently he withdrew and joined a band of ardent humanists who had vowed to support the cause of the new learning at all hazards. This brilliant circle had its home at Erfurt, and its leader in Conrad Mutianus Rufus. His name was Mut, and he added Rufus because of the color of his hair. Mutian, 1471 to 1526, is the most interesting personality among the German humanists, and approaches most nearly to the Italian type. Brought up in the school of Hagius at Deventer, he studied at Erfurt and then went to Italy, where he learned the pantheism of the new teachers of Plato. On his return to Germany, he was invited by the Landgraf of Hesse to his court, but soon wearied of a life in which there was no repose, and retired to a poor canonry at Gotha. There he set up over his door the motto Beata Tranquillitas, and sought the inexpensive pleasures of a student life. He directed his thoughts, he says, to God and the saints and the study of all antiquity. He was of opinion that Christianity had existed from eternity, as Christ was the Word of God before his incarnation, and consequently the Greeks and Romans, as possessors of a portion of God's truth, could share in the joys of the redeemed. Such ideas, he admitted, were esoteric. Historical Christianity must be taught to the multitude. But thinkers might rise to higher spiritual conceptions. Christ was a soul and a spirit. The truth about every man is not what is visible, but the spirit which is within him. The object of life is to have a clean heart and a right spirit, and forms and ceremonies must be judged as they promote this end. The true Eucharist was to fulfill the great commandments: love to God and love to your neighbor. Love was the one great law of life. Out of this eternal love, popes and emperors had framed edicts and constitutions which were good enough in themselves, but were obscured by the perversity of false interpreters. Such was the basis of Mutian's philosophy, which he freely confided to his friends and applied in practice. Not till he had been canon of Gotha for 10 years could he bring himself to say Mass to please his brother canons, of whom he wrote, "I am more blameless than they, and yet think myself unworthy of the altar. But they, for the sake of gain, sacrifice to the god of their belly, and with polluted spirit do not so much consecrate as defile the genius of Christ." He was opposed to the fasts of the Church, from which his health suffered, to auricular confession, to everything in the system of the Church which created scruples and disturbed that sovereign serenity which it was his object to achieve. He had a keen sense of the shortcomings of his order and their willingness to trade on popular superstition, of which he spoke with savage sarcasm. By faith we mean not the conformity of what we say with fact, but an opinion about divine things founded on credulity and persuasion which seeks after profit. Such is its power, that it is commonly believed that to us were given the keys of the kingdom of heaven. Whoever therefore despises our keys shall feel our nails and clubs. We have taken from the breast of Serapis a magical stamp, to which Jesus of Galilee has given authority. With that figure we put our foes to flight, we cozen money, we consecrate God, we shake hell, and we work miracles. Whether we be heavenly minded or earthly minded makes no matter, provided we sit happily at the banquet of Jupiter. But though Mudian was thus outspoken about the abuses of religion, he deprecated frivolity and the study of such classical authors as offended against decency. "I will turn," he wrote, "my studies to piety, and will learn nothing from poets, philosophers, or historians, save what can promote a Christian life. He is impious who wishes to know more than the Church. We bear on our forehead the seal of the cross, the standard of our King. Let us not be deserters. Let nothing unseemly be found in our camp." In accordance with this opinion, Mudian sided with Wimpling in his controversy with Locher. But it must be admitted that he was not consistent in upholding his own standard of right. He sometimes spoke with cynical indifference about the delinquencies of his friends, and in his own language was not free from the coarseness of his age. Such a man as Mudian found little sympathy from his clerical brethren at Gotha, so he turned for companionship to young men. At first his chief friends were two Cistercians of a neighbouring monastery, Georg Spalatin and Heinrich Fastnacht, who, because he came from Urb near Gelnhausen, called himself Urbanus. With them he formed a little club of which the members combined to procure from Italy all the best books, which they read and discussed with eagerness. Soon there gathered round them all the young humanists of Erfurt, where Mudian's name was still remembered. His attractive character, his wide sympathy, and his suggestiveness rapidly proved most winning, and Mudian became the centre of a band of fearless thinkers. Chief amongst them was Ebanius Hessius, Ulrich von Hutten, and Johann Jäger of Dornheim, who called himself Crotus Rubianus. These youths learned from Mudian an earnest desire for the spread of classical literature, a hatred for the pedantry and formalism of scholastic methods, and a keen critical spirit which felt little reverence for the past. Mudian himself wrote nothing of importance, and preferred that his scholars should be his books. He pointed to a glorious future, but he did not hasten to make it his own. We have nothing to recall him save his letters, which are full of originality, and show us the secret of his influence. He had a student's dislike for anything that would disturb his peace, and preferred to criticize with a smile of genial contempt. But the youths who drank his inspiration had not Mudian's self-restraint. They longed for the fray, and when the occasion came, knew how to use it dexterously. End of section 3. Section 4 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 6, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 6, Chapter 2, The Reuchlin Struggle, Part 1. The trial of strength between the party of the new learning in Germany and the theologians took place on a question which lay outside the immediate matters in dispute. But when antagonism exists, the party in possession is ready to find principles at stake and assert its power, without stopping to select its field of operations with due regard to prudence. The theological and academic party was unfortunate in its choice, both of the person whom it attacked and the cause which it defended. It made its onslaught upon the most serious student in Germany, who was not engaged in any of the conflicts of academic life and who enjoyed a European reputation. It asserted the authority of ecclesiastical supervision, not against the eccentricities of literary paganism, but against scientific criticism. Johann Reuchlin, 1455 to 1522, was a man of great learning and high character. Amid the occupations of a long life as a jurist and a man of affairs, he pursued the study of philology with exemplary thoroughness. When barely 20, he compiled a Latin dictionary, Vocabularius Breviloquius, which showed a noticeable advance in clearness of arrangement. His knowledge of Greek and Hebrew exceeded that of his contemporaries, and he was known as the Phoenix of Germany. The younger scholars looked upon him with veneration as standing on a different level with themselves. They were only men of letters. He was a man of science. His scientific pursuit of philology suggested to them the conception of language as an instrument of thought, a patient study of which might furnish new principles for interpreting the ideas of the past. He was a pioneer in the study of Hebrew, by publishing a grammar and lexicon combined, Rudimenta Hebraica, a work not so remarkable for accurate knowledge as for the indications which it gives of the results of a critical method. Reuchlin treated the text of the Hebrew Scriptures as a philologist, not as a theologian. He was concerned with the meaning of words and the construction of sentences, with the literal meaning of a passage, not with the theological interpretation which had been hitherto put upon it. He went behind patristic exposition and corrected St. Augustine. He pointed out mistakes in the version of St. Jerome and wrote, "Our text reads so, but the meaning of the Hebrew is otherwise. We must rightly translate." I do not know how our version has dreamed such a rendering. He spoke of other commentaries as misled by the authority of holy doctors, and said that truth must be sought above all things. He deplored the innumerable defects of the Vulgate, and prayed that God might give him time to correct them all. This work of Reuchlin revealed for the first time the strength of the new learning. Knowledge pursued for its own sake had brought the dim consciousness of a critical method, of an increasing command of the material of study. It had revealed laws of language and taught a new sense of accuracy, with which came freedom from previous authority and a belief in the rightness of the conclusions of diligent investigation. Reuchlin was disturbing nothing, attacking nothing, proving nothing. He was merely engaged, to the best of his ability, in using all the knowledge which he possessed to get at the real meaning of the Hebrew text. But he unhesitatingly thought that his own work was capable of correcting errors which had been made through haste or ignorance centuries ago, and had been repeated without verification ever since. Though he had no doubts about the doctrine of the Church, he pointed out that the Old Testament Scriptures were by no means accurately understood, and by so doing was in a sense the founder of biblical criticism and all that followed from it. Reuchlin was prepared to rest upon his laurels and enjoy his reputation, when suddenly circumstances arose which thrust him into a prominence he by no means wished, and involved him in a bitter controversy which brought to light the antagonistic tendencies of German thought. The cause of this controversy was trivial in itself, but it involved the difference between the ideas of the Middle Ages and the broader opinion generated by the new learning. Throughout the Middle Ages, the persecution or conversion of the Jews had been an object of Christian zeal. The Jews were everywhere influential through their capacity for commerce, their thrift, and their industry. They were tolerated at times through necessity, but tolerance was always regarded as a sign of weakness, and it was considered a duty to rid Christian society of an intrusive element. From time to time, measures were devised against the Jews, and their success depended upon popular fanaticism or popular hatred of the accumulation of wealth. In the 15th century, the Jews had been allowed to rest in tolerable quietness. They were under the imperial protection and paid for the privilege of being allowed to exist. Their bitterest enemies sprung from their own body. Jews who had been converted to Christianity showed a natural anxiety for the conversion of those whom they had deserted, and frequently devoted their lives to that pursuit. Such an one was Johann Pfefferkorn, who was baptized in Köln in 1506, a man of considerable learning but more fanaticism, who began his attack upon his brethren by literary argument. His first book, the Judenspiegel, after exhausting all other inducements to the Christian faith, proposed that Jews should be weaned from their evil ways by forbidding them to practice usury, compelling them to listen to sermons, and depriving them of their Hebrew books, which were the ground of their obduracy. This line of policy was recommended in a series of pamphlets which do not seem to have drawn on Pfefferkorn so much sympathy from Christians as hatred from the Jews. Pfefferkorn felt that he could do nothing single-handed, so he betook himself to the Dominicans, that he might furbish up the somewhat rusty instruments of the Inquisition. His entire policy of suppression was difficult to carry out. The abolition of usury might be inexpedient. The efficiency of sermons might be doubtful. But the destruction of Jewish books was certainly practicable. So, armed with the approval of the heads of the Dominican order, Pfefferkorn sought the emperor and asked for permission to begin his crusade against Jewish literature. He obtained in 1509 an edict bidding the Jews throughout the empire to deliver up all books written against the Christian religion or contrary to their own law. Pfefferkorn was empowered to confiscate all which seemed to him, after counsel with the priest and two of the municipal authorities of the place, to be objectionable. Acting on this authority, Pfefferkorn made a visit to Frankfurt, Mainz, and other towns along the Rhine. But his procedure seemed so informal that the Archbishop of Mainz, without pronouncing any opinion about the desirability of the line of action, ordered his clergy to take no part in the matter. When Pfefferkorn remonstrated, the Archbishop objected to so important a decision resting in the hands of one man, and requested that others learned in Hebrew should be called in to advise. Pfefferkorn suggested Reuchlin, and the Archbishop added a converted Jew, Victor of Carbon. Then Pfefferkorn again sought the emperor to obtain his assent in the form of a mandate. The imperial mandate went further and gave the control of the matter to the Archbishop of Mainz, who was to consult the universities of Mainz, Köln, Erfurt, and Heidelberg, and the Inquisitor General Jakob Hochstraten, a Dominican of Köln, as well as Reuchlin and Victor of Carbon. The Archbishop, however, did not summon his counselors. The confiscated books still remained in the possession of the magistrates of Frankfurt, and at last Maximilian, thinking that no great zeal was being manifested, ordered them to be restored to their owners. Pfefferkorn, in despair lest his labours should be wasted, owing to the lukewarmness of the Archbishop, again sought the emperor and obtained a renewal of his late mandate, with this difference, that the referees were not required to meet, but to furnish their opinions in writing to Pfefferkorn, who was to submit them to the emperor. Reuchlin was the first to produce his opinion, which was ready in October 1510. In it he treated the question before him with the abstract impartiality of a scholar, apart from any consideration of current controversy. 2 Jewish books, he said, were avowedly directed against Christianity. These ought to be destroyed and their owners punished. The rest of the Jewish literature, the Talmud, the Kabbalah, commentaries on the Old Testament, sermons and hymns, philosophical and scientific works, was discussed under its various headings with the general conclusion that though it was not Christian, it was not written against Christianity. It had been tolerated for 14 centuries. Why should it now be suppressed? The Jews were German citizens and as such were under the protection of the state. If they erred in their belief, they were subject to the judgment of God. Persecution would not alter their opinions. If their books were confiscated in Germany, they would import them from other countries. The conversion of the Jews would best be achieved by a friendly bearing towards them and by a careful study of their literature, from which learned men might gather their opinions and in time discover the arguments which would be useful in dealing with their obstinacy. This wise and enlightened opinion was founded upon learned reasons and was the result of a temper which had been trained by the discipline of independent study. The utterances of the other referees were founded on far different principles. The University of Mainz considered the Talmud to be the chief hindrance to the conversion of the Jews, and thought that the text of the Hebrew Scriptures had been so falsified in an anti-Christian direction that all Jewish books should be seized and examined. The University of Cologne would leave the Jews the Bible, but nothing else. Hochstaaten and Victor of Carbon agreed with the doctors of Cologne. The Archbishop of Mainz, after receiving these opinions, sent them to the emperor, with a statement of his own agreement with the universities. The emperor resolved to submit the question to the Diet, but he never did so, and the question of confiscating Jewish books dropped out of practical politics. However, it became a speculative question of supreme importance. The opinions expressed by Reuchlin, though written, as he thought, merely for the emperor's advice, naturally became known to Pfefferkorn and his friends, and aroused their anger and suspicions. Pfefferkorn felt himself aggrieved at the small regard which Reuchlin had paid to his knowledge of Jewish literature, in which he naturally claimed to rank as a high authority. He carried on his attack upon the Jews in another book called Handspiegel, in which he refuted Reuchlin's opinions, asserted that he understood nothing of the Talmud, and said that the books on Hebrew published under Reuchlin's name could not really be the work of a man who stood convicted of such ignorance. He even hinted that Reuchlin had been bribed by the Jews to write in their behalf. This was more than Reuchlin could endure, and he answered in a book called Augenspiegel, in which he gave an account of actual facts, printed his opinion, sent to the emperor, explained it more fully, and in some points explained away. Then he turned upon Pfefferkorn, accused him of making 34 mistakes in Hebrew, and treated him with considerable sharpness. Really, as a statement of the case in favor of the Jews, the Augenspiegel was not so strong as the previous memorandum. It abandoned somewhat of the dispassionate attitude of the scholar, and even opened the door to a reconciliation between Reuchlin's premises and the conclusions of Pfefferkorn and his friends at Cologne. But there were many who thought it monstrous that in a question which concerned religion, the opinion of a jurist should outweigh that of theologians. So long as Reuchlin's statement was addressed only to the emperor, it was a privileged document. Now that Pfefferkorn's attack had produced an answer from Reuchlin, he could be held responsible for what he had put into print. An outcry was raised against his heretical views, and a copy of his book was sent to the theological faculty of the University of Cologne, that an opinion might be given about its orthodoxy. Reuchlin tried to deprecate the inevitable condemnation, by pleading that he was not a theologian and had no wish to depart from the doctrine of the Church. But the doctors of Cologne were determined to enjoy a complete triumph, and sent him a number of propositions drawn from his book, which he was required to explain or withdraw. Reuchlin vainly endeavoured to avoid unconditional submission. When he saw that nothing less would satisfy his foes, he appealed to public opinion by publishing a German translation of the memorandum, which appeared in its original Latin in the Augenspiegel. The theologians of Cologne were not prepared to proceed judicially against Reuchlin. They thought it wiser first to win popular acceptance for their views. So they also embarked in the sea of controversy. Arnold of Tungern was chosen to put forward the condemned propositions in Reuchlin's book and explain their enormities, while Hermann von dem Busch and Ortwin Gratius furnished an appendix of Latin verses. Gratius especially waxed eloquent over the tears of the Virgin, whom he styled Jovi salma parens, and deplored the reopening of the wounds of Christ by Reuchlin's heresy. Reuchlin now saw that he must accept the issue of open war. He retorted by a defence addressed to the emperor, in which he showed that he was more than a match for his adversaries in vituperation. He ridiculed their pretensions to theological knowledge. He accused them of immoral conduct with Pfefferkorn's wife. He declared that Gratius's phrase Jovi salma parens was a rank heresy of the worst kind. He roundly denounced Arnold von Tungern as a calumniator, a forger, and a liar. Both parties appealed to the emperor, who ordered the confiscation of the defence as likely to create disturbances amongst the people. But the theologians did not so much care about this scurrilous pamphlet as about the suppression of the Augenspiegel, concerning which they collected the opinions of the German universities. It was condemned by Louvain, Mainz, Heidelberg, and Erfurt, but Erfurt, while convicting Reuchlin of error, pronounced him to be a man of profound learning and unquestioned orthodoxy, who had erred, but not of set purpose. To bring the matter to a decisive issue, the theologians of Cologne sent the Augenspiegel to the University of Paris, which held the highest place as the home of theological learning, and after a prolonged investigation, Paris also condemned the book. End of section 4. Section 5 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 6, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 6, Chapter 2, The Reuchlin Struggle, Part 2. The matter now seemed ripe for judicial proceedings, and Hochstraten, as Inquisitor General, summoned Reuchlin to appear before him at Mainz in September 1513. Reuchlin appealed to the Pope, and Leo X, in the very beginning of his pontificate, was troubled with a theological dispute in Germany, a foretaste of what was to come. He referred the question to the bishops of Speyer and Worms, but while the matter was still under their consideration, the theologians of Cologne, emboldened by the opinions of other universities and the emperor's mandate, committed the Augenspiegel to the flames. Their triumph, however, was premature, for in March 1514 the bishop of Speyer gave sentence in favour of Reuchlin. He declared that there was no ground for accusing him of heresy if his opinions were rightly understood, and he commanded that the controversy should cease and silence be observed for the future. It was now Hochstraten's turn to appeal to the Pope, with a request that the matter should be decided in the Curia, and both parties set to work to besiege the Holy See with letters in their favour. Maximilian, who at first sided with the university, had discovered by this time that the opinion of scholars was with Reuchlin, and accordingly took him under his protection. In fact, the original dispute had now almost disappeared. It had merged into a contest between the new learning and the upholders of scholasticism. As such it was regarded at Rome, where, after much delay, it was referred to a commission of 22, all of whom, with the noticeable exception of Sylvester Prierius, master of the papal palace, declared the Augenspiegel to be free from heresy. Their decision was communicated to the Pope in July 1516, but Leo X was true to the papal tradition of doing nothing, and at the earnest entreaties of Hochstaaten, prevented the judgment being given, and issued a mandate deferring further action in the case. Long before this, however, the matter had been practically settled by public opinion. When the theological faculties of the chief German universities combined to crush an individual, it was defeat to fail of immediate success. Even when the aid of the powerful University of Paris was called in, Reuchlin was able to hold his own, and the German tribunal acquitted him of the charges brought against him. The longer the contest lasted, the more attention it attracted, till it became for a time the great question of the day. The appeal to Paris carried the matter beyond Germany and gave it a European importance, till it was regarded as a decisive issue between the old and the new learning. Men who knew and cared nothing about Hebrew literature and were incapable of judging of the justice of Reuchlin's opinions felt themselves growing interested in the struggle between an independent scholar and a combination of the professional teachers of theology. The subject of the struggle was in itself a happy one, as it did not concern any doctrine of the Church, but only raised the question of the limits of theological interference with the conclusions of learning. The cry that the Church was in danger met with no response. Men saw that it was only the supremacy of theology over all other studies, or rather, the right of theology to define at its will the nature of its supremacy, which was menaced. This, however, was rapidly felt to be an important point, and it divided the scholars of Germany into two camps. Slumbering antagonism awakened into consciousness, and parties were formed of Reuchlinists and anti-Reuchlinists. It was obvious that the upholders of scholasticism and the maintainers of the old university system should draw together on one side, and that the band of wandering scholars, the poets, and the apostles of classical culture should unite against them. But the asperity of the controversy needlessly widened the gulf between the two parties, and the flow of pamphlets degenerated into personalities, which caused bitter animosity. Moreover, as party feeling grew more intense, there was no place for the more thoughtful men of moderate opinions, and they were driven reluctantly to range themselves with partisans whose violence they disapproved, or stand aloof and so lose their influence. There were many curious revelations of character in consequence. Wimpfling, in spite of his love for controversy, kept a complete silence, as did his friend Brandt. Hermann von dem Busch threw in his lot at first with the theologians, but deserted them when he found that it was safe to do so. On the other hand, Pirkheimer and Peudinger gave their ready sympathy to Reuchlin, on the ground that it was monstrous that a man of his character and reputation should be annoyed by so insignificant a personage as Pfefferkorn. But Mutian, in his quiet study at Gotha, saw further into the real importance of the principle at stake. As a freethinker who preserved his freedom of thought by cautiously holding his tongue in public, he saw in Reuchlin's case an opportunity for striking a blow at authority. He first tried to influence the University of Erfurt, and obtained from its theologians an opinion in favor of Reuchlin. In this he was so far successful that though Erfurt pronounced against the rightness of Reuchlin's opinions, it acquitted him of heresy. "The theologians are raging dogs," growled Mutianus when he heard of this, "but they can only bark, not bite." The man whose aid was most eagerly expected was Desiderius Erasmus, to whom German scholars looked as their future leader. Reuchlin was respected for his learning, but he had nearly reached the end of his career, while Erasmus stood forward in the height of his fame and added to learning, which was considered equal to Reuchlin's, elegance, wit, versatility, and culture, to which Reuchlin made no pretensions. Erasmus was not only the foremost scholar, but the foremost man of letters in Europe, and the German humanists wished to claim him as the exponent of their ideas and their chief in the intellectual warfare in which they were engaged. But the temper of Erasmus was not that of a martial leader. He preferred to gather laurels in peace, and believed in the silent progress of ideas as the best solution of the problems of the time. To him and to others the strife over Reuchlin's writings brought the unwelcome tidings that war was declared and that sides must be taken. The circumstances of Erasmus's early life and training left his mind at once critical and receptive, and molded a character which was at once independent and timid. He had pursued his career by himself, and so stood aloof from the exclusive influence of any one of the tendencies of German learning. But this very isolation made him responsive to all the intellectual influences around him. He did not, in his enthusiasm for the classics, forget the majesty of the old theology, nor did his erudition as a philologist lead him to neglect the elegance of a man of letters. He was thoroughly in earnest in the pursuit of knowledge, but he was anxious for fame, for recognition, and for an assured position in the world. Erasmus condensed with curious precision the aims of his predecessors and gave them a finished expression. His adages, a collection of proverbs from classical authors, applied the wisdom of antiquity to the problems of the modern world. His Enchiridion Militis Christiani was an exposition of the principles of cultivated piety, which is concerned not with ecclesiastical doctrine, but with the Christianity of common sense, which makes for virtue and loftiness of soul. With this standard before him, he unsparingly criticized the defects of popular devotion. He denounced the substitution of outward practices for the struggle of inward self-conquest, the adoration of relics for the meditation on the spirit of the saints, the veneration of images for the study of Scripture, the mechanical devotions of monks for saintly lives, offerings at shrines for acts of Christian charity. I wrote the Enchiridion, is his own testimony, not to display my genius, but to remedy the error which makes religion dependent on ceremonies and an observance of bodily acts, while neglecting true piety. His object, in fact, was to call back religion to the sphere of good sense and practical usefulness. But the book which won for Erasmus an unrivaled position as a man of letters was the Praise of Folly, which he wrote in England in 1509. It is the result of the knowledge of men and of the evils of the time, gained by a rambling scholar who had mixed with all classes and visited every country. The world was peopled with fools, and folly was the real source of happiness. So folly addresses her votaries and bids them prick up their ears to listen, while she shows all ages of life that their pursuits and objects of endeavor are gifts of her own to struggling mortals. When she comes to speak of religion, she claims credit for spreading the superstitious belief in the power of images, in indulgences from periods of purgatory, in the efficacy of a daily repetition of the Psalter and the like. Of all classes of her subjects, Folly is most proud of theologians and monks. The magnificent ingenuity of scholastic discussion affords a fair field for ridicule. These great theologians exert their powers on such questions as, did the divine generation require an instant of time for its completion? Is there more than one filiation in Christ? Could God have taken upon him the form of a woman, of the devil, of an ass, of a cucumber, or a flint? What could Peter have consecrated had he celebrated the Eucharist while Christ's body was hanging on the cross? In like manner, Folly rejoices in the monks, who, by roaring out in church their daily tale of psalms, think they are charming the saints with heavenly music, and in the friars, who, by dirt, ignorance, and vulgarity, profess to imitate the apostles. Cardinals and popes fare no better. There is a bold description of Julius II as a feeble old man who is regardless of cost and trouble so long as he can turn the world upside down. The success of such a book was immediate, for it contained the humor of the marketplace refined by the taste of the scholar. Everyone laughed to see his own crude thoughts expressed with subtlety and elegance. Instead of the brickbats which he had been accustomed to hurl, he was presented with a case of poisoned arrows. Erasmus spoke slightingly of a work which owed its origin to a pun on the Greek form of the name of his friend Moore. The coincidence set him thinking how closely wisdom and folly were connected, and the book was the work of a few days. It summed up, however, the existing tone of thought, and made Erasmus the idol of the young humanists and the great hope of the reforming party. They longed to enlist under his leadership in behalf of Reuchlin, but Erasmus did not wish to be involved in the squabbles of others, and contented himself with writing to two of the cardinals in Reuchlin's behalf. It was ridiculous, he said, that so great a scholar should be harassed with a suit about a paltry matter. Erasmus claimed to stand aloof from petty controversies. The temper of the scholar was averse from the creation of burning questions, and took refuge in the lofty serenity engendered by the pursuit of principles. Indeed, he was engaged on two great literary works, an edition of St. Jerome and an edition of the Greek Testament. Both were published in 1516, and form an enduring memorial of Erasmus's scholarship. But they were much more than this. They were a powerful enunciation of the aims of biblical criticism. Reuchlin had dealt only partially with the Old Testament. Erasmus revised the text and the received translation of the whole of the New Testament. It is true that his command of manuscripts was small, and his knowledge of their value was slight, but he collated such as he could find, and gave the results of his collation. By the side of the Greek was placed a new Latin translation, differing materially from the Vulgate, while notes explained perversions of the true sense and misconceptions which had gathered round various passages. Though the book was dedicated to Leo X, Erasmus did not hesitate to say that the text, "Upon this rock I will build my church," did not refer only to the Pope, but to all Christians, and his notes abound in sarcastic references to prevailing superstitions. The object of the book was to apply to the New Testament the same standard of scholarship as was applied to the texts of other ancient writings. The very title of the first edition, Novum Instrumentum, was an attempt afterwards abandoned to reproduce the exact significance of the word covenant. A man occupied in these great objects thought himself absolved from the duty of taking part in the Reuchlin controversy, and his refusal left the leadership of the young scholars to the revolutionary spirit of Ulrich von Hutten. Sprung from a knightly family in Franconia, he had inherited traditions of political independence. Condemned by his father to a monastic life, he escaped by flight, and at the age of 16 began the career of a penniless and wandering scholar. He gathered large experience of life in Germany and Italy. His pen had been directed against most men, including Pope Julius II, whose unpriestly life he attacked in Latin epigrams, while he satirized with equal severity the splendid corruption of the papal court. A stormy temper such as his was naturally attracted to Reuchlin's contest when it became a matter of general interest, and in 1514 he showed Erasmus a poem celebrating Reuchlin's triumph over his ignoble foes. Erasmus cautiously advised him to keep his poem in reserve till the triumph was assured, and Hutten for a time followed the advice. But if he showed his poem to a stranger like Erasmus, there can be no doubt that it circulated widely amongst his friends, and that Hutten suggested, if he did not himself carry out, an onslaught of humanistic raillery upon the pedants of Köln. When the idea was in the air, the occasion was not far to seek. In March 1514, Reuchlin met an attack of Ortwin Gratius by the publication of a volume of letters addressed to him by various learned friends, Chlorarum virarum epistolae missae ad Ioannem Reuchlin. Its object was to show that the weight of learned opinion was on his side, and that those whose studies had led them in the same direction did not think that anything which he had written exceeded the bounds of permissible criticism. The volume itself was remarkable as an attempt to organize a consensus of independent scholars, and set up a Catholic republic of letters against the exclusive claims of the universities to decide on intellectual questions. But this was not the point which interested Hutten and his friends. The book suggested to them an opportunity of letting loose their wit by writing a volume which would profess to be a similar collection of letters addressed to Ortwin Gratius by sympathizing members of his university circle. They resolved to supplement Reuchlin's letters from illustrious men by the letters of obscure men, who formed the bulk of the party opposed to him. The authorship of the Epistolae Obscurorum Virorum cannot be exactly traced. It appeared at the end of 1515, when Hutten was in Italy, and how far he was responsible for the idea cannot be determined. But it seems certain that Crotus Rubianus was principally responsible for the first book. In the middle of 1516 the book was published with additions which bear traces of the hand of Hutten, and the second book, which appeared early in 1517, seems to have been mainly his work. The Epistolae Obscurorum Virorum was an application of popular wit, which had already been adapted by Brandt, Babel, and Erasmus to general satire, to a particular controversy, and to individual men. Its importance lay in the fact that it revealed more clearly than could serious discussion the breach between the men of the new learning and the ideas and systems of the past. It was not the opinions nor the mental attitude of the theologians that they attacked, but their whole life and character, and this not with serious invective or passionate scorn, but simply with boisterous mirth in the spirit of the broadest farce. It was useless to argue with such men, or even to feel indignant at their ignorance. They were scarcely worthy of contempt, for what else could be expected of those who were only acting according to the law of their nature? Let them tell their own story, wander round the narrow circle of antiquated prejudices, which they mistook for ideas, display their grossness, their vulgarity, their absence of aim, their laborious indolence, their lives unrelieved by any touch of nobility. So thought Crotus Rubianus as he created his puppets and pulled their strings with all the heedlessness of rollicking and unchastened drollery. The humor of the book is not refined, and its tone is monotonous. It has few literary merits which can give it life apart from the circumstances in which it was produced. But it takes us into a world of its own, which is complete, symmetrical, and within the bounds of probability. This world is peopled by good, honest men who have done all that their forefathers did, have learned what was expected of them, have taken their degrees in the university, and have gone to settle down comfortably in various clerical positions. They have a profound attachment to the church and unswerving loyalty to their university. Their minds are troubled by no problems, and they are prepared to discharge their conventional duty. But they are dimly conscious that the intellectual and moral standard of the world is being raised, and that neither academic distinction nor clerical office meets with unquestioning respect. Secular poets lay claim to outlandish knowledge and pose them with hard questions. They hear that a certain John Reuchlin has defied even the collective wisdom of the great University of Köln and is not immediately crushed by the Pope. In befogged bewilderment, they bring their perplexities to their old master, Ortwin Gratius, that he, out of his unfathomable learning, may give them an answer which will be beyond the reach of dispute. End of section 5. Section 6 of A History of the Papacy, From the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 6, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 6, Chapter 2, The Reuchlin Struggle, Part 3. So they pour forth their confidences on many points. Sometimes it is a question of casuistry that disturbs a simple mind. Thus Master Henricus Schaffmulius writes from Rome a melancholy story, how on a Friday he went to breakfast at an inn in the Campo dei Fiori and ordered an egg, which, on being opened, contained a chicken. His comrade said, "Eat it quickly, or else the host will charge you for the chicken, as it is the rule of the house that everything which is put on the table should be paid for." To avoid expense, he swallowed the chicken without reflection. Then his conscience smote him that he had eaten meat on a fast day. Would Ortwin tell him if he had committed a mortal sin which needed special absolution? In like manner, Master John Pelifex in the marketplace at Frankfurt, meeting two men clad in black robes, took off his hat to them under the belief that they were masters of arts. His comrade, in holy horror, pointed out that they were Jews, and that he had committed an act of idolatry. He himself had once been guilty of a like act of carelessness, for in a church he had done reverence to the figure of a Jew who was engaged in nailing Christ upon the cross, mistaking him in his haste for St. Peter, and for this offense had difficulty in procuring absolution. Pelifex wishes to know whether his case is one which can be dealt with by an ordinary priest, or requires an episcopal or even papal absolution. As a rule, however, the questions are not about such serious matters as these. Many of them concern points of scholarship, as when Master Thomas Langschneider recounts an argument concerning the proper term to be applied to one who was about to proceed to the degree of Master of Arts. A full-blown master was called Magister Noster. Should a candidate be called Magister Nostrandus or Nostre Misgandrandus? Another raises a profounder question. He had heard one say that he was a member of 10 universities. Now, a body may have many members, But can a member lay claim to many bodies? These, however, were academic questions which lay within the sphere of legitimate discussion. More frequently, the obscure men were in difficulties how to answer the arguments of the noxious race of secular poets who constantly crossed their path. Master Bernard Plumilegus, in the course of a drunken brawl at a tavern, boasted that he knew all about poetry and thought little of it. Would Gratius send him a letter and a poem which he might show to his antagonist as a proof that he had a poet amongst his friends? Master Peter Hafenmusius was not much troubled by the nonsense which he heard the poets talk, because he knew that whatever is founded on sin is not good, but is against God, because God is the enemy of sin. But in poetry there are falsehoods, and therefore those who found their teaching on poetry cannot advance in goodness, for a bad root has bad sprouts, and a bad tree brings forth bad fruit according to the gospel. Consequently, when he hears the fables of poets, he makes the sign of the cross. As the other day one said that there was in a certain province a water which has golden sand and is called a Tagus, and I whistled under my breath because it is impossible. Sometimes, however, the obscure men have triumphs to record. A humble licentiate in medicine, being invited to meet Erasmus, primed himself with a question connected with his own science. But the conversation turned on poetry, namely on the writings and deeds of Julius Caesar. The good physician could no longer contain himself, and said, "I do not believe that Caesar wrote those commentaries, and this is my argument. Whoever is busy with warfare and continued labors cannot learn Latin. But Caesar was always engaged in war and labors. Therefore he could not be a man of learning or learn Latin. Therefore I think that Suetonius wrote those commentaries, because I never saw anyone who had a style more resembling Caesar than Suetonius." Erasmus smiled and did not answer, being overcome by so subtle an argument, and the licentiate, being victor in the field of poetry, did not think it worth while to propound his medical problem. Through all these letters runs an increasing wonder and disquietude about the process against Reuchlin. It seems impossible that the theologians, when they choose to put forth their learning and their influence, should not at once succeed. Who is Reuchlin, they ask, and why does he not make his submission? Holy Mary, says Peter Meyer, priest of Mainz, Dr. Reuchlin is in theology like a boy, and a boy knows more in theology than Dr. Reuchlin. Holy Mary, believe me because I have experience. Why, he knows nothing in the books of the sentences. Holy Mary, that is a subtle matter, and men cannot take it up as they do grammar and poetry. I could be a poet well enough, and I know how to write verses, because in Leipzig I attended lectures on Sulpicius, on the quantities of syllables. But how is it? He ought to propound to me a question in theology, and ought to argue for and against it. Then it would be seen that no one knows theology perfectly except by the Holy Spirit, while poetry is the devil's food, as Jerome says in his epistles. All this was so plain to the minds of the obscure men that they could not understand why the Pope hesitated about Reuchlin's condemnation. "I would say that the Pope erred," writes one, "if I did not fear excommunication. For was it not clear to everyone that the poets were no true friends of the Church? Why, one of them said that he did not believe the Holy Code of Trier to be the code of our Lord, nor did he believe that there were any of the hairs of the Blessed Virgin left in the world. Another said that the 3 kings in Köln were most likely 3 Westphalian peasants, and added that he would like to show his contempt for the indulgences sold by the friars, who were mere buffoons, deceiving women and country folk." The obscure men were not behind the times. Many of them could write verses, and sent to Gratius compositions of the most excruciating doggerel. They also excelled in etymology, and derived the name of Gratius, who was so called from his native place, Grax, either from the supernal grace with which he was endowed, or from the Gracchi, whom he equalled in eloquence. Similarly, Mawars was so called quasi maris warans. The derivation of ars, art, is a marvel of ingenuity. The word may come either from the Greek artos, bread, because those who acquire an art can earn their bread, or from arcus, a bow, because art, especially that of logic, enables you to shoot at your adversary, or from arx, a citadel, because art towers above ignorance, or finally from artis, a limb, because it moves the mind as the limbs move the body. Further, the obscure men are not wicked or vicious. They have their frailties, and they fall before the temptations of the flesh, but they do not rejoice in wrongdoing, and they feel remorse for their sins. They tell with brutal frankness the tales of their commonplace amours, but they are not hypocrites and do not conceal their weakness. I am not wiser than Solomon, nor stronger than Samson, and ought sometimes to enjoy myself. We take care that no one sees. We make our confession, and God is merciful. We must hope for pardon. They sorrowfully admit that it is beyond their power to overcome the flesh, but their ideal of life is comfortable and respectable. When I come back to Germany, writes Peter Kalb from Rome, I will go to my vicarage house and will have good days. For I will have there many ducks, geese, and hens, and I can have in my house 5 or 6 cows which will give milk, which I can make into cheese or butter, for I wish to have a cook who can make me such things. But she ought to be old, for if she was young, she would cause me temptations of the flesh, so that I might sin. She ought also to be able to spin, for I will buy her flax. And I will have 2 or 3 pigs, and will fatten them, so that they make me good bacon. For I will have, above all things, good victuals in my house. Also, I will once a year kill an ox, and will sell half to the peasants, and the other half I will hang in the smoke. And behind my house I will have a garden, where I will sow onions, leeks, and parsley. And I will have pot herbs and turnips and the like. And in the winter I will sit by my fireside and study the sermons which I shall preach to the peasants, and also study the Bible that I may be fit to preach. And in the summer I will go to fish or work in my garden, and I will not care about wars, because I wish to be by myself and say my prayers and read Mass, and not care for those worldly matters which bring destruction to the soul. Footnote. No translation can do justice to the marvelous language in which the Epistolae Obscurorum Virorum are written. It is a mixture of ecclesiastical Latin and German idioms, exhibiting a disregard for grammatical rules and classical constructions, which is most excruciating to a scholar. Back to main text. Had this been all, the fun might have been considered fair. But running in through the letters are gross personal attacks upon the characters of Gratius, Hochstraten, and Pfefferkorn. Not only is Gratius the confidant of the immoralities of others, but he is made to reply in a similar strain about himself, and the chastity of Pfefferkorn's wife is impugned with cowardly brutality. Reuchlin's chief opponents are bespattered with dirt, while their supporters are lampooned as a class. The book was received with roars of laughter on every side, but when the mirth had subsided, it was seen that while the second part of the attack had succeeded, the first part had not only failed, but was disastrous. The real importance of the Epistolae Obscurorum Virorum lay in its success in popularizing the conception of a stupid party, which was opposed to the party of progress. The contents of the existing controversy were entirely ignored. Its larger issues were skillfully concealed. The only point put forward was the absurdity of the claim made by such men as these academic theologians and their friends to control the opinions of scholars and men of learning. This point the pens of Crotus and Houghton brought forward with all the clearness and force which ridicule lends to views already strongly felt, but waiting definite expression. On the other hand, the coarseness of the attack on the personal character and motives of Gratius and Hochstraten could not be approved by any honourable man. Many shook their heads sadly over such virulence, and augured ill for the future success of a cause which was supported by such means. Erasmus disapproved of the attack on individuals. Humour, he thought, should stop short of abuse. He was also aggrieved because his own name had been dragged into the letters without his leave, and he thought that the progress of learning would be injured by this foolish controversy. He saw that mockery of Hochstraten was closely connected with mockery of other officers of the Church, and it did not escape him that a lampoon on Pope Julius II had just appeared, in which the warlike pope was represented as being refused admittance into paradise by St. Peter. On his side, Houghton had begun to feel that he would not get much help from Erasmus, of whom he wrote in the second part of the Epistolae Obscurorum Virorum, "Erasmus is a man for himself." It became clear that there were two parties amongst the Humanists, and that those who hoped for progressive reform by the steady advance of enlightenment were alarmed at the rashness of the hot-headed and outspoken party of which Houghton was the leader. Of course, the publication of the Epistolae Obscurorum Virorum led to more writing on the part of Pfefferkorn and his friends, who induced the Pope to condemn the book and order its suppression as scurrilous and scandalous. On this, Gratius celebrated the triumph of his party by turning against the Humanists their own weapons. He published the Lamentationes Obscurum Virorum, the letters of the Reuchlinists, who were dismayed at the storm they had raised, who quailed before the papal censure and the disapproval of Erasmus, and confided to one another their misgivings. Gratius might have something to say in argument, but he was not a humorist, and his book did not succeed in turning the laugh against his foes. A poem of Houghton, The Triumph of Capnion, such was the Greek form given to Reuchlin's name, made its meaning clear even to the unlearned by a frontispiece which embodied the allegory of Houghton's Latin lines. It represented Reuchlin seated in a triumphal car, holding a copy of the Augenspiegel in his hand. He is escorted by a band of poets crowned with laurel. Children strew flowers in his path, and before him goes a band of musicians and singers who celebrate his exploits. In front are the trophies of his victory, the books of his opponents in baskets and chests, their conquered gods, allegorical figures of barbarism, superstition, ignorance, and greed, after which follow the theologians in chains. In the foreground lies Pfefferkorn with his tongue cut out and his hands tied behind his back, awaiting the fall of the executioner's axe. The procession is sweeping on to the gate of Reuchlin's native town of Pforzheim, whence the inhabitants are thronging to greet the victor. One enthusiastic citizen is significantly expressing his joy by throwing a monk out of the window. While in Germany the matter of Reuchlin had broadened into a general contest between the old and the new learning, and the Humanists fought for freedom from theological interference, and called to their aid the weapons of ridicule and invective, in Italy, on the other hand, the question was more calmly discussed on its own merits. The Italian scholars had already won their freedom and had nothing to fear for themselves, but they were interested in a question which concerned the limits of the authority of learning, and they examined the original controversy respecting Jewish literature. Peter Galatino and Georgius Benignus, Archbishop of Nazareth, wrote in defense of Reuchlin on the ground that the Talmud contained much that was useful in proving and defending Christian truth. This led to an answer by Hochstraten, conceived not in the tone of a disputant, but written with the authoritative spirit of an inquisitor who had no doubt he was right and was determined to have the question settled in his favor. Erasmus grew more and more dissatisfied with the long continuance of this profitless quarrel, and in 1519 wrote his opinion to Hochstraten. "I had a better opinion of you," he says, "before I read your book. In many passages I looked in vain for the leniency and moderation which become a Christian, a theologian, or a Dominican. I read also some works of your opponents, Reuchlin, the Count of Neuenahr, Hermann von dem Busch, and Hutten. I could not have endured their bitterness unless I had previously read the writings which had provoked it. You will say that you are only discharging your duty. But remember, you are only an inquisitor, not a judge. Yet how often have you pronounced sentence against Reuchlin, whilst his case is under judgment in a court whence there is no appeal? Had you not done enough by causing such a tumult about a book which would long ago have been forgotten if you had not given it importance? Why continue to do so, when the Pope, seeing that the case is of a kind which had better be dropped than kept alive, has ordered silence? Why do you fix your eyes only on the errors of Reuchlin? You speak of his heresies in such a way as to lead the common people to think him a heretic. Your followers denounce philology and literature, studies which illustrate theology and serve it. If theology will honor learning, it will be admired by it. If it calumniates learning, there is a danger that the two will destroy one another." Erasmus, however, pleaded in vain. It was true that when he wrote, the question of Reuchlin had ceased to be of importance, but Hochstraten and the Dominicans were bent upon enjoying a formal triumph, and their persistency was at last rewarded. In June 1520, a papal brief annulled the decision given at Speyer, declared the Augenspiegel to be a book that gave offense to pious Christians, ordered its suppression, and condemned Reuchlin to silence. This judgment had no practical importance. The theologians were satisfied and persecuted Reuchlin no longer. He was an old man, and had long ago grown weary of a strife which was entirely uncongenial to him. He died in peace in 1522. But the judgment is important as marking a change of front on the part of the papacy. In 1516, the matter in dispute between Reuchlin and his opponents was freely discussed in Rome and was committed to a commission of experts, who, with one exception, were in Reuchlin's favor. It was not unreasonable for Leo X to hesitate before he acted upon an opinion which would irritate the Dominicans and the universities, not only of Germany but of France. We may think him wise in deciding to allow the dispute to burn itself out and come to a natural end. But in 1520 there was another question raised in Germany in which the papacy had a more direct interest. Sylvester Prierius, the one amongst Reuchlin's judges who had deplored the untimely tolerance which allowed criticism rather than policy to decide ecclesiastical questions, had been permitted to direct the well-proved weapons of the Curia against the audacity of an Augustinian friar. Strange to say, the friar had not been destroyed by the onslaught. We can only wonder that the papacy had not learned by its experience of the temper of Germany, that questions were sure to be raised, that a large public was interested in their discussion, and that discussion was not likely to be checked by the mere demand for unquestioning obedience. End of section 6. Section 7 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 6, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 6, Chapter 3, The Rise of Luther, Part 1. The controversy about Reuchlin, which affected only the learned, was allowed to run its course for a time. But when a question was raised which threatened to derange papal finance, there was no hesitation in ordering immediate silence. The subject which Luther first brought forward was fairly open to discussion, but the Pope declared himself so satisfied with the practical working of the system that it was inexpedient to inquire into the exact principle on which it rested. By peremptorily disregarding the right of the individual to exercise his freedom within lawful limits, the papacy outraged German opinion and led to a new development of theology which, on the ground of Christian liberty, challenged the current claims of authority. This great issue was raised by no distinguished scholar, but by a simple professor in the new University of Wittenberg, a man whose fame had not travelled beyond the limits of Saxony. Martin Luther, the son of a peasant, had been led by the promptings of his own nature to seek peace for his soul by entering the order of Augustinian friars at Erfurt. This order had been successfully reformed by the zeal of its vicar, Andreas Proles, who was succeeded by a no less remarkable man, Johann von Staupitz, a Saxon noble who had studied at Tübingen and had a distinguished reputation as a learned theologian. In his twofold capacity as a scholar and as provincial head of the Augustinian order, his services were needed to aid in the organization of a new university in his native land. The dominions of the old Duchy of Saxony had been divided in 1485 between the two sons of the Elector Frederick II, Ernest and Albert. Albert received the land of Meissen with Dresden and Leipzig. The electoral dignity with the remaining lands and Thuringia fell to the share of Ernest, whose son, Frederick the Wise, a man of culture and a friend of the chief scholars of Germany, was grieved that his dominions possessed no seat of learning. He obtained an imperial decree for the foundation of a new university at Wittenberg, and it is noticeable that the capital of the new theology was the first university which did not seek for papal sanction. Wittenberg itself was a poor little place, more like a village than a town, but it was chosen for distinction as being the centre of the old electoral domains. It possessed a house of Augustinian friars with which the new university was connected, and Staupitz was consequently called in to aid the elector in the business of the new foundation and the choice of its teachers. Staupitz and Luther's former teacher at Erfurt, Jodocus Trutvetter, were the leading spirits in the new university, which rapidly began to justify the expectations of its founder. In his visitation of the Augustinian houses, Staupitz soon discovered Luther and was drawn to the young man by his obvious sincerity. Luther had embraced a monastic life under a deep impression of his own sinfulness. He longed to learn the secret of holiness and hoped to discover it in the shelter of the cloister. He threw himself heart and soul into the religious life, but was disappointed with the result. He performed a series of observances which were framed to discipline his soul into holiness, but they brought him no nearer to God. Repeated motions of sin required repeated penance. There was no progress in his spiritual life. God remained in his eyes an inexorable judge, demanding obedience to an impossible law. From the despair which followed on this experience, Luther was delivered chiefly by the kindly wisdom of Staupitz, who strove to dispel the clouds created by ceaseless introspection, and appealed to common sense against the delusions of religious sentimentalism. He besought the young man not to regard every blunder as a sin. A fancied sinner, he urged, looks for an unreal Saviour. He led his thoughts from the fear of God to the love of God, from the dread of sin to the desire for righteousness. He recommended a closer study of the Bible, especially of the writings of St. Paul and of St. Augustine among the Fathers, and of Tauler amongst more modern writers. Acting on this advice, Luther gradually won his way to inward peace. The duty of penitence, which had been a cause of despair when it was extorted from his fear, became natural and spontaneous when it flowed from a sense of the greatness of redeeming love. The influence of Staupitz on Luther brought into his religion something of the sense of freedom and joyousness which the Renaissance had revealed. The intensity and sincerity of this protracted struggle gave Luther's character the force and directness which it always retained. His whole being depended on the consciousness of his relationship to a loving God, and his attitude towards life was determined solely by this. Strong in his belief, he applied himself to theological study. He was not a scholar. Indeed, he never was at home in Greek and knew no Hebrew. But he had a robust intelligence, an eager mind, and that originality which comes from a resolve to turn all knowledge to practical account. More and more he turned from the writings of the schoolmen to the study of St. Augustine and St. Paul. Staupitz kept a watchful eye upon his progress, and in 1508 summoned him to leave his cloister at Erfurt for that of Wittenberg, with the intention of appointing him a teacher at the university. The business of the order required that he should visit Rome in 1510, and Luther felt his devotion to the city of the martyrs pale before the religious indifference which he saw on every side. Soon after his return to Wittenberg, he graduated in theology and began to lecture. He quickly gained a reputation as a teacher, more through his power of impressing his pupils than through any depth of scholarship. His teaching was practical and personal, and he was equally forcible in the pulpit and in the lecture desk. He was a great personality in Wittenberg, where his geniality, frankness, sincerity, and homely common sense made him universally popular. Like all earnest-minded men, he was outspoken about the evils of the time, the cause of which he found in the low standard set up by the representatives of the ecclesiastical system. The past history of the Church showed that there had risen up against Christ's gospel first the power of the world, then the wisdom of the world. Now it is the goodness of the world that opposes true religion. Men tried to make religion an easy thing. They substituted forms and observances for real penitence and seeking after God. Such is the reign of slothfulness, he exclaims, that though the worship of God abounds, it is in letter only, without affection and without the Spirit, and very few are fervent. And all this happens because we think that we are something and do enough. And so we make no efforts and do no violence to ourselves, and make the way to heaven very easy, by indulgences, by smooth teaching, so that a single sigh suffices. Against this slothfulness, this false peace, Luther exhorted his hearers to strive. For prosperity is a twofold adversity, and security a double danger. Where there is no temptation, all is temptation. Where there is no persecution, all is persecution. More souls perish through sloth than perish through persecution or heresy. We must train ourselves to war against this sloth, as the confessors and teachers of old warred against the evils of their own time. Our enemy is more difficult to attack, because it is not an outward power, which stirs us to good by the necessity of facing it. It is an inward principle which relaxes our courage and lulls us into fancied security. Such was the popular side of Luther's teaching, and the ideas on which it was founded were impressed by him on the theological teaching of Wittenberg, so that he wrote in May of 1517, "My theology and Augustine make great way, and reign in our university by God's help. Aristotle is gradually declining towards perpetual oblivion. Lectures on the sentences are marvellously disregarded, and no one can hope for a class unless he teaches our theology, that is, the Bible or St. Augustine or some other doctor of weight. Thus Luther felt proud of his efforts. He was bringing to light doctrinal conceptions which had long been overlooked. He was creating a strong school of theology and a growing university, and he was impressing his own ideas upon the popular mind as a preacher. In his own sphere he regarded himself as a leader of men, and accepted the responsibilities of the position. He was not at liberty to put aside uncomfortable questions when they arose, but felt that he must face them and endeavour to find an answer. Such a question was raised by the arrival on the confines of Saxony of a commissary of the Archbishop of Mainz, Johann Tetzel, a Dominican, who was entrusted with the power of granting papal indulgences in return for a contribution towards the building fund of St. Peter's in Rome. There were many points connected with Tetzel's activity which rendered it exceptionally questionable. First of all, Albert of Brandenburg had succeeded to the dignity of Archbishop of Mainz at the age of 24, and was scarcely commended to his high office by his personal merits. But the succession to the see of Mainz had been rapid, as Albert was the third occupant within 10 years. The payment to the Pope of annates, and the heavy fee of 24,000 florins for the pallium on each vacancy, had impoverished the see, and Albert had negotiated with the Pope that he should pay ready money and be allowed to receive in return half the proceeds of the sale of the indulgences within his province. As he had borrowed the money from the Bank of the Fuggers at Augsburg, the receipts of the sale of indulgences were their security, and one of their clerks accompanied the preachers. Further, Germany was especially given over to indulgence preachers. Other sovereigns had refused them admission to their dominions, but Maximilian raised no objection. Moreover, the extension of indulgences to such an object as the building of St. Peter's was of recent growth, and tended to make them a permanent and continuous part of ecclesiastical practice. If this was so, it was desirable that their exact meaning and value should be clearly understood. Tetzel had all the qualities of a revivalist preacher, and his eloquence was effective in awakening a sense of sin. Was this awakening to lead to nothing but an assurance of forgiveness in return for a gift of money? Educated men knew that this was not so, but what did the ignorant think? How was the matter put before them? How could it be put before them without exaggeration by one whose interest it was to raise all the money that he could? Such thoughts rose in many minds and found frequent expression. Sensible men shrugged their shoulders and left the superstitious multitude to choose for themselves. But Luther could not pass the matter by so lightly. He did not doubt the lawfulness and usefulness of indulgences, but he found in their indefinite extension one of the causes of religious sloth. Popes and priests, like spendthrift heirs, squander the graces and indulgences gathered by the blood of Christ and the martyrs, and do not try to increase the treasure. Yet no one can share in a common good who does not add his portion. But men think that this treasure is always ready for use at their will. They give themselves to the world because the world passes away and the treasure of indulgences remains. As they aim at both, they seek the world first lest it should escape them, and think that heaven is abundantly secured for them afterwards. Such thoughts as these grew more vivid and distinct as Tetzel drew nearer to Saxony, as Luther heard the stories of his success, how the clergy prepared the way before him by preaching on the great benefits to be obtained, how the people flocked from far and near to greet the commissary on his coming, how the papal bull was borne in solemn state escorted by the dignitaries of the town. All this seemed to Luther to give an undue prominence to indulgences, to confuse the minds of simple folk about their real meaning, and to promote that false sense of security which he regarded as the great enemy of true religion. It is true that he was not called upon to speak. Tetzel was not allowed by the Elector of Saxony to enter his dominions, and he did not advance farther than Jüterbach, which was the nearest spot to Wittenberg outside the Saxon frontier. But Luther was not a man to hold his tongue when he had made up his mind. He wished to have the question of indulgences discussed, and a clearer understanding arrived at about the real doctrine of the Church on the subject. As a first step towards this end, he proposed an academic disputation, and on October 31st, 1517, fixed on the usual place for academic notices, the door of the castle church of Wittenberg, 95 theses on the subject of indulgences, and announced his readiness to maintain them by argument against all comers. At the same time, he wrote to his diocesan, the Bishop of Brandenburg, informing him what he had done, and also to the Archbishop of Mainz, before whom he laid a statement of the practical evils to which the vagueness of the existing system was liable. Viewed in the light of its after results, this step seems bolder than it really was. There was great latitude in academic disputations, and a disputant might argue in behalf of opinions which he was not prepared to maintain in the end. The question which Luther raised was a difficult one, and he was justified in reminding the Archbishop of Mainz that ecclesiastical opinion was doubtful. There had been a gradual development of practice and of teaching concerning indulgences which had never received any authoritative definition. But of late years, opinions had been put forward which were exceedingly repugnant to Luther's mind, and he wished to have the question discussed on its merits. In the early Church, notorious sin cut off the sinner from the rite of communion, until by penitence he had made his peace with God, and by a public display of penitence had made amends to the Christian community for the scandal which he had caused. The element of sin against God, which was forgiven through penitence, was distinguished from the wrong done to man, which required punishment before it could be remitted. The requirements of divine and of human justice were both satisfied by the same temper of mind on the part of the penitent. The external signs demanded by the Church were only an exhibition of the requisite temper of mind and a help toward its attainment. When the Church was satisfied of the reality of penitence, restoration to Church membership was given by the bishop. As the number of professing Christians increased, public confession and humiliation were no longer possible. Private confession to a priest became the sign of penitence, and the priest, as the officer of the Church, discharged the functions which had before been exercised by the community. A sinner proclaimed his penitence by confession. The priest helped him to a penitent mind by his advice and his prayers. Then by absolution he restored him to Christian communion. But the outward satisfaction still remained, and a penitential system came into being which followed the example of legal penalties. Offenses were classified, and a definite number of days to be passed in penitential discipline was assigned to each. Indulgences first arose as a remission of penitential acts due to the Church. As the penitential system became more highly organized, they passed from a remission of outstanding debts to a commutation of them into money payments, following the analogy of the Wehrgeld in the Germanic codes of law. The development of an organized belief in purgatory extended the sphere within which satisfaction could be made. The spread of the Hildebrandine conception of the Papacy enabled the Pope, as the head of the Church, to determine the forms of commutation which were most efficacious, and Urban II recognized an expedition to the Holy Land as a full commutation of all penance. The theologians of the 12th century elevated penance to a sacrament, defining it as consisting of contrition, confession, and satisfaction. Confession brought contrition to the test and judged its reality. The accompanying absolution remitted the eternal guilt of sin and restored the penitent to friendship with God, while the temporal penalty due for sin was reduced to reasonable proportions. Satisfaction was the payment of the penalty which still remained, and must be paid here or in purgatory. It was the compensation for the wrong done to God and man, and must be made by fasting, almsgiving, and prayers. Thus every step in the development of ecclesiastical practice tended to give greater prominence to satisfaction, actually, though not in theory. It became disciplinary, and was left to be paid after absolution. It was an embarrassing remnant of a past transaction. Until it was cleared off, the soul was deprived of merit. It was natural that men should wish to substitute acts of special devotion for the dreariness of long terms of penitential observance. They went on pilgrimages. They thronged to ecclesiastical festivals on great occasions, such as the dedication of churches, till in 1215 Innocent III limited episcopal indulgences at such times to the period of 1 year at the most. End of section 7. Section 8 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 6, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 6, Chapter 3, The Rise of Luther, Part 2. Still, the actual use of indulgences went beyond ecclesiastical theory, and it was the work of the great theologians of the 13th century to provide a theoretical basis. St. Bonaventura laid down the main lines by an analysis of satisfaction into 2 parts, one remedial against future sin, another the penalty for the wrong done. The first must be borne by the offender. The second could be paid vicariously. To condone the penalties of sin, there are 3 means. First, the contrition of the sinner, whereby the eternal penalty is changed into a temporal penalty by the remission of guilt. Secondly, the merits of Christ, working in the sacraments through which the temporal penalty is commuted by priestly absolution into a measure proportionate to the sinner's power to pay. Thirdly, the merits of the universal Church, whereby this diminished penalty may be still further remitted. The spiritual treasure of the Church, out of which indulgences might be given, was partly her dower as the bride of Christ, partly works of supererogation of which she was trustee. These could be dispensed by bishops, especially by the Pope, in return for alms, pilgrimages, visiting of relics, and other honors paid to the saints. To this St. Thomas added the logical conclusion that as indulgences were given out of the treasure of the Church, they were remissions and not merely commutations. They did not depend upon the devotion, the work, or the gifts of the receiver. The starting point of both these theologians was prevailing practice. Indulgences existed, and therefore were right. It was their business to give a rational explanation of what the Church had thought fit to do. The acceptance of this principle enabled papal practice to find adequate employment for theological activity. The demand for indulgences steadily increased. In proportion to the sincerity of his penitence, the sinner, who felt that he had been restored to grace by the sacrament of penance, longed to be released from the burden of satisfaction, and dreaded lest death should cut short his opportunity and leave his soul to the penalties of purgatory. Men proclaimed their own helplessness and besought the Church to find a means of escape. This was provided by Boniface VIII in the form of a jubilee indulgence. Founding his action on ancient tradition, his desire for men's salvation, and the consent of the cardinals, he decreed that those who in the year 1300 and every 100th year following visited the churches of St. Peter and St. Paul in Rome, being truly penitent and having made their confession, should have the fullest remission of all their sins. The success of the first Jubilee led Clement VI in 1350 to reduce the period from 100 to 50 years, and in so doing, he defined the source of indulgences to be the treasure of the Church, acquired by Christ, and by him committed to St. Peter and his successors, to be dispensed on reasonable grounds to those who were truly penitent and had confessed. It was to be applied for the total or partial remission of the temporal penalty due for sin, and the Pope thought fit to grant a total indulgence to all who visited the Roman churches in the year of Jubilee. He further granted to pilgrims the right to choose a confessor on the way, and extended the indulgence to those who died on the journey. After this, Urban VI, in 1389, reduced the period to 33 years, and Nicholas V, in 1450, extended to several dioceses in Germany the advantages of the Jubilee, so that those who could not undertake the journey to Rome might substitute pilgrimages to churches in their own neighbourhood. Paul II reduced the term still further to 25 years, and defined the year of Jubilee as the year of plenary remission and grace, and of reconciliation of the human race with our most loving Redeemer. Sixtus IV gave a great impulse to the growth of privileged altars by declaring that indulgences availed by means of prayer for souls in purgatory, provided the Pope expressly extended them to this purpose. Innocent VIII in 1489 sent a commissary to Germany, who offered, in return for help against the Turk, the indulgences attached to a pilgrimage to Rome in the year of Jubilee, and also the privilege of choosing a confessor who was empowered to grant plenary absolution once in life and at the point of death. The example was readily followed. In 1509, Julius II extended this indulgence to all who contributed towards the rebuilding of St. Peter's. This was prolonged by Leo X. The Jubilee indulgence had become a permanent institution. When the growth of this system is considered, it is easy to see its importance in developing the papal power. The Pope was sole master of an important part of ecclesiastical discipline, and could lighten the burden of penance to every sinner. He could confer privileges on churches, and could override the parochial system by his letters granting permission to choose a confessor. He was a minister of mercy and pardon. By his help, the sacrament of penance could be made complete. He could remit all the temporal penalty that was due. His prayers prevailed in purgatory. He could restore the penitent who had received absolution to his baptismal purity by relieving him of outstanding debts. But all this system, though it existed and was powerful, was difficult of explanation. Indulgences granted to those who were contrite and had confessed had an intelligible meaning. But a grant of plenary indulgence, accompanied by a permission to choose a confessor, who was commissioned to give plenary absolution when necessary, and then apply the indulgence so as to clear the score, was somewhat complicated. It certainly raised a presumption that such an indulgence could do more than merely remit canonical penance. It seemed to imply that the indulgence extended the scope of priestly absolution, or even availed to help the penitent to contrition. A member of Luther's order, a German Augustinian, Johann von Paltz, who died in 1511, expended much ingenuity in considering the virtue of confession for converting attrition, or imperfect repentance, into contrition. Paltz was of opinion that the Jubilee indulgence availed for the remission of guilt and penalty alike. It extended the virtue of the sacrament of penance, which it included, to all cases, and so provided for the remission of guilt, while the indulgence itself remitted all penalties. It was on such grounds as these that indulgence preachers could represent their office to be the exaltation of the cross, the setting forth of the complete reconciliation of man with God. Again, indulgences originally availed only to the contrite. After guilt had been purged by true penitence, the indulgence diminished the load of penalty. But who could be sure of the reality of his contrition? The help given by the priest in confession towards gaining a contrite heart was not a sufficient security. Penance itself was clothed with a sacramental efficacy which could convert attrition into contrition, and so prepare the way for the reception of indulgence. If faith in God was difficult, faith in the visible church, as the dispenser of God's gifts, was more within man's reach. If he received the sacraments without interposing any hindrance of disbelief or mortal sin, he might commit the rest to the grace of God dispensed by the Church. From this point of view, the grant of indulgences to souls in purgatory became possible. It was true that the Pope claimed no jurisdiction over purgatory and could only offer his prayers, but there was no doubt that those prayers were effectual. Whatever question there might be about the need of contrition, if the indulgence was to be gained for oneself, it was clear that the moral condition of one who sought an indulgence for another was sufficiently shown by the charity which prompted the offering required. On such points as these, theological opinion was not unanimous, and many theologians protested against the undue extension of indulgences. But their protests did not influence the commissaries who were entrusted with their sale. It was natural that they should magnify their office and seize upon the highest views of the efficacy of indulgences which had received any sanction from canonists. Thus Tetzel's instructions came from Arcimboldi, Archbishop of Milan, and laid down the advantages to be obtained as 1. A plenary remission for all sins and a restoration of grace; 2. A confessionale, or letter of penitential privilege, which gave the right of choosing a confessor who was empowered to give absolution, even in reserved cases, to commute vows, and to administer the sacrament; 3. A share in all the prayers and blessings of the Church; 4. Permission to obtain indulgences for souls in purgatory, which availed not by virtue of the spiritual state of the living contributor, but by reference to the condition of the departed soul at the time of its departure. It is obvious that a complicated system of this kind taxed a trained intelligence to understand and explain it. Doubtless it was capable of being used as a means of quickening in the contrite heart the sense of divine forgiveness and a desire to bring forth the fruit of good works. But it was not properly understood, for its outward import was regarded rather than its inward meaning. If it was used as a substitute for true repentance, or as a means of relieving the soul from the pursuit of contrition, it was undoubtedly dangerous. The dangers attaching to such an elaborate system, built upon such a slender basis, were sure to be apparent to the subject. He might have raised a theological controversy. But Luther did not approach the question from a theological, but from a practical point of view. He was not concerned with the theory of indulgences as a whole, but he had heard and read many opinions which seemed to him unsound. He wished to contradict these opinions and discuss them with those who chose to maintain them by argument. So he threw together these disputable points in such order as occurred to his mind. His theses are singularly wanting in the characteristics which might have been expected from a theological professor. They are not arranged in logical sequence, nor do they strive to define precisely the theological questions to be discussed. They are the utterances of one who was rather in contact with the popular consciousness than interested in intellectual ideas as such, one who did not pause to weigh exactly his words, but was more eager to express the conclusions of common sense than to narrow the issue which he raised. Luther's theses began with an assertion that the penitence required by Christ is a habit of mind, a constant sense of sinfulness, which demands a constant hatred of the old sinful self, and outward acts of penitence are necessary as they confess this inward feeling and lead to a perpetual mortification of the flesh. Confession is a necessary part of penitence, For God will not forgive one who does not humble himself. But the penitence required by God is different from the satisfaction imposed by a priest in the sacrament of penance. Indulgences deal only with the latter, not with the former. The Pope can only remit penalties which have been imposed according to the canons of the Church. He can remit nothing of the guilt of sin, except so far as he ministerially declares God's forgiveness. And the penitential life which God requires is independent of and outside the duty of confession and satisfaction. The penalties imposed by the Church are imposed only on the living, and death dissolves them. Canonical penances are not reserved for purgatory, and all that the Pope can do for souls in purgatory is done by prayer, not by any power of the keys. As to the treasure of the Church from which the Pope grants indulgences, it has never been defined, nor is it understood by the people. It cannot be the merits of Christ and the saints, for these without the Pope work a grace in the inner man. It would seem that it is the power of the keys, by which the Pope can remit penalties imposed by way of satisfaction. This amount of efficacy Luther leaves to indulgences, adding that they are not to be despised, for they are a declaration of God's remission of sins. But he is anxious to guard against a misunderstanding of the extent of their efficacy. They are useful if men do not trust in them, most harmful if they lead men to lose the fear of God. They are not to be put before good works proceeding from love. It is most difficult, even for acute theologians, to extol the value of indulgences, and yet keep a true sense of contrition before the people. The teaching of commissaries entrusted with selling them deceives the people through the largeness of the efficacy which it attributes to them, puts contributions to the building of St. Peter's before needful works of charity, shocks the consciences of many, and exposes the Pope to ridicule. End of section 8. Section 9 of A History of the Papacy, from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 6, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 6, Chapter 3, The Rise of Luther, Part 3. Luther was careful in these theses to draw a line between the teaching of the schoolmen and the doctrine of the Church. He distinguished between true wheat and tares, which had been sown while the bishops slept, between papal bulls and vain dreams which were preached to the people. He expressed a reaction in favor of the theology of St. Augustine and St. Bernard, against the developments of the 13th century. His contention was that much of the current teaching had never been formally accepted, and he wished to have an expression of the mind of the Pope and an explanation of the definite opinion of the Church. What Luther proposed in the first instance was an academical disputation on the points which he raised. No one seems to have accepted his challenge in Wittenberg, but his theses were printed and created an amount of popular interest which was surprising to him. Still, Luther had certainly no party in his favor. His former friends at Erfurt accused him of pride, and he answered that without some appearance of pride, some suspicion of contentiousness, no new opinion could be brought forward. His ecclesiastical superior, the Bishop of Brandenburg, sent him a kindly message advising him to be silent for a time, and Luther promised to obey. The Archbishop of Mainz did not communicate with him, but sent his theses to the Pope. The first answer to Luther came from Tetzel, who adopted Luther's method, and in the end of 1517 published at Frankfurt a series of 106 propositions, in which he stated anew all the theories which Luther had attacked. His basis was that the inner penitence of the heart, which Luther had taken as the only essential in repentance, did not dispense with the need of satisfaction, for God would leave no sin unavenged. Starting from this, he denounced Luther's theses one by one as erroneous. He did not so much argue as contradict, but it is noticeable that what Luther had said generally about the Pope, Tetzel applied specifically and inserted the name of Leo instead of the generic title of the Pope. To make more clear his meaning that he looked solely to the papal power for the support of indulgences, he issued a second series of propositions in honor of the Apostolic See, in which he asserted that the Pope alone could determine matters of faith and authoritatively interpret Scripture, that he could not err when pronouncing a judicial decision, that no man, not even a general council, could define the faith about indulgences, but only the Pope, that the Church held many truths which were not to be found in Scripture or in the more ancient doctors, that it was heretical to call in question anything which had been approved by the Roman Church. It was understood at the time that these propositions, though appearing in Tetzel's name, were mainly the work of the Frankfurt theologian Konrad Wimpina. At all events, they served to indicate the line of defense which Luther's opponents would adopt. Meanwhile, Leo X had received Luther's theses from the Archbishop of Mainz, and at first regarded the controversy as a monk's quarrel, a continuation of the strife which raged about Reuchlin. In February 1518, he referred the matter to the general of the Augustinians, Gabriel Venetus, with orders to act promptly and extinguish the flame before it had time to burn up into a conflagration. Leo's sympathies were with the new learning, and he had no wish to face questions of principle. Antagonism must be avoided and disputes patched up. It was only a question of skillful management. But the theologians in Rome did not take the matter so easily. The Dominican, Sylvester Mazzolini, called Prierius from his birthplace, master of the papal palace, had already taken a decided part against Reuchlin, and was of opinion that the lenity shown in his case was encouraging ecclesiastical disorder. As a devoted disciple of St. Thomas, he felt bound to lay aside the important work of commenting on the Summa of his great master, and devote 3 days to the refutation of Luther. His attitude towards Luther was one of lofty contempt for one who was at once so obstinate and so ignorant. He wished to see whether Luther had an iron nose or a brazen head, so hard that they could not be smashed in the encounter. In the first place, Luther had laid no foundation for his position. Prierius was not going to follow his example, but would make it clear on what grounds his argument was based. 1. The universal church was in its essence the assembly of all Christians. Virtually, it was the Roman Church, and the Roman Church was virtually the Pope. 2. As the universal church cannot err about faith and morals, so a council presided over by the Pope cannot err in the long run, though it may err at first, but if it seeks for the truth, is certain to find it at last. In like manner, the Pope cannot err when he gives an official decision. 3. He is a heretic who does not accept the doctrine of the Roman Church and the Pope as the rule of faith. 4. The Roman Church gives its decisions by acts as well as by words, so custom has the force of law, and anyone who doubts the acts of the Church in faith or morals is a heretic. These positions obviously assumed the questions which Luther wished to discuss. Luther contended that the people were taught views about penance which had never received the formal sanction of the Church. He was answered that custom was the same as law. He wished to discuss the exact value which the Church attached to indulgences. He was told that popes granted them, and that it was heretical to go beyond that fact. Further, so far as the question might be discussed, what the popes meant by the grant of indulgences, Prierius contented himself with references to St. Thomas, whose works had been approved as the rule of the faith of the Roman Church. Prierius even praised the goodness of the Pope, who was content with the voluntary offerings of his people in return for indulgences, whereas as king endowed alike with spiritual and temporal power, he might demand them by right. He was not bound to argue with men calling themselves Christians who were ill-affected. He could leave them to be silenced by the secular arm. Prierius, in fact, refused to discuss the question of indulgences on its own merits. It was in his mind only a particular case of the use of the papal power. Indulgences meant what the Pope declared them to mean. What that meaning was might be gathered from the scholastic doctors. In what sense that meaning was explained to the popular mind was apparently not worth considering. Prierius so completely ignored Luther's object that he called his book a dialogue about the power of the Pope against the presumptuous conclusions of Martin Luther. Before answering the many clamors which Luther knew to be raised against him, he set to work to explain more carefully the contents of his theses, and in May 1518 finished his Resolutiones Disputationum de Virtute Indulgentiarum. This was for the most part a restatement of his original positions, with citations of authorities and arguments. He emphasized his central opinion, that the current theories about indulgences rested upon the teaching of a series of schoolmen who started from the writings of St. Thomas and St. Bonaventura and expended their ingenuity in turning into doctrines the speculations and opinions of those great teachers. He spoke out on these subjects because men had become desperate of any real reform in the Church, and concerted action was impossible. He believed in the uprightness and erudition of Leo X, but what could he do single-handed in the confusion of the present age, coming after such popes as Alexander VI and Julius II? But Luther felt bound to face the fact that there was ground for thinking that some popes had showed a disposition to favor the opinion that they had power over purgatory. "I am not moved," he said, "by the thought of what pleases or displeases the Pope. He is a man as I am. There have been many popes who have been guilty not only of errors but vices. I listen to the Pope as Pope, that is, as he speaks in the canons or according to the canons, or determines with a council, but not as he speaks according to his own head, lest I should be driven to say that some of the horrid bloodshed of Julius II was a benefit conferred on Christ's sheep. The Pope," he continues, "has no power to make new articles of faith. Even if the greater part of Christendom agreed with the Pope, it would not be heretical to dissent till the matter had been decided by general council." Thus the greater part of Christendom believed in the Immaculate Conception of the Virgin, but it was not heretical to gainsay it. The treasury of the Church, out of which it was said that indulgences were given, could not be the merits of the saints, for no one had entirely fulfilled the law of God, nor the merits of Christ, for that was the treasure of the whole Church, not applicable to indulgences only. In fact, though Luther did not speak out his full mind, and strove to retain indulgences as a ministerial remission of temporal punishment, it is clear that he found some difficulty in vindicating for them any useful place. He wished to be as submissive as possible, but he had already come to the conclusion that indulgences were only illusory, and stood in the way of genuine efforts after amendment of life. Still, his general attitude was one of a seeker after truth, who was willing to submit to the voice of authority. He sent his book to his diocesan with a letter in which he asked them to revise or destroy it if he thought fit. "I only dispute," he said, "I do not assert." He sent it to Staupitz as the head of his order in Germany, asking him to forward it to the Pope. He wrote a letter to Leo X, in which he spoke of the scandals caused by the sale of indulgences, pointed out that the difference between him and his opponents depended on the value attached to the scholastic philosophy and the authority of Aristotle, and ended by declaring himself to be prostrate before the Pope's feet. "Do with me as you will. I will acknowledge your voice, the voice of Christ presiding and speaking in you. If I have deserved death, I will not refuse to die." He still expressed himself in the language to which he had been accustomed, and spoke with all a monk's humility. He was prepared for a long and stubborn controversy, but there was room for this in the Church. If Thomists were divided against Scotists, if the schoolmen were divided into parties, why should not he dissent from St. Thomas on some point and have his differences discussed? He considered that he had cleared himself of any suspicion of heresy by prefacing his resolutions with a statement that he wished to say nothing which was not contained in the Scriptures, the Fathers recognized by the Roman Church, the canons and decretals. As to the opinions of St. Thomas, St. Bonaventura, and the other schoolmen, he considered himself at liberty to criticize them, though he knew that some Thomists maintained that St. Thomas had been in all things approved by the Church. This rejection of scholastic in favor of biblical theology was still further emphasized in a reply to Prierius, which followed almost immediately after the publication of the resolutions, and which Luther contemptuously said was the work of 2 days. In this reply, Luther's controversial temper certainly overshot the mark of modesty. He says truly enough that the dialogue of Prierius was supercilious, but he adds, and entirely Italian and Thomistic. Throughout his reply he jibes at St. Thomas, at Aristotle, and at scholastic learning. He denies the fundamental position of Prierius that the Church is virtually the Pope. "I hold the Church to be virtually in Christ and representatively only in a council. If the virtual Church is the Pope, what horrors shall we have to reckon in the Church? The bloodshed of Julius II, the tyranny of Boniface VIII. You will not persuade us, under the name of your virtual and representative Church, to revere such things. Our Germans say that your book was not so much written to refute Luther as to flatter the Pope and the cardinals." He was willing to allow that the Pope was the ministerial head of the Church, but the faith of the Church depended on the definitions of general councils. "You call the Roman Church the rule of faith. I have always believed that the faith was the rule of the Roman Church. The Roman Church has preserved the faith because it has held by the Scriptures and the Fathers of the Church." It appeared to Luther's mind inconceivable that the Pope, if once he faced the position, could accept as beyond dispute the theories of the schoolmen, or should be willing to declare them beyond the reach of challenge. The theologian with whom Luther had most sympathy was Gerson, and in many of his utterances he approximated to the consular theory of the Church. But even here he did not adopt any absolute view. "Both a pope and a council may err," he said. It would seem that he reserved the right of the Christian consciousness, resting on the Scriptures and primitive theology, to go behind modern practice and modern theory, and criticize the basis of ecclesiastical institutions when they affected the development of the spiritual life of the individual. This last point, however, was only in the background. The practical issue raised by Luther was that of the meaning of indulgences. The replies of Luther's antagonists had led him to declare that the mere sanction of papal usage was not enough to bind the Church, or at least was not enough to put the matter beyond discussion. Doubtless the eye of the experienced theologian saw many dangers that might arise from a protracted controversy, and wished in the interests of peace to avoid it. But the question before the Pope was whether or no such a controversy was legitimate. It was one thing to moderate it and keep it within limits. It was another thing to prohibit it altogether. Luther had said many things which ran counter to the prevalent tendency of theological thought, and had asserted his individual opinions with undue emphasis. But he insisted that he was within a domain which was open for controversy, because there had as yet been no authoritative expression of formulated opinion. He had said nothing that was manifestly contrary to decretals or canons. If sometimes he spoke rashly, his utterances were still capable of explanation. Germany was in a condition of intellectual ebullience, as had been seen in the quarrel about Reuchlin. Would it not be wise to give Luther considerable latitude, to leave him to the theologians of Germany, and let the controversy die out? Perhaps this would have been Leo X's inclination, if the matter had not been of practical importance. But if indulgences were to be questioned, their marketable value would decline, and this was a serious matter. The Archbishop of Mainz, as a man of business who found his interests menaced, had referred Luther's theses to the Pope. Leo at first hoped that Luther would be admonished by the superior of his order to behave more discreetly, but it does not seem that any active steps were taken, and Luther's immediate superior in Germany, Staupitz, was too much of Luther's opinion to interfere with any effect. When the theological learning of Prierius only roused Luther's combative temper, Leo seems to have been persuaded that he must take the matter in hand, and in July a citation was issued ordering Luther to appear within 60 days in Rome and answer to the charge of heresy. The commissioners appointed to examine him were Girolamo Ghinucci, Bishop of Asili, auditor of the Camera, and Sylvester Prierius, whose opinion had been already declared. The appointment of Prierius is strange, and can best be accounted for by the supposition that it was intended to give Luther an opportunity for delay, by enabling him to protest against one of his judges as a literary antagonist. Luther, however, did not take advantage of this point. His desire was that the cause should be decided in Germany, and he suggested that his prince, the Elector of Saxony, should afford him an excuse for not appearing in Rome by refusing a safe conduct through his territories. This subterfuge was, however, unnecessary, for Cardinal Rovere had already written to the Elector, who expressed himself neutral about the question in dispute, but demanded for Luther a fair trial. As the reputation of his new university was at stake, this was a reasonable demand, and the Pope agreed that Luther's case should be examined by the Cardinal Legate, who was then in Germany, attending the Diet which was sitting at Augsburg. When Luther set out for Augsburg at the end of September 1518, he was conscious that he did not stand alone. His cause had been espoused by the students of Wittenberg, who showed a somewhat boisterous loyalty to their teacher by seizing all the copies of Tetzel's propositions which were in Wittenberg and burning them in the marketplace. Further, Luther had spoken out in his letters to men like Staupitz and Spalatin, the chaplain of the Elector Frederick, and he knew that he had their sympathy and support. He dreamed of a strong theological school at Wittenberg, which should war against the schoolmen and their great founder Aristotle, and should revive the study of strictly biblical theology. In this hope he was greatly encouraged by the arrival in Wittenberg on August 25th of Melanchthon, who, though only 21 years old, had already won a considerable reputation for learning. Philip Schwarzert, son of an armourer of Bretten in the Palatinate, was a great-nephew of Reuchlin, who encouraged him in his career. When the Elector Frederick asked Reuchlin's advice about a professor of Greek for Wittenberg, Reuchlin did not hesitate to commend his nephew as the soundest scholar in Germany after Erasmus. Melanchthon's first lecture at Wittenberg sufficed to do away with the unfavourable impression produced by his small stature, his physical feebleness, and his nervous manner. Luther was delighted with his new colleague, and when Melanchthon began to lecture on Homer and St. Paul's epistle to Titus side by side, Luther's hopes of the future of Wittenberg rose higher and higher. "We are all learning Greek," he wrote, "that we may understand the Bible." German scholarship might yet win new triumphs. As Hutten was striving to beat the Italian humanists in mastery of Latin style, so Luther was ready to do his best to carry on the contest in the region of theology. The Romans have too long mocked us as thickheads with their twistings and subtleties. End of section 9. Section 10 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 6 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 6, Chapter 3, The Rise of Luther, Part 4. Thus Luther felt that he had a cause to maintain: his own honor and freedom, the good name of his university, the future of German theology, and the national aspiration to be rid of foreign influence. He went with many misgivings, but he went resolved to do his best. "I will never be a heretic," he wrote to Spallettino. "I may err in disputing, but I do not wish to decide anything. At the same time, I do not wish to be enslaved by the opinions of men." The ostensible cause of the meeting of the Diet of Augsburg in August 1518 was to devise means for a crusade against the Turk. Such an expedition was sorely needed in the interests of Christendom, and the Pope was justified in urging it warmly on the attention of all. Maximilian also was in search of adventure, and would gladly have seen himself at the head of a German army. But the German princes were too much engaged in their personal affairs to feel any practical sympathy with their brethren who were menaced on the eastern borders. They answered the legate's appeal by rehearsing the grievances which Germany endured from the Papacy. It was the weakness of the papal position that no one trusted it, and it was easy to parry its exhortations to patriotic conduct by showing that German patriotism held the Papacy to be as much its foe as the Turk, and had reforms to make at home before it turned its attention abroad. When the news of this refusal reached the Pope, he sent an angry answer to his legate. There was no ground for complaints about his dealings with Germany. He did nothing save maintain the reasonable rights enjoyed by his predecessors. Anything that could be proved to be extraordinary he would abolish, but he would not resign the privileges of the Holy See to satisfy the clamor of the thoughtless mob. So wrote Leo, conscious of his political importance to the emperor, who wished to procure the election of his grandson Charles as king of the Romans, and his own coronation as emperor. The Diet had dispersed after showing that it could be led by neither pope nor emperor, when Luther arrived at Augsburg on October 12th. Maximilian, in a letter to the Pope, had shown his accustomed shrewdness in estimating the gravity of the issue now submitted. He warned him that old principles were being called in question, and that the works of the doctors of the Church were left unread, or were even ridiculed. The Reuchlin controversy had stirred men's minds. The controversy about indulgences threatened to be still more dangerous. Unless the Pope managed to put an end to these disputes, they would lead to a widespread movement against authority. So wrote Maximilian, perhaps with a view of warning the Pope how much he needed the imperial support in Germany. Anyhow, he threw on Leo the responsibility of quieting the agitation. He did not profess that he himself was able or willing to deal with it, but Leo and his advisers paid no heed to the emperor's hint. They could not plead ignorance of the intellectual temper of Germany, for they had before them the literature of the Reuchlin controversy. They could not refuse to admit the right of theological discussion, for they had condoned the hardy speculations of Pomponazzo. The question raised by Luther did not concern any fundamental doctrine of the Christian faith. It touched upon points of admitted difficulty, about which various opinions had been expressed by learned theologians, but it was a matter in which speculative opinions could not be indulged without involving some practical changes in the conduct of the business of the papal court. Slowly and persistently, the ever-increasing number of officials had found employment for their energies and had built up a system on the basis of papal autocracy. It was very inconvenient to have any part of this system challenged. It was undignified to explain it. Luther might raise abstract questions at pleasure. He might discuss the meaning of Scripture or the doctrines of the Church. But no man must dispute the plain meaning of a document which bore the Pope's signature or proceeded from any of the papal courts. If this were once allowed, there would be no end to the practical difficulties which would ensue. Germany showed an unpleasant tendency towards unprofitable talk, and it was time that this should be checked. It was only necessary to put on a bold front and state in all its solidarity the claim of the papacy to unlimited obedience. The Lateran Council had accepted it without reserve. What the Church had accepted must be practically enforced. Prierius had stated the position of the Curia, and his principles must be upheld. The papal policy towards Luther was the result of the triumph of officials over statesmen in the papal court. So the task of dealing with Luther was entrusted to the cardinal legate in Germany, Tommaso de Vio, known as Creighton, from his birthplace near Gaeta. Prierius had demolished Luther's arguments. Creighton must order him to be silent. No man could have been better fitted for the purpose. From his boyhood, Tommaso had devoted himself to the study of the writings of St. Thomas, whose name he took on entering the Dominican order. His fame as a theologian won for him a professorship at Rome, where he made his reputation by organizing the Lateran Council and forging the weapons whereby the Council of Pisa was overthrown. His speech, delivered at the opening of the council, enforced with unwonted precision the position that the papal supremacy was of divine institution, and remained on record as the clearest statement of the actual principles on which the government of the Church was founded. For this signal service he was called by Leo X to the cardinalate, and was sent to Germany as a man of solid learning and great reputation. No man seemed better fitted to compose a theological dispute and overawe rebellion by the weight of his authority. Unfortunately, Creighton's training had not developed his intellectual sympathies. He had made up his mind that Aristotle was the first among philosophers by reason of his perception of the divine order of the universe, and that St. Thomas was the first among theologians by reason of his perception of the divine order in the mind of man. Order was the one object of his pursuit, and order required obedience to authority. In the matter of indulgences, Creighton was in many points in sympathy with Luther. He had written on the subject, and his opinions were opposed to the current practice of indulgence preachers. He held that an indulgence was only valid when granted for a lawful cause, and that it required a penitent condition of mind in the receiver. Even after receiving indulgences, penitence was necessary as a medicine to the soul. So careful was Creighton to clear his mind on the points which Luther had raised, that he spent his leisure moments at Augsburg in resolving questions concerning indulgences after the approved method employed by his master. It was his duty to tell Luther that he was wrong, so he proved to his own satisfaction that Luther's error lay in the raw, hasty, and unscholarly method which he had adopted, and his absence of respect for the limitations with which all trained intelligences ought to express their conclusions. Having come to this decision, Creighton, had he been wise, would have seen the necessity of rapid and conciliatory action. Had he approached Luther immediately on his arrival as a brother scholar, he might have prepared the way for an agreement. But Cajetan would not descend from the dignity of a papal legate, and awaited Luther as a judge awaits a culprit. Luther arrived in Augsburg on October 7, 1518, and was advised by his friends not to place himself in Cajetan's hands till he had received the imperial safe conduct. So for 5 days Luther listened to stories about Cajetan with growing suspicion, while officious busybodies tendered him their advice. An Italian diplomatist, the envoy of the Marquis of Montserrat, in an off-handed way, recommended him to submit to Cajetan, to withdraw all that he had said amiss, and not to expect a discussion. This flippant way of treating religious convictions as though they were matters of temporal expediency was very distasteful to Luther. "If," he answered, "it can be shown that I have spoken contrary to the Church, I will be my own judge and will sing a palinode. But the difficulty lies here. If the legate holds to the opinions of St. Thomas beyond the decree and authority of the Church, I cannot yield till the Church has revoked the decree on which I rely." "Ha," was the answer, "you wish for a tournament after all." The talk only ended by leaving Luther disgusted with Italian levity. When Luther appeared before Cajetan on October 12th, Cajetan's first object was to save his own dignity and maintain his judicial position. He would not hold a disputation either in public or in private, and he had no notion of a friendly talk. He at once laid before Luther what was expected of him. The Pope demanded a revocation of his errors, and future silence about them and everything which might disturb the peace of the Church. Nothing could have been more ill-advised. Luther had raised a practical question on moral and spiritual grounds. He might have been led to see that he had made some intellectual mistakes, that he had used exaggerated language, and had not fully considered his points in their relations to the rest of the ecclesiastical system. But the first step towards this end was sympathy with his moral aims, an admission of the need of some reform, and a recognition that the system of indulgences as a whole was beset with difficulties. Cajetan spoke of none of these things. He demanded silence, without a word of sympathy or the faintest promise of reform. And the sole ground for his demand was obedience to the papal authority as represented by himself. If Cajetan's method of proceeding was dictated by a desire to avoid anything like discussion, it was singularly ill-adapted to its purpose. Luther naturally asked to be informed what were the errors which he was called upon to revoke. Cajetan brought forth 2 points. 1. The proposition that the merits of Christ were not the treasure of indulgences was contrary to the extravagant of Clement VI. 2. The proposition that faith was necessary to one who approached the sacrament of penance, otherwise he approached it to his judgment, was erroneous, as no one knew whether he would obtain grace or not. These points were carefully chosen so as to cover in an unobtrusive way the central conceptions of Luther's position. After some verbal fencing, Luther said that the papal decretals sometimes twisted Scripture and merely repeated the opinion of St. Thomas. Cajetan thereupon asserted that the Pope was above a council, above Scripture, above all things in the Church. The Council of Basel had been swept away, the opinions of the Gersonists condemned. Opposed to this summary view, Luther urged the appeal of the University of Paris against the abrogation of the Pragmatic Sanction as a proof that the views of the consular party were still alive. An aimless discussion followed in which no progress was made. Next day Luther began by a protest that he followed the Holy Roman Church in all things, that he was seeking after truth, and ought not to be compelled unheard and unconvicted to revoke. He was not conscious of having said anything contrary to Scripture, the Fathers, the decretals of the popes, or right reason. Still, being liable to error, he was ready to submit to the lawful judgment of the Church. For this purpose, he was ready to give account of his opinions in writing or in disputation, and to be judged by the universities of Basel, Freiburg, Louvain, and Paris. This was not at all to Cajetan's mind. His object was not discussion, but silence, and he again insisted on recantation without more dispute. Luther offered to put his answer into writing, and at the request of Staupitz this was allowed. The document which Luther submitted to the legate showed a strong desire to be conciliatory. It is true that he still maintained that papal decretals, though they ought to be listened to as the voice of St. Peter, should be tested by Scripture and the consciousness of the faithful. For even St. Peter had erred, and his opinion did not prevail at the Council of Jerusalem till it had met with the consent of the Church. But he urged that the language of the bull of Clement VI, if carefully interpreted, did not contradict his position. The term "the merits of Christ" may be used in two senses. Strictly speaking, the merits of Christ are imparted by the Holy Spirit only to the faithful soul. But in a secondary sense, the merits of Christ may signify the results which flowed from them, amongst which is the power of the keys entrusted to his Church. It may therefore be said that the merits of Christ are the treasure of indulgences, meaning that the power of the keys flows from the merits of Christ, and by the power of the keys the Pope can remit the satisfaction due for sin. A close examination of the words of the decretal shows that it will bear this meaning, for it does not say that the merits of Christ are the treasure of the Church, but that Christ acquired a treasure for the Church, thus distinguishing between the cause and its effects. Though Luther gave this interpretation, he expressed himself willing to change it for a better, and submitted himself to the judgment of the Church. On the second point to which Cajetan had taken exception, the necessity of faith for justification, Luther pleaded that his views were neither new nor erroneous. He brought forward texts of Scripture and quoted St. Augustine and St. Bernard in his favor. Unless it could be shown that he had misinterpreted these authorities, he must adhere to them and obey God rather than man. He ended by imploring Cajetan to intercede for him with the Pope, that he do not cast into darkness a soul which is only seeking the light of truth, and is most ready to give way, to change, and revoke everything when it has been taught how they are to be understood differently. Luther handed this document to Cajetan, who looked at it and said that it should be forwarded to the Pope. Meanwhile, he demanded a full revocation. Luther expected that his pleadings had at least shown cause why he should not be called upon to revoke at once, and was indignant. Further talk led to no result, and finally Cajetan testily exclaimed, "Unless you revoke, begone, and do not come into my sight again." Luther resented the attempt to override him without argument. Cajetan was a great theologian. Why did he not speak accordingly? Why did he not grapple with the arguments laid before him? "He may be a distinguished Thomist," wrote Luther, "but as a theologian and a Christian he is incoherent, obscure, and unintelligent, no more fit to judge this matter than a donkey is to play the harp." Cajetan made another attempt to influence Luther. He sent to him his old friends Staupitz and Wenzel Link, that they might represent in friendly fashion his duty of obedience. Staupitz frankly admitted that he was not equal to Luther in theological knowledge. He was rent asunder by his intellectual sympathy with Luther's opinions and his sense of monastic discipline. He said that he could, and ended by absolving Luther from his vow of obedience to himself as vicar of the Augustinian congregation. Next day he left Augsburg, as no longer wishing to have any responsibility. Luther was touched by the obvious disquietude of his oldest friend, and on October 17th wrote again to Cajetan, acknowledging that he had spoken intemperately about the Pope, offering to express publicly his regret, and to keep silence about indulgences, if silence were only imposed on his antagonists. He could not revoke his opinions until the Church had spoken. He begged that his case might be referred to the Pope. In the light of the future, we see that Luther had yielded a great deal, and had Cajetan been politic, he would have accepted this basis of reconciliation. He had seen enough of the temper of Germany to show him that it was unwise to keep open this dangerous controversy, that it was hazardous to risk a conflict between the papal claims and the spirit of theological inquiry. Maximilian had warned the Pope that he must find some way of quieting the growing excitement. It was clear that Frederick of Saxony had taken up an attitude of neutrality and would not allow his university to be discredited without reason shown. Cajetan's interviews with Luther ought to have taught him that he was dealing with no ordinary man, that Luther had a powerful nature which was bound to find utterance, that he had a genius for the expression of religious sentiment, that he was not an academician defending a thesis, but a teacher with a profound sense of the responsibility of his task. It is true that a trained theologian might discern in Luther dangerous tendencies of which he himself was not conscious, but that foresight should have impressed him with the need of caution. It was clear that Luther had no wish to rebel, but was not to be reduced to silence by the mere command of authority. Friendly mediation had induced him to admit that in some things he had spoken unadvisedly, and to promise silence for a time. If Cajetan had seized upon this concession, if even now he had expressed any sympathy, if he had given him an assurance of kindly consideration at the papal court, if he had tried still further to narrow the issue which had been raised, much might have been averted. For Luther was not a man who had clearly formulated opinions, which were logically bound to lead to certain consequences. He only wished to impart to others the views on which his own soul's life was founded. They might be narrow, they might be too strongly expressed, they might be applied in an exaggerated way, they might be difficult to adjust with the current system. But the times admitted of a display of new enthusiasm. There was nothing absolutely new in Luther's opinions, nothing that might not be directed into a proper channel. The one thing to avoid was disputation in Germany, for Luther was a formidable controversialist, and his views were sure to develop before opposition. If he could have been made to feel that at the Roman court he would meet with something like sympathy, he would have been content to wait. End of section 10. Section 11 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 6 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Pamela Nagami. Book 6, Chapter 3, The Rise of Luther, Part 5. But Cajetan was an official to whom obedience was the supreme duty. His orders had been to induce Luther to revoke, and when Luther refused to revoke as fully as he had demanded, he would have no further dealings with him. He had an intellectual contempt for novelty and enthusiasm. When Luther left his presence, he said with a smile to his attendants, "This fellow wants fresher eggs than the market supplies." Disobedience must be put down. He did not stay to consider by what means. Luther thought that he had gone to the furthest limits of submission and awaited an answer. When no answer came, his melting mood passed away. He knew that he brought an honest soul to the service of the Church. He asked only for fair consideration, and he was treated with disdain. If such was the attitude of the legate, what was to be expected from the Pope? He could look for nothing but that he would be condemned unheard, that the process already instituted before Prierius and Genucci would run its formal course, and that sentence would be pronounced on the simple issue that he had contradicted the language of a papal decretal. To Luther such a result seemed intolerable. He knew that there were many thoughtful men in Germany who shared his opinions. He had made many friends in Augsburg. Public sympathy was on his side, feeling that he had not been fairly dealt with. His mind passed through a sudden revulsion. He had done his best for peace, but he was not prepared for unconditional surrender. If there was to be war, he must do his best to defend himself. So on October 16th, he wrote to the legate informing him that his friends urged him to lodge an appeal, framed according to precedent, from the Pope ill-informed to the Pope when he was better informed. He was unwilling to adopt this course, but it seemed to his friends to be the only alternative to a revocation for which he was not prepared without an authoritative expression of the opinion of the Church. Again he gave Creighton an opportunity of asking him to delay till he had consulted the Pope. But Creighton had no doubt that Luther's obstinacy was not to be reasoned with, but must be crushed. The Pope had already spoken definitely enough through his legate, and no question could be raised about the plenitude of the papal power to decide all matters, even though, as Luther urged, they were doubtful, full of contrary opinions, undetermined, open to discussion, and not concerned with matters necessary to salvation. Luther received no answer, and after waiting 2 days at Augsburg, wrote off secretly to Wittenberg, leaving his appeal to be lodged by a notary with the cardinal. On his way back he received a letter from Spalattino enclosing a papal brief addressed to Creighton and dated August 23rd, in which Luther was said to have been already pronounced a heretic by the papal commissioner Genucci. Creighton was ordered to take him into custody and bring him to Rome unless he revoked. If he could not be captured, all his adherents were to be excommunicated. Luther regarded this brief as a forgery of his enemies for the purpose of terrifying him, but the possibility of its genuineness filled him with indignation, and anyhow he saw that he must take all precautions for his personal safety. At Augsburg he had measured the political opposition felt by patriotic Germans against papal interference, and had learned that he would have considerable support in withstanding the Pope. He returned to Wittenberg full of joy and peace, and resolved, if need were, to appeal from the Pope to a council. Creighton was convinced that he had done all that could be done, and thought that he had been ill-used by Staupitz and Luther. In a leisurely way he wrote his complaint to the Elector Frederick, begging him to send Luther to Rome, or at least to exile him from his dominions. Frederick's answer ought to have convinced Creighton of the gravity of the situation. He did not approve of the attempt to extort from Luther a recantation while his cause was still pending. Many learned men in Germany thought that there was nothing heretical in Luther's opinions. He would not expel from his dominions a man who had not been convicted of error. He had sent the legate's letter to Luther and enclosed his answer. It would be seen that Luther was ready to submit to the judgment of universities. Finally, he begged to be informed of the exact nature of Luther's heresy. This decision of the Elector secured for the time Luther's personal safety at Wittenberg, and he continued his teaching with such effect that the study of St. Thomas was entirely abandoned for that of Duns Scotus, and Luther looked forward to the time when that also would disappear, and a pure philosophy and pure theology would draw all their principles from their own sources. The sense of a mission grew still stronger in his mind, and he was determined not to be overborne by the mere voice of papal authority. He wrote an account of what had occurred at Augsburg, which was published early in December, against the wish of the elector, who tried, when it was too late, to stop the publication. This was meant to prepare public opinion for a step which had been already taken, an appeal from the Pope to a future council. In drawing up this appeal, Luther closely followed the form used by the University of Paris against the abrogation of the Pragmatic Sanction, and his immediate object was to identify his cause with theirs, in case the Pope, out of the plenitude not of his power but of his tyranny, should disregard his first appeal. But Luther had really little in common with the remnants of the consular ideas, which still showed some vitality amongst the Paris doctors. He had no belief in the infallibility of a council, any more than in the infallibility of the Pope. The step was merely taken as a precautionary measure against a hasty condemnation by the papal judges. He had meant the appeal to be kept secret. He had it printed and intended to keep the copies by him for ready distribution if need arose. But Luther's matter was now an object of popular interest, and the printer would not lose the chance of gaining a market. The appeal was published soon after the Acta Augustana, to Luther's great annoyance, though he soon regarded it as God's will. Luther's reason for this step was uneasiness at the news of the approach of an envoy from the Pope to the Elector Frederick, bearing the golden rose, which the Pope had bestowed on the Elector as a mark of his special favour. The envoy was Karl von Miltitz, son of a Saxon nobleman, who, after being educated at Köln, went to Rome, where he was made a papal chamberlain and acted as representative of the Saxon court. Miltitz was thus likely to be acceptable to the Elector, and Luther dreaded the possible effects of papal blandishments. It was rumoured that Miltitz was the bearer of papal briefs, addressed to all who were likely to help him, ordering that Luther should be seized and sent to Rome for trial. And as a matter of fact, the papal letters to the Elector of Saxony and his advisers called Luther a son of Satan, and requested that his excessive rashness should be checked, lest the fair fame of the Elector be tarnished by his protection of a heretic. Whatever might have been the instructions of Miltitz, he used his own discretion in discharging them. He had not lived so long in Italy as to have lost the power of understanding his own countrymen. He saw at once that the views current in the papal court about Luther were founded upon no knowledge of the facts. He found that Luther was not an elderly professor, but a man in the prime of life, full of vigour, strong in the popular sympathy felt for one who was being unjustly persecuted by Italian priests for speaking out about their greediness, but still stronger in the favour with which his opinions were regarded by the educated classes. Miltitz was so impressed by what he saw and heard in confidential talks with old friends that he resolved to appear before Frederick in his private capacity before he presented the papal letters. He determined to play the part of mediator and devise a means of reconciling Luther with the Pope. As a first step, he summoned Tetzel before him, reprimanded him for several unauthorized acts, and put him to such shame that Luther wrote to comfort him. Early in January 1519, he had an interview with Luther at Altenburg in Spallettino's presence. Luther's friends urged upon him to be prudent and make such concessions as he could. Miltitz was kindly and did not so much try to argue or prescribe terms as to ascertain how much Luther would yield. One of Luther's chief motives was a desire to spare the Elector further trouble, and he did his utmost to meet Miltitz's advances. We see the traces of the common sense of a man of the world like Miltitz reflected in Luther's undertaking to keep silence, provided his opponents did the same. So he writes, "The matter will bleed itself to death, for if my writing had been left unanswered, the song would have been sung out long ago, and everyone would have been tired of it." Further, Luther undertook to write an apologetic letter to the Pope and write an admonition to all men to obey the Roman Church. Miltitz, on his part, undertook to make a full report to the Pope and urge him to refer Luther's case to some learned German bishop, who should point out any articles which might be erroneous, and Luther would willingly recant if he was convinced of any error. Luther was so far hopeful of success that he proceeded to discuss the choice of a bishop who should be named as a judge. Further, at the end of February, he published in German an instruction addressed to the people. In it he said that the invocation of saints was to be used for spiritual blessings, that purgatory was to be believed, but its nature and object were not clearly revealed, that indulgences were useful as a release from satisfaction for sin, that the commands of the Church were to be obeyed, but God's commands were to be esteemed above them, that God's grace is the one source of holiness, and that good works spring from it, that the Roman Church is honored by God above others. The exact nature of its superiority and power is for learned men to discuss, but all should have regard to unity and not withstand the commands of the Pope. On March 3rd, Luther wrote to the Pope and expressed his sorrow that what he had done to protect the honor of the Roman Church had brought upon him suspicion. To revoke his opinions would be of no use, for they had taken root in men's minds, and a revocation without reason given would only increase men's discontent. He confessed that the Roman Church was above all things in heaven and earth, save only Jesus Christ, the Lord of all. He would say nothing more about indulgences and would be silent altogether if his adversaries would keep silence also. There is no reason to accuse Luther of insincerity in these proposals. It is true that they do not harmonize with the opinions which he soon afterwards expressed, but Luther would never have been the leader of a great rebellion if he had clearly known whither he was tending. His only wish was for liberty to teach what he himself felt. He was conscious that discussion had reached the limits within which it was likely to be useful. If only controversy might cease for a time, knowledge would grow, and any attempt at a fair decision of the question which had been raised would be fruitful of results. He was not anxious to speak out any further. Indeed, he was not certain whither speech in the face of opposition might lead him. But he already felt that he was at the head of a party, that others depended upon him, and that he was not justified in entirely abandoning the ground which he had already occupied. He could not well retire amidst the derision of his opponents. He could not allow his protest, whether ill-timed or not, to be the means of securing the victory of the opinions which he had challenged. He did violence to himself for the sake of peace, but the first step in the negotiations must be the silence of his opponents. From that he could judge of the hopes of the future. The Pope was doubtless informed by Miltitz of Luther's promises, and it was in his power to have so far welcomed them as to impose silence on all in Germany until the question had been further considered. No word, however, was heard from Rome, and Luther, while proposing peace, was preparing for war. He could not well afford to do otherwise. Eck was determined to keep the matter open and show how the champion of orthodoxy could dispose of innovators by the weapons of dialectic. Had Leo X been wise, the disputation at Leipzig would never have taken place. Had he commanded silence, and referred certain definite points to the judgment of a commission of German bishops, he might have obtained evidence of the need of some readjustment of the papal system to meet the needs of Germany, which was awakening to a new life. It would have required open-mindedness to have achieved the task of reconciliation between the new and the old, but as yet the breach was not hopeless. Luther only asked that certain points should be left open for discussion. He himself admitted that if they were discussed, they might not come to much. It is noticeable that already he attached only slight importance to the question of indulgences with which the controversy began. In his letter to the Elector of November 19th, 1518, he professed his willingness to modify his statements on that point. If the merits of Christ are the treasure of indulgences, nothing is thereby added to them. If not, nothing is taken from them. Indulgences remain what they are, however they be puffed and magnified. But he insisted that the necessity of faith for a right reception of the sacraments was so clearly laid down in Scripture that he could not withdraw from this opinion. It is obvious that all he wished for was liberty to teach the primary necessity of faith. Hence he was not moved from his conciliatory attitude by the fact that Leo X sided against him on the question of indulgences. Miltitz was the bearer of a decretal addressed to Cardinal Cajetan, which defined the teaching of the Roman Church. By the power of the keys committed to St. Peter and his successors, the guilt of sin could be remitted by the sacrament of penance, its temporal punishment by indulgences, which proceeded from the superabundant merits of Christ and the saints. The authority of the Pope could confer an indulgence by means of absolution, and could transfer it to those in purgatory by means of intercession. This was an authoritative summary of the broad lines of scholastic teaching, but it was carefully worded. It cited no previous authorities. It made no reference to Luther by name. It did not attack his arguments. Luther was not careful to make himself acquainted with the contents of the decretal. After all, men might please themselves whether or no they purchased indulgences, and his protest had already done much to check the traffic in them. He was willing to accept the decretal. If this was so, the papacy had fairly vindicated its position. Luther had apologized for any disrespectful utterance and had professed obedience. He would submit to the judgment of a learned German bishop. There was an opportunity for reflection, a chance of a time of truce in which personal heat might subside and the points at issue be clearly discerned. Had Leo X commanded silence and submitted some carefully chosen points for a report from a commission of German bishops, he would certainly have won a great measure of German sympathy to his side. Men did not object to the principle of the papal supremacy, but they had begun to criticize the way in which it was exercised. About the technical question of theology which Luther raised, few felt themselves qualified to judge. But all could see that a man of high character and great religious enthusiasm, whose opinions seemed tenable to many learned men in Germany, was not thought worthy even of a fair trial, but was simply ordered to revoke at the dictation of an Italian bishop. The papal supremacy was well enough, but this was not the way to exercise it, and Luther knew that he would have many followers in a determined resistance to what he regarded as tyranny. But the Roman Curia was incapable of taking such a view of the situation. The ingenuity of its canonists had been spent for years in building up a system of papal omnipotence. Just because the papacy was a secular and no great spiritual movement, had agitated men's minds in Europe. It was the more easy to insert into bulls and briefs terms of exaggerated adulation. Just because the rulers of England, France, and Spain knew how to protect themselves from papal aggression within their own dominions, they had no interest in criticizing the language of papal documents. So long as the Pope was their political ally, the plenitude of his power might be as large as he pleased. When he was opposed to them, he could be reduced by diplomacy or force on purely secular grounds. Meanwhile, in ecclesiastical matters, he was left at liberty, and the expression of his claims to absolute authority grew more and more exalted. The Council of the Lateran had been a recognition of all this industry. He had abolished the last remnants of the consular movement, and in speeches and decrees alike had extolled the papal power to the skies. It is true that no one paid much attention to these decrees, that the council attracted little notice, and that Germany especially took almost no part in its proceedings. Yet official conservatism was not willing to run the risk of an investigation of its labours. It had made the papal power absolute, that it might supply the necessary basis for a highly centralized government of the Church. It was dangerous even to seem to submit to a challenge. It was wiser to use the weapon which had been so diligently forged, and repress the first threatening of revolt. So the advisers of the Pope had no thought of concession, and were inspired by the temper of Creighton rather than that of Miltitz. Their object was not to conciliate Luther, but to win over the Elector. Their concern was not with the ideas of Germany, but with the rulers of Germany. They would work through the emperor and the princes, and would follow the same policy as had proved so successful in rooting out the consular ideas 2 generations ago. Everything seemed to favour this policy, for on January 12th, 1519, Maximilian died, and an imperial election opened a splendid field for papal diplomacy. The new emperor would certainly be under such obligations to the Pope that he might be trusted to deal with Luther's obstinacy in a summary way. End of section 11. Section 12 of A History of the Papacy, From the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 6, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 6, Chapter 4, The Imperial Election, Part 1. Leo's interest was only slight in the theological questions which Creighton tried to settle at Augsburg. But he was keenly interested in another question which was raised there, the election of Charles as King of the Romans. Maximilian was anxious to secure the imperial dignity to the Austrian house. His desire awakened the jealous opposition of Francis I, who saw that the combination in the same hands of the Netherlands, Spain, and the Empire would mean the reduction of France to secondary importance in the affairs of Europe. Maximilian and Francis both turned to the electors, who found their position suddenly profitable. Francis believed that he had 4 of the 7 on his side, but during the meeting at Augsburg, 5 agreed to elect Charles formally in the following spring. This, however, could scarcely be done without reference to the Pope. First, there was the technical objection that Maximilian, never having been crowned, was only emperor-elect, and there could not be 2 kings of the Romans at the same time. Secondly, Charles held Naples as part of the Spanish dominions, and in accordance with the bull of Clement IV, Naples, as a papal fief, could not be held together with the empire. Accordingly, Maximilian proposed to Leo that he should send the imperial crown to Trent as a means of removing the first difficulty. Francis also turned to the Pope and promised him entire devotion if he would refuse Maximilian's demand and show himself to be Leo in deed as well as in name. The records of Leo's diplomacy during the period that follow are dark and mysterious. They show a duplicity which so completely disguised any abiding purpose that it is impossible to resolve the Pope's policy into a consistent scheme. His action is like that of a weak animal that tries to baffle his pursuers by involving himself in obscurity. The question of the succession to the empire raised a point of momentous importance for the future of Italy and of the Papacy. Hitherto, Leo had carried on the policy of his predecessors with Medicean dexterity, in accordance with principles recognized by Italian statesmen. All were agreed to maintain the balance of power in Italy, and the Papacy from time to time might pick up small advantages. But the annexation of the empire either to France or Spain removed one of the elements on which the balance of power rested. Francis was powerful in North Italy. Charles was king of Naples. If either of these could also call himself emperor, how was Italy to escape in the struggle which would ensue? Leo did not deceive himself about the material resources of the Papacy. The War of Urbino had taught him on that point. He was too much of a Florentine and a Medici to think of an Italian combination. It only remained for him to act cautiously, to make himself seem necessary to both parties, to retain as long as possible the friendship of both, and be prepared in the long run to accept the inevitable. So Leo negotiated with both Francis and Charles. He hinted to Francis that before he could declare himself on his side, he must have substantial proofs of his goodwill, and suggested that Lorenzo de' Medici would be glad to add to his possessions Parma, Piacenza, and Ferrara. Charles took advantage of the death of the Queen Dowager of Naples to promise the Pope an estate of 6,000 ducats for one of his relatives. Leo represented to each of the kings the need in which he stood of the strongest assurance of support before he took any decided step. The consequence was that at the beginning of 1519, Leo had made good terms for himself with Charles and Francis alike, and had signed a treaty of alliance with both of them, stipulating only that the treaty with Charles was to be kept secret. It would seem that Leo felt that he could not withstand Maximilian's demands, if they were endorsed by the Diet, and was prepared to give way after securing himself against the wrath of Francis. But the news of Maximilian's death altered the position of affairs, and Leo thanked God that he was delivered from a perilous decision. The electors were freed from their promises, which only concerned the choice of a king of the Romans, and the election of a new emperor could be approached afresh. Leo at once displayed a bewildering fertility in issuing contradictory orders to his envoys. Creighton in Germany was bidden to represent to the electors that the Pope wished them to elect one of their own number, and hoped that they would unite for that end. Only the electors of Saxony and Brandenburg were possible. The Pope did not care which was chosen, but thought that the elector of Saxony was the better candidate. His Holiness did not wish on any account the election of Charles, who would thereby become too powerful, and the jealousy of the King of France would certainly give rise to a war, the end of which could not be foreseen. A second dispatch warned Creighton that he was to adhere to these instructions, and not depart from them, even if a letter in the Pope's own handwriting commended Charles's candidature. It is probable that this represented what Leo would have preferred. A weak emperor, constantly in need of papal support, would have given him the means of maintaining in Italy the balance between France and Spain, and would have permitted him to traffic with both in his own interests. But Leo was too cautious to commit himself avowedly to this policy, or take any open steps to strengthen the hands of the electors in carrying it out. He knew their selfishness and corruption, and did not put much trust in their action. Still, if Leo had spoken out decidedly, the expression of his wishes might have afforded a rallying point round which the public opinion of Germany could gather. But Leo was no believer in candour and straightforwardness, and he knew nothing of the sentiment of Germany. He did not intend so far to commit himself that he could not make terms with the winner, whoever he might be, and he destroyed his possible influence by excessive caution. He ordered his envoy in France, Cardinal Bibbiena, to represent to Francis that the Pope was entirely on his side. But there was great need for circumspection, for if the electors became afraid of the power of France, they would naturally turn to Charles. He therefore besought Francis to consider how, if he could not win, he might at least avoid losing, and for this purpose should be prepared to support a third candidate. In giving this advice, the Pope showed considerable dexterity. He hoped that in a little while Francis would discover his own candidature to be impossible, and would then work for some German prince so as to exclude Charles. But it was difficult to use Francis as a tool, to give him just enough encouragement and no more, and Leo had not the boldness nor persistency necessary for the success of this project. At first, Francis engaged with ardour in the task of winning the electors. Then he suddenly cooled and spoke of promoting the candidature of another. Though this was what Leo wished, the result came so soon that it filled him with alarm, lest Francis was contemplating a private agreement with Charles. Under the influence of this terror, he implored Francis to persevere. He even abandoned the profession of neutrality which he had made to Charles, and declared to the Spanish envoy that he did not consider his master's election to be for the good of Christendom. Thus Leo was led to declare himself against Charles without finding anyone else whom he could oppose to Francis. He was somewhat disturbed by the attitude of England, whose influence was on the side of Charles against Francis. He strove to induce Henry VIII to accept the post which he had first designed for Francis, and induced the electors to think of a third candidate. As soon as he had recovered from the panic caused by the lukewarmness of Francis, he ordered Campeggio to represent to Wolsey that the dangers which would follow on the election of Charles were greater than those to be dreaded from Francis. Could not England bring about the choice of one of the electors or some other prince? Henry VIII was caught by this cautious suggestion that he himself should wrest the prize of the empire from the other claimants, and it is probable that Henry's active interposition might have caused a diversion in favour of someone else. But Wolsey was not attracted by the prospect, and pointed out that it was desirable to have a distinct promise of the Pope's help before any practical steps were taken. The letter empowering Gili to sound the Pope and extract from him a definite promise was not written until March 25th, and showed so little zeal that Leo could place no hopes on England, though Henry still cast lingering glances on the imperial crown. Leo, however, remained for a time firm to his conviction that the election of Charles would be the greater evil than the election of Francis. He promised the cardinalate to the electors of Trier and Köln, and offered to nominate the elector of Mainz legate in Germany if they would agree to vote against Charles. On March 13th he said to the Venetian envoy, "As for the Catholic king, on no account could we have him. Do you know how many miles distant are the borders of his dominions? Only 40. He cannot be king of the Romans, and I mean to let him know that he is ineligible." If the Pope had published such a declaration at first, it might have produced an effect on the electors. But Leo had trusted to his dexterity in the first instance, and the time was now past when he could interfere. The hope of a third candidate dwindled away, and German opinion was forming in favor of Charles. Leo's attempts to influence the electors were repulsed, and his envoy was coldly informed that there was no precedent for the Pope giving orders to the electors. Early in April, Leo made up his mind that Francis had no chance, and that the election of Charles was practically certain. Nothing remained for him save to come to terms with Charles, and this was rendered easier by the death on May 4th of his nephew Lorenzo, 5 days after the death of his wife, who died in giving birth to a daughter, Caterina. The outward bond between France and the Papacy was now removed. There was no legitimate member of his own branch of the Medici family for whom the Pope need scheme. The removal of the worthless Lorenzo was a source of secret joy to the better men in the papal court, who hoped to see the Pope renew the fair promise of his early years. Negotiations with Charles were carried on with the utmost secrecy, and on June 17th, Leo gave Charles permission to hold Naples together with the Empire, while Charles agreed to pay the Pope 8,000 ducats a year and maintain 2 galleys for the defense of the Holy See. It is impossible not to feel how little effect all this busy diplomacy had upon the actual issue of the election. Francis might be able to pay more money to the electors than Charles, and the Pope might offer in his behalf all the ecclesiastical distinctions which he could bestow. But the very means which Francis used to urge his claims gave the electors food for thought. Was it wise to set over themselves a ruler who had so much money at his disposal, and was already so powerful that he had contracted habits of command? The Pope might offer a large bribe to the ecclesiastical electors in behalf of Francis. What powers over the Church might he not be induced to grant to Francis, when the possession of the empire had still further increased his power? After all, Francis was a Frenchman, and the French had long been the enemies of the Germans, while Charles came of German stock and knew German ways. The addition of the empire would increase the power of Francis much more than the power of Charles, whose scattered dominions would be likely to give him ample occupation. Such were the considerations which began to force themselves upon the minds of the electors, and they were emphasized by the loud expression of popular opinion. When Pace went on his feudal mission to canvass the electors in behalf of the English king, he soon found the opinion of the people was made up. At Dusseldorf he was refused a guide because he was mistaken for a Frenchman. When he declared that he was English, he was told that all the men of the town would go with him, for surely he was come to help Charles. He found the electors in great perplexity, for the people would have no French emperor, and hated the Pope's legate for his leaning to Francis. The popular feeling had been stirred by the insolence of one of Francis's German pensioners, Duke Ulrich of Württemberg, and the Swabian League took up arms against him. Ulrich's troops, which were paid with French gold, were defeated, and the Swabian leader, Franz von Sickingen, with an army of 24,000 men, drew near to Frankfurt, ostensibly to protect it from hostile incursions, but really to make a demonstration against the election of Francis. Pace found that Charles had become the national candidate, and that it was quite useless to work for Henry VIII, especially as he had no money to distribute. When the electors met for the election on June 18th, the chances of Francis had dwindled away. At the last moment, Francis became conscious of this and sent orders to his agents to set up the Elector of Brandenburg or Saxony against Charles. When it was too late, he came round to the plan which Leo X had at first advised, only to find that the Pope had now abandoned it. Already on June 11th, one of the papal envoys had to flee from Frankfurt in disguise through fear of the popular anger at his French partisanship, and Cajetan only stayed with trembling at his post. But his trials were soon to come to an end. As soon as Leo had made his agreement with Charles, he dispatched a courier ordering Cajetan to withdraw his opposition, and Cajetan informed the electors on June 24th that the Pope removed all bar to Charles's election, if the choice of the electors should fall upon him. After this, the election proceeded rapidly. An attempt was made by the Elector of Trier to urge at the last moment the election of a German, but Frederick of Saxony declined the dangerous honour. There was nothing more to be done, and at 7 o'clock on the morning of June 28th, 1519, Charles was elected. End of section 12. Section 13 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 6, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 6, Chapter 4, The Imperial Election, Part 2. One important result of the Imperial Election was that it disclosed unmistakably the practical impotence of the papacy in European politics. Leo had known this before and strove to conceal it. It was certainly unpleasant to have it revealed, but he frankly confessed to the Venetian envoy that he had acted as he did because it was no use to knock his head against a wall. This indeed was the misery of Leo's position. The papacy as a political power was practically helpless, but Leo could not venture to say so, and could not free himself from the trammels of political complications. The papacy had a right to exercise influence. It had abandoned its claim to influence and had exercised power. Now its power was gone, but Leo dared not admit the fact. It was impossible for him to revive a claim to influence because he was steeped in political intrigues. The consequence was that he was placed in the ignominious position of trying to behave as if he was possessed of power, whereas really his power was gone, and he was at the mercy of pressure from outside which he could not resist. There was little satisfaction in thinking that he had done his best and had escaped without any practical injury. He felt keenly that the papacy had suffered severely in the eyes of politicians and was regarded as a puppet, the strings of which would be pulled by the strongest. Leo had never contemplated the possibility of rising above the political entanglements in which he was involved. He did not attempt to gauge the temper of Germany or work in accordance with national feeling. He worked by means of subtle schemes, which failed because they had no basis of resolute action. Leo was so fearful of knocking his head against a wall that he forgot that walls might be scaled. The consequence of all his double-faced diplomacy was that everyone felt aggrieved. The Germans resented his intervention. Francis thought that he had been basely deserted. Charles owed him no thanks for help, which was only given when it could not be refused. Even Henry VIII professed to feel aggrieved at having been misled by false hopes. It is true that Henry's grievance was merely a means of compelling Leo to extend Wolsey's legatine authority in England, but it was expressed in language which was very galling to the Pope. But if Wolsey's letters were arrogant, the speech and actions of the French and Spanish ambassadors were more arrogant still. The Bishop of St. Malo spoke of Leo in such terms that the Pope lost his temper and declared that he would never see that madman again. The Spaniards behaved as if Rome already belonged to them, and gave Leo an example of that forcible manner of dealing with the papacy which soon became a part of their political practice. The matter was trivial in itself. There was in Rome a Spaniard who had a suit concerning the election to a priory pending before the papal court. It would seem that the litigant was striving to dispossess a nominee of the government, and there was some ground for thinking that judgment might be given in his favour. So on the night of August 27th, 1519, the Spaniard was dragged by armed men from the house where he was lodging. He was silenced effectually by a pellet of tallow which was forced into his mouth, and was hurried away to the Colonna castle of Marino, whence he was sent to Gaeta. The Pope was naturally indignant at this outrage, which he discovered had been carried out by the order of the Spanish ambassador, whose son was the leader of the band of kidnappers. Leo ordered him to be gone from Rome, and threatened to excommunicate all concerned in the affair, but consented to wait till he received letters from Charles. Charles expressed his regret, and the prisoner was restored to Rome. But probably the lesson had served its purpose both with him and the Pope. He did not prosecute his suit, and Leo learned that he had to do with men whose sense of decorum was defective. It is no wonder that the Pope felt the need of recovering his lost dignity. "We wish to be known for what we are," he told the Venetian ambassador. "It is not fitting that anyone should show himself our superior. All that we do is to preserve our position. We will not be spoken of as we were during the election, when the French went about saying that the Pope would do whatever they wished." All that Leo could do to restore his position was to go back again to his old policy of duplicity. He had made a league with Charles, but the investiture of Naples was still to be given, and negotiations might be protracted. Meanwhile, as Charles was now the more powerful, the maintenance of the balance of power required that the Pope should draw nearer to France. But Leo could not afford to break with Charles unless he was assured of a strong alliance, for that, as Cardinal Medici said, would be putting the mouse before the cat. He saw that the chief obstacle in his way was the attitude of England, which still acted as mediator and arbiter between the rival kings. So he made a secret league with France in October, a league in the spirit, as the Venetian envoy Minio called it. At the same time, he pursued his negotiations with Charles, but told Minio, "They will mean nothing. Do you understand me?" Minio asked for a clearer explanation. "If we were to make promises to Charles," said the Pope, "they would be lies. We should find some means to resolve them into smoke." While Leo thus prevaricated, both Charles and Francis were endeavouring to win the friendship of England. The spring of 1520 saw Charles the guest of the English king, and soon afterwards the splendours of the Field of the Cloth of Gold testified to the good understanding between England and France. In all this Leo had no part, and was terrified lest England might bring about an agreement between the two kings. He complained bitterly that he was not consulted, and offered to send a nuncio. For 9 months Wolsey sent him no letter, and Leo was sorely disquieted. There was one outlet, however, possible for the Pope's energy: the enlargement of the Papal States. By the death of his nephew Lorenzo, the Duchy of Urbino, together with Pesaro and Sinigalia, reverted to the Pope. This increased Leo's desire to win Ferrara, on which Julius II had cast hungry eyes. Ferrara was to be the price which Francis I was to pay for the Pope's friendship. But Leo had other friends as well, and did not let slip any opportunity. In December 1519 he invested 10,000 ducats in an attempt to seize Ferrara by surprise. Alessandro Fregoso, Bishop of Ventimiglia, was in exile from Genoa, living in Bologna. Leo furnished him with money to raise troops, ostensibly to aid him to return to Genoa, but really for a dash on Ferrara, where the Duke was lying sick and his city was ill defended. The plot was discovered by the Marquis of Mantua, and when Fregoso saw that his intention was suspected, he disbanded his troops. In the spring of 1520, Leo was more successful in dealing with Perugia, which the family of the Baglioni had for years rendered infamous by their crimes. It was at that time under the rule of Gian Paolo Baglione, whom Leo summoned to Rome to answer complaints which had been made against him. Baglione sent his son Malatesta, who was received by the Pope with great kindness and returned with a safe conduct for his father. As Gian Paolo was allied by marriage with the Orsini, he trusted to their assurance that there was nothing to fear and came to Rome. When he went to visit the Pope in the castle of Sant'Angelo, his followers were disarmed, and he was seized and borne off to prison. Leo charged him with stirring up rebellion in the March, and one of his associates, the Lord of Fabriano, was summarily beheaded. It is said that Gian Paolo confessed in prison to many enormities, which may well have been the case, and Leo soothed his conscience with the thought that his treacherous conduct was ridding the world of a monster. Still Leo hesitated and offered to spare Gian Paolo's life, if he could find good securities who would give substantial bail that he would not return to Perugia. No one was found hardy enough to accept the responsibility, so on June 13th, Baglione was beheaded. Perugia was committed to a papal legate, and Leo sent troops to capture Fermo from Ludovico Freducci. The lords of other towns in the March, Recanati, Fabriano, and Benevento, came to Rome in terror. They were imprisoned, tortured, and put to death as malefactors. Leo had at least the satisfaction of thinking that he could combine with his higher policy some of the craft and vigour of the Rovere and the Borgia. This, however, was an interlude. The great question which still perplexed the mind of the Pope was how to escape with safety from the clutches of Charles. Charles was weary of the Pope's vacillations and sent a new ambassador, Don Juan Manuel, a man of great political experience, with orders to bring matters to an issue. Manuel, who arrived in Rome in the middle of April, surveyed the situation and gave his opinion that the emperor must strike terror into his opponents and so compel them to cease fencing. There were two ways of terrifying the Pope. One was to support the Genoese exiles by a body of Spanish troops. The other was to strike at the Pope's spiritual power. If the emperor goes to Germany, he ought to show a little favour to a friar who was called Friar Martin, who stays with the Duke of Saxony. The Pope is very much afraid of him because he preaches and publishes great things against his power. They say that he is a great scholar and holds his own against the Pope with much mindfulness. I think that through him the Pope might be driven to make an alliance, but I say this in case he refuses, or after making it strives to break it. The question which Don Juan Manuel thus raised was of greater importance than he imagined. The electors at Frankfurt do not seem to have troubled themselves to consider the opinions of an insignificant friar, but these opinions had shown themselves capable of unexpected development, and the new emperor would have to reckon with them as soon as he entered Germany. Both sides hoped much from the young emperor, whose attitude was not yet declared. It is worth our while to consider how this was determined by his training, his experience, and the necessities of his position. Charles, who was born on February 24th, 1500, scarcely knew his father, after whose death in 1506 his mother sank into a state of mental imbecility. He was brought up in Flanders by his Aunt Margaret, a woman well versed in the politics of the time. His education was entrusted to Adrian of Utrecht, Dean of Louvain, one of the most learned theologians of the time, a man of high character, deeply impressed with a desire to reform the abuses of the Church, but profoundly attached to its system. From him, Charles imbibed a sincere piety and a respect for the Church which deepened his natural gravity and earnestness of character. When at the age of 15, Charles began to take part in the deliberations of the Council of the Netherlands, he was free from youthful levity and showed himself as serious as the oldest. When at the age of 17 he first visited Spain as its king, his mind was capable of appreciating the meaning of what he saw. He found a country which had long been a scene of discord, united into a nation by the lucky marriage of two capable rulers who had contrived to gather up the scattered elements of power and put themselves at the head of the most vigorous institutions of the land. The towns were set against the nobles, till the royal jurisdiction was asserted against both. The Cortes were used to support the authority of the crown by allying it with the aspirations of the people. The scanty revenues of the crown were increased by a cautious resumption of all its forgotten claims. The powerful military orders, a relic of the crusading spirit, were annexed by the skill of Ferdinand in procuring his election as their Grand Master. The royal officials were chosen from the class of jurists and churchmen, and the nobles found that they could only obtain employment in the state by submission to the king. But most useful of all means to bring about this national organization was the Church, which in Spain assumed a character of its own. It would be unjust to say that Ferdinand and Isabella set themselves to use the Church for their own political ends. Isabella's strong character was molded and disciplined by genuine religion, and Ferdinand was a devout son of the Church. But neither of them bowed in unquestioning obedience before the Pope, and the Papacy did not venture seriously to oppose the wishes of sovereigns so powerful and so orthodox. The attempts of Sixtus IV to appoint to Spanish bishoprics was steadfastly withstood, and in 1482 he agreed to grant provisions only to royal nominees. Isabella chose for high places in the Church men of blameless lives and resolute character, who, knowing that their efforts would be supported, set themselves diligently to the task of restoring ecclesiastical discipline. The zeal of these men unfortunately flowed in a narrow channel, and they were more desirous to obtain results than solicitous that their method should be in accordance with the principles of the truth which they professed. Isabella's confessor, the Dominican Tomás de Torquemada, urged upon the Queen the creation of a stricter form of the Inquisition to deal with the mixed population of Jews and Moors, who accepted Christianity for motives of worldly convenience, without in reality abandoning their own beliefs. It was true that the evil spirit of constraint in matters which affected the inmost being of the soul was of long standing in the Church, but the Dominican Inquisition had well nigh passed away when Torquemada galvanized the spirit of persecution into renewed life. The great reforming movement of the Spanish Church was stricken with the plague of unbelief in its very origin. It did not trust to the power of the gospel, the love for righteousness, the appeal to the nobler instincts of man. It took a false view of man's responsibility and denied the right and power of conscience and the work of the Holy Spirit. It forced the gospel of the love of God into the terribly alien form of human tyranny, demanding not only obedience but acquiescence and belief, under the pain of horrible punishments. The renewed religious life of the Spanish nation was allied with the worst development of the medieval system, the desire for external unity at the price of freedom. Nor can we say that this was due merely to old custom or mistaken zeal. The political advantages of the Inquisition to the authority of the crown were obvious. The results of the confiscation of heretics' property were always a welcome addition to the royal revenues, and the procedure of the Inquisition could easily be applied to persons who were suspected on political grounds. It was a mighty arm against discontent of any kind, and the mere fact that it was in accordance with popular prejudice gave it a fatal vitality. Church and state went hand in hand for the maintenance of external order and the suppression of any threatening revolt. If the Spanish Inquisition was chiefly the work of Torquemada, the other great churchmen of Spain labored in their several ways to unite the various elements of population into a nation on the basis of the Christian faith. Fernando de Talavera, a friar who was raised to the rank of Archbishop of Granada, gave his attention to the conversion of the Moors, and for this purpose translated the liturgy and parts of the Gospels into Arabic. The Franciscan Francisco Jimenez de Cisneros, who was made Archbishop of Toledo, proceeded with greater vigor. He burned the Mussulman books and insisted upon the Moors abjuring their old religion. Many complied, but many fled or were expelled from Spain, and the wandering Moriscos carried to Italy a testimony of the resolution of Jimenez. But Jimenez was not only concerned with the conversion of the Moors. A Franciscan, devoted to the traditions of his order, he had grown up in the practice of severe asceticism and regarded with abhorrence the laxity of monastic and clerical life. He carried out a high-handed reform of his diocese. Friars and monks fled like the Moriscos before his visitations. Appeals to the Pope were useless against a man who was supported by the Spanish monarchs. Jimenez overcame all opposition by his iron will and unswerving determination. The worldly clergy were removed and replaced by men of fervent zeal and enthusiastic piety. The system of the Church was displayed in all its dignity and authority. Side by side with this reformation in religion went a rise of learning and of theological studies. The universities of Salamanca and Valladolid became famous in Europe, and Jimenez established at Alcalá a college with 42 professors who were to teach the whole circle of the sciences. There he gathered a band of scholars over whose labors he presided for the purpose of editing a polyglot version of the Scriptures. The famous Complutensian Polyglot is a memorial of Jimenez's zeal for the collection and collation of manuscripts, and gave a great impulse to textual criticism of the Bible. Alcalá became the home of exegetical study, while Salamanca pursued dogmatic theology. When the spread of Luther's opinions called for controversial learning, it was the Spanish theologians who came forward to wage the battle of orthodoxy. When Charles went to Spain, he was able at least to comprehend the broad outlines of the situation. He saw a country with many elements of revolt, skillfully held in check by a system which owed its success to the identification of the monarchy with the chief tendencies of the people. He found the Church a devoted adherent to the crown, and he found a Church revived and purified, strong in its own organization, and still stronger in its hold on the people. Charles soon found that there were many difficulties in his path, and that Spain, with its strong national feeling, was hard to rule as a part of widespread dominions. Jimenez, after the death of Ferdinand, held the regency of the Spanish kingdoms and kept down disorder with a strong hand. After his death, which followed closely on Charles's arrival in Spain in 1518, there were signs of gathering discontent, and soon the towns of Castile and Valencia rose in rebellion. It was obvious that Charles could not run counter to the ecclesiastical temper of Spain had he wished to do so. But indeed, his own personal feelings and beliefs were more in accord with the temper of the Spanish Reformation than with the ideas of Luther. He put as the foremost reason of his desire to gain the imperial crown the hope of winning greater glory against the foes of the holy Catholic faith. This was a real aspiration in his mind when he was crowned King of Germany at Aachen on October 23rd, 1520. In the same spirit, he opened the Diet at Worms, where it seemed that the future of Luther would be decided. End of section 13. Section 14 of A History of the Papacy, From the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 6, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 6, Chapter 5, The Diet of Worms, Part 1. We left Luther at the beginning of 1519, willing to submit to the judgment of the Church and ready to keep silence if his adversaries would be silent also. Though he made this offer, he had no hope that it would be accepted, and was prepared to resist all attacks. Hitherto, the controversy against him had been conducted by the theologians of the Curia. But unless the Pope commanded silence, it was sure to spread. Already the well-known controversialist Eck of Ingolstadt had marked suspicious utterances in Luther's theses, and had traced a resemblance between his opinions and those of Huss. Eck's Obeliski was circulated only in manuscript, but a copy fell into Luther's hands, who promptly answered. The matter was not important, and Luther did not wish to pursue it, but one of his friends at Wittenberg was consumed with desire for a fray. Andreas Bodenstein of Karlstadt, a man of great learning and mental versatility, but deficient in judgment and discretion, had come to lecture at Wittenberg in 1507. When Luther issued his theses, Karlstadt was absent in Rome, and on his return found Luther's influence supreme in the university. At first he strove to withstand Luther. Then he turned round and tried to outdo him. He published a long array of theses against Tetzel and Eck at once, and he and Eck became involved in a controversy which grew more and more bitter. At Augsburg, Luther met Eck and tried to arrange with him the preliminaries of the disputation for which Karlstadt clamored. They agreed on Leipzig as the place of meeting. Eck at once published his theses, but when they appeared, Luther saw that they were directed not against Karlstadt, but against himself. The last of them was an answer to Luther's assertion that before the days of Pope Gregory the Great, the Roman Church was not above other churches. Against this, Eck wrote, "We deny that the Roman Church was not superior to other churches before the time of Sylvester. We recognize as Peter's successor and vicar of Christ him who sits in the chair and holds the faith of Peter." Luther accepted the challenge, which was momentous, and prepared theses in answer to Eck. The last ran, "That the Roman Church is superior to all other churches is proved only by most frigid decrees of Roman pontiffs issued during the last 400 years, against which stands the sure history of 1100 years, the text of Scripture, and the decrees of the most holy Council of Nicaea." Luther's friends were alarmed at this audacity, and indeed Luther only imperfectly realized the bearing of his position. The fact that he was prepared to uphold this opinion did not prevent him from writing to the Pope that the power of the Roman Church was above all things, and nothing other in heaven or earth was to be put before it, save only Jesus Christ our Lord. But Luther's brain was seething with half-formed ideas, and he yielded easily to contradictory impulses. At one time he longed for peace. At another, he breathed forth war. He denied the historical basis of the papal claims, but he did not wish to meddle with the Pope's authority. "If only the Roman decrees will leave me the divine gospel, let them take all else. I have no wish to revolt against the papacy. Let the Pope be called Lord, even the Turk, so long as he is the bearer of power, is to be honored, for no power exists without God's will." He scarcely regarded himself as responsible for what he said, and laid all the blame on Eck for provoking him. "God knows what will come out of this tragedy. Neither Eck nor I will do ourselves any good. It seems to me to be God's device. I often said that hitherto I was only playing. Now at last the Roman Pope and his arrogance will be seriously dealt with." The more he read and thought, the more he was amazed at his own conclusions. "Let me whisper in your ear. I rather think the Pope is Antichrist, or his apostle. So wretched is Christ corrupted, I crucified in his decrees." These are the utterances of a man intoxicated with a sudden rush of ideas which he could not control, a man reeling under their powerful influence, and waiting bewildered till he could express in coherent form the net result of their overwhelming impulse. He was recalled to a sense of his peril by the alarm of his friend Spalattino, who anxiously asked him to define his position. Luther did not conceal his annoyance at being asked to be definite, and peevishly answered that God did not suffer his counsels to be revealed. He clearly could not endure to face the bearing of the tendencies of his opinions, as apart from the issue of his disputation with Eck. He was going to say as much or as little as was necessary, but he had come to the conclusion that the papal supremacy was not founded on Scripture, and had been introduced into Germany on the strength of papal decretals collected by Gregory IX, that is, within 400 years. He was not prepared to say that the papal supremacy should not be recognized, but history showed that there were many Christians, especially the Greek Church, that did not recognize it. He counted it amongst indifferent matters, such as health and riches. He did not wish to attack it, but he could not have Scripture perverted to support it. In fact, Luther was engaged in studying with feverish haste and increasing amazement the papal decretals, and he was not sure what shape his ultimate opinions would take. He looked to the disputation with Eck as a means of clearing up his own mind. Meanwhile, Miltitz saw the unfortunate results which were likely to follow from an empty display of dialectical skill, and summoned Luther to Koblenz to answer for himself before the Archbishop of Köln in the presence of Cajetan. As this step was taken on the sole authority of Miltitz himself, Luther declined to obey. He pointed out that the Archbishop was engaged with the Imperial Election and would not be present in person, that he had already conferred with Cajetan to no purpose, and that his opinions had now been so fully set forth in his writings that they could be judged without his personal appearance. His writings had set his case before the judgment of the whole world, and the Pope might submit it to the judgment of an assembly of bishops. He showed how little he heeded authority by expressing his doubts if Cajetan was a Catholic Christian. "If I had time," he added with unpardonable insolence, "I would write to the Pope and cardinals and show how foully he errs, if he did not entirely amend. I grieve that legates of the Apostolic See are men who strive to make away with Christ." In fact, Luther had by this time passed beyond all thought of submitting to authority. His mind was wholly set on the coming disputation, in which he hoped to vindicate himself and his teaching, not by reference to authority, but on the grounds of scriptural truth. To authority itself he had no objection, But authority had its limits which it could not pass, and he was prepared to discuss the nature of these limits. Before going to Leipzig, he put his opinions into shape. He admitted the papal primacy as existing, and therefore allowed by God, not to be resisted without causing a serious breach of unity and charity, resting on universal consent and deserving obedience, even if sometimes on account of men's sins it was wrongly exercised. He denied that the papal primacy was founded on scriptural warrant. Christ's commission of the keys to Peter gave him no authority over the other apostles, but simply treated him as the representative of the church, which was built upon the rock of faith. This was the teaching of the early fathers. Tried by this standard, papal decrees, which claimed that the Roman Church had scriptural warrant for its supremacy, might justly be called frigid. Luther, in fact, here introduced the criticism of the papal claims by the standard of Scripture, and his arguments have substantially been repeated ever since. Luther had now reached a definite consciousness of his position. If the papal primacy was not of divine institution, it could not demand implicit obedience, and points of doctrine could not be decisively settled merely by reference to the papal authority. It is characteristic of Luther's method of thinking that he began his argument by reserving great power to the papacy as existing by God's permission, which declared itself in the organization of the existing order. But he ended with the statement, "Finally I say that I do not know if the Christian faith can endure that any other head of the universal church on earth can be set up save Christ." It was in vain that he tried to limit his conclusions. The barriers which he strove to erect were sure to be swept away. The only result of the disputation at Leipzig, June 27th to July 15th, 1519, was to bring Luther's deviation from current orthodoxy into clear prominence. The first question discussed was the papal supremacy, and Eck was sufficiently skillful to see the advantage to be gained by bringing Luther's tenets into connection with recent controversy. He pointed out that one of the positions of Wycliffe and Huss, condemned at Constance and at Basel, was that it is not necessary for salvation to believe that the Roman Church is supreme over others. Luther indignantly disclaimed all sympathy with the Bohemian heretics. He had no wish to create a schism, but held that charity was the supreme law. He tried to turn the question from the Bohemians to the Greeks. He could not admit that the saints and martyrs of the Eastern Church were to be regarded as heretics because they did not admit the papal supremacy. But he felt that he could not rest on such an answer and was driven to say, "Amongst the articles of John Huss and the Bohemians, it is certain that many are entirely Christian and evangelical, and the universal church cannot condemn them." There was a movement of surprise amongst the hearers, and Duke George of Saxony exclaimed, "Pest take that!" Indeed, theologians might well ask what Luther was prepared to admit if he disposed of decrees at councils, and the national sentiment of the Germans was shocked at a justification of the Bohemians, whose savage deeds lived in popular recollection, while their tenets were forgotten. Eck seized his advantage. Luther vainly protested that he had not spoken against the Council of Constance, and called Eck's assertion that he supported the Hussites an impudent lie. He afterwards explained that the decree of Constance said that the condemned articles of Huss were some heretical, others erroneous, others blasphemous, others rash and seditious, others offensive to pious ears. Doubtless the statement that the papal supremacy did not exist by divine right was rash and offensive to some tender ears, but it had not been condemned as heretical or erroneous, and was indeed Catholic and true. But really this evasion was unnecessary. for Luther had already declared that councils could err, and Eck admitted that a council would not make Scripture other than it was, but pertinently said that he preferred to trust the interpretation of the sense of Scripture given by a council of learned men with the help of the Holy Spirit, rather than the interpretation given by Luther. As is usual in discussion, each disputant made good his own position from his own point of view. Eck maintained that the Scriptures were to be interpreted by the papal decretals and the consensus of theological opinion. Luther maintained that the Scriptures were the test of all decrees of pope or council, so far that what could not be proved directly out of them was a matter open for discussion on its own merits. Having this fundamental difference, the two disputants did not succeed in coming to close quarters. Eck's substantial gain lay in identifying Luther's opinions with those of the Hussites. The disputation was continued about purgatory and indulgences. Luther believed in purgatory, but held that Scripture was silent on the subject. He confessed his ignorance and refused to dogmatize on the condition of souls after death. His only contention against Eck was that it was impossible to lay down any such definition of the state of departed souls as would justify decided assertions about the way in which they could be aided by the living. On the question of indulgences, Eck was careful to distinguish between the abuses of them and their rightful use. He admitted that indulgences could not supersede good works, nor remit guilt, and only maintained that personal satisfaction was a part of penitence, and that the nature of that satisfaction could be determined by the jurisdiction of the Pope, which was exercised through indulgences. Luther himself admitted, "On this point we very nearly agree." He allowed that indulgences were not to be despised, but were not to be entirely trusted in. If the preachers of indulgences had preached this doctrine, the name of Luther would not have been known today. Luther left Leipzig somewhat disappointed. Hitherto he had supposed that all Germany was like Wittenberg, that he only needed an opportunity for speech to carry conviction. He found that old opinions were not so easily shaken. He felt that difference between addressing a sympathetic audience which was swayed by his powerful personality and arguing with an experienced disputant before a coldly critical assembly. Hitherto he had believed that learned opinion would be on his side when he had carefully explained his opinions. He found, on the contrary, that so far from clearing himself of heresy, he had been to some extent identified with those whom he had himself denounced as heretics. It was true that the disputation ended in no formal decision. The records of its proceedings were to be submitted to the universities of Paris and Erfurt, but neither party professed to attach much weight to their opinion. Luther was more and more resolved to appeal to public opinion. Eck was convinced that he had unmasked a dangerous heretic. Luther returned to Wittenberg, prepared to trust in the future to the power of his pen. Eck wrote to Hochstraten, asking him to use his influence that the University of Paris might condemn Luther as soon as possible. The net result of the disputation was that Eck's reputation was staked on crushing Luther, that two parties began to form in Germany, and that the time for conciliation was past. Luther had to face the fact that his views were contrary to received opinion, and, in a published defense of the conclusions discussed at Leipzig, gave reasons for his position. If it was objected that he stood against the weight of theological authority, he answered that Duns Scotus and Occam had done so before him. God had once spoken through the mouth of an ass, and had revealed to the boy Samuel what he hid from the aged Eli. In the dangers of the present time, let us all remember that they are but men, that it is easy to err, difficult to be wise and do rightly. Let them unite in zeal for the discovery of truth, and not attack one another through desire for vainglory or the maintenance of opinions because they are their own. Whatever objections may be urged against him, he goes on to say, I believe that I am a Christian theologian and live in the kingdom of the truth, and therefore am a debtor to the truth, not only to set it forth, but to defend it even to death. He spoke not in the spirit of a revolutionist and dogmatist, but as an explorer and discoverer, one who in an age of discontent and inquiry felt that he had the clue to an answer to many problems. The system of the past, laboriously as it had been constructed, strong as it appeared to be, was on its trial, and must be tested by the documents from which it professed to derive its origin. Luther was convinced that the system had been overlaid with the results of human ingenuity till much of its original force had been frittered away by secondary contrivances, which were now used to prevent free discussion. Chief amongst these was the doctrine of the papal supremacy, which was invoked to support the existing system in all its abuses. If free inquiry was to proceed, the claims of the papacy to decide all questions must be abated. It was indeed this very point of the papal authority which lay in the way of all Luther's endeavours. He had raised the question of the meaning of indulgences, and had been superciliously answered by the theologians of the Curia that he must not go behind papal decretals. This led him to challenge the appeal to papal decretals as ultimate, and his assertion that the papal monarchy was not of divine institution raised an opposition amongst German theologians. Luther was drawn into controversy and saw himself menaced as a heretic. He felt bound to maintain his title to orthodoxy, to raise up a party in Germany, and seek allies in the impending struggle. Accordingly, he engaged in a controversy with Eck, and another with Hieronymus Emser, a former secretary of Duke George of Saxony, who irritated Luther by attacking him in an underhand manner, while professing to clear him of the charge of sympathizing with the Bohemians. In this controversy, Luther showed a command of virulent invective and a power of personal onslaught which were unbefitting a zealous seeker after truth. Doubtless his skill as a literary gladiator increased his reputation at the time and strengthened his claims as a party leader. But there is no doubt that his unmeasured language repelled many finer minds, needlessly embittered the inevitable conflict, and permanently lowered the moral dignity of his position. It was the misfortune of Luther that he rarely transcended the limits of his own surroundings. He wrote for immediate effect, and had a ready and conscious sympathy with the weakness as well as with the strength of his readers. He was a German and a man of the people. He expressed the sentiments and used the language of his age. End of section 14. Section 15 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 6, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 6, Chapter 5, The Diet of Worms, Part 2. As regards his party, Luther at first wished to identify his cause with that of the Humanists. In December 1518, he wrote to Reuchlin that their enemies were the same, but Reuchlin was weary of conflict and made no movement to meet Luther's advances. In March 1519, he wrote to Erasmus in terms of fulsome flattery, but Erasmus, though civil, gave him little encouragement and hinted that theological subjects were best discussed by the learned. Luther's trust was in the benevolent neutrality of the Elector Frederick, and his own personal popularity at Wittenberg. But this was an unsure foundation on which to rest, and in September we find Luther desirous of connecting himself with the national opposition to the oppressive taxation imposed by the Papacy on the German Church. In his dedication to the first edition of his commentary on the Epistle to Galatians, he writes that while his adversaries are boasting of papal decretals, he will betake himself to Scripture. He has no quarrel with papal decrees, provided they are in accordance with the gospel. He reverences the Roman Church, but he sees that the Germans have been plundered and laughed at by Italians in the name of the Roman Church, and he sees further that the German Diet, in refusing to pay tithes imposed by the Pope and sanctioned by the Lateran Council, has drawn a distinction between the decrees of the Roman Church and the glosses of the Roman court. He is ready to follow the example of these lay theologians and submit himself to the Roman Church, while he opposes the Roman court and commits his cause to the great head of the Church, Jesus Christ. About the same time he wrote in a similar strain to one of his theological opponents, "You have nothing else in your mouth than the Church, heretics, heretics. But when we ask for the Church, you show us one man, the Pope, to whom you hand over everything, without a ghost of a proof that he is of indefectible faith. We, however, find as many heresies in his decretals as in the works of any heretic. The one point that you have to prove you avoid by a perpetual petitio principii, which you know to be the most vicious form of argument. What you have to prove is that the Church of God is amongst you, and not also in other parts of the world." These ideas were not new, nor were they confined to Wittenberg. They were familiar to many ardent spirits in Germany, and they found an echo at Rome. In July 1519, Crotus Rubianus wrote thence to Hutten, "There are some here who sincerely advise the Pope first to abolish the Alvari and Sylvesters with all their sumuli, because by them the world is deceived, since they do not thoroughly follow the gospel of St. Paul. Secondly, to publish a decree that for the future no one should trust to Scotus or Thomas or any of the writers of sentences, unless supported by scriptural proof. Lastly, that the decretals should be compared with the gospel and the teachings of St. Paul by some good men who have in their hearts not syllogisms but Christ. For they say that some of the decretals stink of avarice, others of tyranny, others of arrogance." We cannot suppose that these drastic reforms were really urged on the Pope, but the mention of them shows that the critical spirit of the new learning had discovered the plain fact that the absolute claims of papal monarchy rested on a basis which would not bear examination, that its creation was the work of an uncritical age, that it had grown to an unwieldy and intolerable form, and was supported by a host of interested officials who upheld with their pens a system which filled their pockets. Crotus soon found that however much his friends at Rome talked of reform, the Italians were not prepared to take any decided steps. In October came letters from Eck giving his own account of the disputation at Leipzig. Luther had been driven to confess himself a Hussite. It was necessary to take speedy measures, for his heresies were spreading round Wittenberg as a centre. Let the Pope urge the universities of Erfurt and Paris to condemn his opinions, and let him commit their further condemnation to the theologians of the Curia. Crotus found that the Italian scholars who agreed with Luther in their heart thought it wise to dissent with their tongues. Not 100 St. Pauls, not all the Scriptures, would move them to withstand the Pope. Luther's arguments would have no weight unless the princes and bishops of Germany judged it more holy to defend the word of God than spend their money on pallium, indulgences, bulls, and other trifles, from the sale of which the members of the Curia gained the means of keeping their harlots. Luther was warned that no appeal to Scripture would help him against the necessity under which the papacy lay of maintaining the system on which the Curia waxed fat. He must open the eyes of Germany to the enormities of the Roman frauds, and warn it against the poison wherewith Rome had infected the land. Such utterances were doubtless encouraging to Luther, who saw a body of humanists gather round him, as they had gathered for the defence of Reuchlin. The conduct of Eck rendered this inevitable, for he considered the suppression of Luther a personal duty, and if he were to succeed, he would become the supreme arbiter of orthodoxy in Germany. In a pamphlet which he wrote in support of Emser, he said that all the theologians in Germany were opposed to Luther's views, except a few unlearned canons. This drew forth at the end of 1519 the answer of the unlearned canon, which was really the work of Œcolampadius, but was generally ascribed to Bernard Adelman, a canon of Augsburg and a friend of Pirkheimer. This was shortly followed by a gross attack on Eck in a dialogue written by Pirkheimer, Eccius, Dedolatus, or the corner planed off, a pun upon Eck's name, which in German signifies corner. This dialogue held up to ridicule Eck's personal character, and branded him as a drunken and lustful sycophant, seeking only his own advancement, and so ignorant as to uphold the scholastic theologians against heretics, Greeks, and poets such as Origen, Chrysostom, and Jerome. A still more important ally offered himself in the person of Hutten, whose fiery patriotism was eager for any chance of a fray. Since his discovery of Valla's treatise on the donation of Constantine, Hutten had pursued his studies in the same direction. He recalled the old glories of Germany, when the empire had been a reality. He meditated on Germany's downfall before the hostility of the papacy. He compared it with other nations, and found it divided, distracted, and helpless before papal extortion. He saw in the papal power the cause of Germany's abasement, and attacked the abuses of the papal court, not with the sadness of an ecclesiastical reformer, but with the bitterness of a patriot denouncing his country's foes. He hoped great things from the energy of the young emperor, and from a combination of the German princes. In the winter of 1519 he wrote his most effective dialogue, Vadiscus, in which he compressed into stinging epigrams his hatred of the Roman court. These epigrams took the form of triads, on which the dialogue itself was a commentary. Three things maintained the dignity of Rome: the authority of the Pope, the relics of saints, the sale of indulgences. Three things are brought back from Rome: a depressed conscience, a ruined digestion, empty pockets. Three things are laughed at in Rome: the example of the past, the pontificate of Peter, the last judgment. Three things are feared in Rome: a general council, reform of the church, the opening of the eyes of the Germans. Three things are excommunicated in Rome: indigence, the primitive church, preaching of the truth. Three things are despised in Rome: poverty, the fear of God, equity. So the dialogue moves on from one bitter jibe to another. But Hutten was not contented merely with literary assaults. He wished to embody his ideas in some substantial form, and call attention to them by deeds as well as words. He was personally interested in German politics, for he had a family feud against the Duke Ulrich of Württemberg, who during the interregnum in the empire carried on his depredations against his neighbours with the help of French gold. The Swabian League took up arms against him, and under the leadership of Franz von Sickingen, won an easy victory. Franz was the representative of the class of knights who built their castles along the Rhine and lived a life of lawless adventure resembling that of the Italian condottieri generals. He had been engaged in war against the city of Worms, and had made raids upon Lorraine. He was laid under the ban of the empire, was reconciled to Maximilian, and taken into his service. On the emperor's death, he supported the claims of Charles to the empire, and his overthrow of the Duke of Württemberg produced a strong impression upon the action of the electors. Hutten addressed himself to Sickingen, who felt the need of guidance among the perplexities of the time. A strange alliance was formed between the two adventurers, and Sickingen became the military champion of oppressed scholars. He interposed in behalf of Reuchlin, and Köln was ready enough to leave Hochstaaten and the Dominicans to his mercy. But the terms which Sickingen imposed on Reuchlin's adversary were rendered useless by the papal decision, and he could only secure that the old scholar ended his days in peace. The cause of Luther was still more pressing than that of Reuchlin, and Hutten inspired Sickingen with a new interest in theology. This was important, as Sickingen stood high in the favour of the young emperor. In January 1520, Hutten offered Luther Sickingen's protection and a refuge in his castle, if he was obliged to flee from Saxony. These assurances of support naturally gave Luther an increased sense of importance. For various reasons there was a strong party which objected to his suppression by the mere exercise of papal authority. This was enough to encourage and strengthen him in his appeal to public opinion. Moreover, he had the true insight of a great party leader, and saw that he must never allow his adversaries to seem to have the advantage. In a sermon on the Holy Sacrament, he had let fall the remark that it might be well for a general council to restore to the laity the reception under both kinds. This was at once laid hold of as a proof of his leanings toward the Hussites, and the Bishop of Meissen thought the matter sufficiently important to prohibit the sale of Luther's sermon as contrary to the decree of the Lateran Council. Luther at once replied, the reception under both kinds had been allowed to the Bohemians by the Council of Basel, and this permission might therefore be extended universally by another council. If all discussion is to be prohibited as scandalous and schismatical, there is an end to any hope of another council, for free discussion is necessary to prepare subjects for its deliberations. Luther's tone was as confident as usual, and he showed little respect for dignities. But the Elector was alarmed at this summary manner of dealing with ecclesiastical authority. Doubtless he thought that the Bishop of Meissen was in his rights in dealing with his own diocese, and Spalattino urged Luther to moderate his language and sometimes hold his peace. Luther answered that silence was bad policy. His patience in putting up with 5 or 6 wagon loads of abuse from Eck and Emser had encouraged the bishop to proceed to his inhibition. Do not think, he went on, that this matter can be ended without tumult, scandal, and sedition. Out of a sword you cannot make a feather, nor out of war peace. The word of God is a sword, is war, is ruin, is scandal, is destruction, is poison. After this vision of the future, Luther returned to himself. I cannot deny that I am more vehement than I ought to be, and as they know that, they ought not to vex the dog. How hard it is to restrain one's heat and moderate one's pen, you may learn in your own case. This is the reason why I have been annoyed at public appearances. But the more annoyed I am, the more I am driven to them against my will, and that only by the most atrocious accusations levelled at myself and God's word. Whence it happens that if I were not carried away by my heat and my pen, still even a heart of stone would be moved to arms by the indignity of the thing. How much more I, who am both hot and have a pen not altogether blunt? These portents carry me beyond the decorum of modesty. Still I wonder whence has sprung this new religion, that anything spoken against an adversary is called abuse. What think you of Christ? Was he abusive when he called the Jews an adulterous and perverse generation, the offspring of vipers, hypocrites, children of the devil? We gather from this letter that Luther was by this time fully convinced that his opinions would not receive fair consideration from the authorities of the Church, and that he was prepared to face the inevitable struggle. He recognized the seriousness of that struggle and unconsciously fitted himself for it. He saw the advantages of a powerful personality and was annoyed at any outside criticism of his methods or his language. He firmly identified his own cause with the eternal truth, and did not wish to reflect overmuch upon the form in which it was expedient to clothe his convictions. He instinctively felt the value of violent language in intimidating opponents and winning the popular ear. The time for moderation was past. He must vigorously repel all assaults, must always have the last word, must stir up the prevailing excitement, and must carry the attack into the enemy's country. It was not for him to look too closely into the future. He must do his utmost in the present and leave the result with God. When such was Luther's temper of mind, he readily found arguments to support him. Houghton's edition of Walla's On the Donation of Constantine fell into his hands, and left him wondering whether to denounce the darkness or the villainy of the Roman court. He ended by becoming almost sure that the Pope was Antichrist. But this development of his anti-papal opinions went on side by side with the reports that reached him of the proceedings of the Roman court. In the middle of January, Eck set out for Rome, giving out that he was summoned by the Pope, and Luther knew that if Eck was listened to, there was no further hope. Eck did not spare to chronicle the honor with which he was received, and his letters exaggerated his own importance. It was a grievous error of judgment that he should have been allowed to hang about the papal court, have interviews with the Pope and cardinals, and pose as the representative of German opinion. In Luther's eyes, this fact alone sufficed to rob the deliberations of the Roman theologians of any semblance of justice. According to Eck's own account, it was his prompting that urged the Pope to take action against Luther, and he discussed the matter for 5 hours with the Pope, 2 cardinals, and a Spanish theologian. However that may be, a congregation of the generals of the Franciscan order was appointed on February 4th, 1520, to proceed against Luther, and its presidents were Cardinals Creighton and Accolti. It was again a mistake to place at the head of this body an avowed opponent of Luther like Creighton. If the object in view was merely Luther's condemnation, it was a further mistake to have deferred that step so long. Luther was left alone in Germany. No measures tending toward conciliation had been taken for a year. It seemed as if the papacy was entirely busied with the Imperial Election and was only waiting to make sure of the support of the young emperor before proceeding to extremities. Even when the case was at last taken in hand, there was no settled policy. On February 16th, the first congregation was superseded by another on a broader basis, but presided over by the same 2 cardinals. In the middle of March, it was rumored that Luther's errors were to be condemned without naming him, but he was to be privately admonished to recant. It does not seem that any attempt was made to gain information about the state of opinion in Germany, or the consequences likely to follow from repressive measures. Yet the attitude of the Elector Frederick might have given reason for speculation. He was himself a devout son of the Church, with a taste for collecting relics. He had not shown any sympathy with Luther's opinions, but had refused to interfere on the side of repression. He was told that his ambiguous attitude was viewed with disfavor at Rome, and answered his friendly adviser that he neither approved nor disapproved of Luther's teaching, but he knew that many learned men held it to be eminently Christian. Luther had offered to appear before the Pope's commissioners and submit to correction if he was proved in error. He had been dragged by Eck into controversy which had better been avoided. He had been on the point of leaving Saxony, but Miltitz pointed out that he might take refuge in some place where he would be less amenable to restraint, and therefore would be more dangerous. Germany, continued Frederick, is now full of educated and cultivated men, and the laity have begun to be intelligent, to love the Scriptures, and wish to understand them. The teaching of Luther has a great hold over the minds of many. If his conditions are refused and he is put down without legal investigation, only by the censures and ban of the Church, the existing disturbances will be increased, and there will be no hope of a peaceful settlement. If Leo X had cared to collect such opinions as these, he would have found food for reflection. Frederick was a man whose election to the empire had been urged by the Pope. Everyone respected his uprightness, and everyone admired his good sense. Frederick himself was satisfied with the religious ideas of his forefathers, but he saw that many men were not satisfied, and he came to the practical conclusion that differences of opinion must be left to settle themselves. There were no doubt dangers on every side, but the dangers of forcible interference seemed to him to be greatest. He came to the conclusion that it was his business to hold the balance straight, and such an opinion, entertained by such a man, ought to have been clearly before the Pope and his advisers. It was certainly a striking instance of the influence exercised by the new ideas upon those who lived within their sphere and felt their force, without being in sympathy with them. End of section 15. Section 16 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 6, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 6, Chapter 5, The Diet of Worms, Part 3. Meanwhile, as the rumors of Luther's approaching condemnation were brought to Germany, his adversaries were more outspoken, and the need of defending himself seemed to him more pressing. In the end of 1519, the universities of Louvain and Köln condemned his doctrine on the ground that he infamed good works as though they were not meritorious. Their condemnations were published, and Luther immediately answered by asserting liberty of opinion on such a point. If it was necessary to pronounce any judgment on his teaching, why did they not do so, either charitably admitting the difficulty of the subject and the possibility of error, or according to law, after summoning him to explain and listening to his arguments? Soon afterwards, a Franciscan of Leipzig, Augustine of Altfeld, issued a book on the Apostolic Seat, which Luther answered in a pamphlet on the Papacy at Rome against the renowned Romanists at Leipzig. In this work, Luther summarized his opinions in a significant manner. The Church, according to Scripture, was an assembly of all believers on earth, all, that is, who live in right faith, hope, and charity. This invisible Church is recognized by the outward signs of baptism, the sacrament of the altar, and the gospel. It is a spiritual unity and stands to any outward expression as the soul does to the body. The Roman Church can at best be but a symbol, for the one head of the Church is Christ. But in the outward Church, one bishop may be set over others, and as the Pope holds that position, he is to be respected within the limits of his authority and usefulness. He proceeds, I struggle for 2 points. First, I will not endure that men shall establish new articles of faith and judge all other Christians in the world as heretics, schismatics, and unbelievers, only because they are not under the Pope. It is enough that we leave the Pope to be Pope. It is not necessary that for his sake God and his saints be abused. Secondly, all that the Pope establishes and does I will accept, provided I may first judge it according to the Scriptures. He shall be to me under Christ, and shall submit himself to be judged by Holy Scripture. Luther was of opinion that in this work he had restrained himself so as not to be unmindful of the Pope. But scarcely was it published before he received a book issued from Rome, which aroused his wildest indignation. It would seem that Sylvester Prierius considered himself in duty bound to carry on the controversy which he had begun, and show the ignorant Germans the extent of their errors. He had projected a complete vindication of the papal primacy, but as he had not time to finish it just then, he thought it worth while to issue a summary of his arguments. This epitome was drawn up with all the complacency of a skilled official who knew the intricacies of his subject and felt a mixture of scorn and amazement at the clumsy attempts of a well-meaning man to deal with a matter which he did not understand. So Prierius marshalled in order all the most advanced opinions which had been expressed about the papal power. The Pope, he said, was the source of all jurisdiction in the Church. Jurisdiction descended from the Pope to bishops. Amongst men, the Pope alone had power immediately from God. Not all the world could take it away or limit it. The authority of a council did not come from God. Its decrees were of no force until confirmed by the Pope. An undoubted Pope could not rightfully be deprived or judged by a council, even if he were so scandalous that he were leading mankind in crowds into hell. All that could be done was to pray to God. The Pope alone could interpret the laws of God and nature and declare doubtful matters, not only in morals, but in faith. The Pope might err as a private person, but when he acted as Pope, he was an infallible judge of truth. Doubtless Prierius could give copious references to recent authorities for all these statements, and his work was a good sample of the theology which had passed current for the last half-century. But it was most unwise, at a time when the papacy was known to be considering Luther's opinions, that such a work should have issued from a high official in the Pope's household. It asserted in the most offensive manner all that Luther claimed to be open to discussion. It supplied him with a dangerous weapon, for he published it at once with mocking comments. It afforded him good ground for justifying a revolt against the Roman system, and he used his opportunity to the full. If these opinions and this teaching prevail at Rome, with the knowledge of the Pope and the cardinals, I pronounce that Antichrist sits in the temple of God, and that the Roman court is the synagogue of Satan. If the Pope and the cardinals do not demand a retraction of these opinions, I declare that I dissent from the Roman Church and cast it off as the abomination standing in the holy place. He saw that mere protest was useless, and boldly advocated practical measures against a system which was deliberately framed to make reform impossible, to check free thought, and to fasten forever on Germany the grievances of which it complained. When the Romanists see that they cannot prevent a council, they feign that the Pope is above a council, is the infallible rule of truth, and the author of all understanding of Scripture. There is no remedy save that emperors, kings, and princes should attack these pests and settle the matter, not by words, but by the sword. If we punish thieves by the gallows and heretics by fire, why not attack Pope, cardinals, and the brood of the Roman Sodom with arms, and wash our hands in their blood? In this violent utterance, Luther abandoned the position which he had hitherto held of a simple theologian who was struggling only for liberty to express his opinions and defend them when attacked. Indeed, he might urge that such a position had been rendered impossible. The sole result of the attempt to submit his opinions to the criticism of the learned had been that his opponent hastened to Rome to procure his official condemnation, and that his services had been welcomed for the purpose of drawing up the indictment. There was no hope from any recognized form of ecclesiastical authority, which was everywhere dependent on the papacy. If Luther himself did not pay much heed to the future, he had far-sighted friends who urged it upon his consideration. He had followers who were resolved that their master and his teaching should not be swept away. No man could be impervious to the warnings of such a disciple as Crotus Rubianus, who, on his return from Rome, wrote to Luther, "You have many comrades in your heresy, who would follow you to the stake. Let learned men dispute and condemn as they please. I shall never doubt that anyone justified by faith has access to God. Let them glory in their theory of satisfaction. We, when we have done all that was commanded to us, are still unprofitable servants, having nothing save what we freely received. Let them take pleasure in their own deserts and ask a reward for their deeds. We, who believe in him who gives life to the sinner through faith, are more amply free both from punishment and guilt. Let who will set up the invention of a pope. True religion knows only one founder. Let Scripture, according to your friend Sylvester, derive its force from the Church in its representative capacity. Let heretics be permitted with uplifted heart to pray for light. Open thou mine eyes, and I will see the wonders of thy law. Do you, Martin, most upright of theologians, undertake the protection of this light deserted and abandoned, and by the virtue which we venerate in you, show the difference between the creation of the Pope and of God." The zeal of such men as Crotus provided material for the bold designs of Hutin, who burned with desire to free Germany from the Roman yoke and bring back the glories of the empire. It was time that Germany, under its young emperor, shook off the tyranny of Rome. For this purpose, Hutin attempted to win to his side the emperor's brother Ferdinand, and began a systematic endeavor to raise a party among the German princes. In June, Cornelius Agrippa wrote, "Those hostile to the Pope are likely to raise sedition unless God provide, for they exhort the princes and potentates of Germany to shake off the Roman yoke, and like the Israelites of old exclaim, 'What is our part amongst the Romans, or what our lot in the Bishop of Rome? Are there not primates and bishops in Germany, that we should be subject to the Bishop of Rome, even to kissing his feet? Let Germany leave the Romans and return to its own primates, bishops, and pastors.' You see whither all this tends, and already some princes and cities lend their ears." The policy was not yet very definite, but the prospect of a united and national movement against Rome was alluring, and Luther gave it his sanction. His mind was made up for war before he had seen the bull against him, and on July 10th he wrote to Spalattino, "The die is cast. I have despised alike the favour and the anger of the Romans. I will not be reconciled to them, nor hold communication with them. Let them condemn and burn my writings. I, in my turn, if I can find a fire, will condemn and publicly burn all the papal law, the mask of all heresies." Henceforth there shall be an end of the humility which I have hitherto shown in vain, for I will no longer puff up the enemies of the gospel." With this intention, Luther set to work to compose a manifesto, which should propound the possibilities of future reorganization. There was no hope of action from the ecclesiastical authorities. It was time for the German nation to take the question in hand for itself. So Luther resolved to arouse the emperor and the German nobility against the tyranny and wickedness of the Roman court. He did not appeal to the princes nor to the people, but he addressed those who were likely to be the moving powers in giving practical effect to his suggestions. The pamphlet was finished on June 23rd, 1520, and soon issued from the press. By August 18th, 4,000 copies had been sold. Luther's address "To the Christian nobility of the German nation, respecting the reformation of the Christian estate," was called by his friends a trumpet blast, and such indeed it was. It shows Luther at his best, and bears the marks of those qualities which make him a great leader of men. His fervour is no less striking than his simplicity. His grasp of the situation, his strong common sense, his directness, and his moral earnestness were well calculated to make his readers forget his audacity. He summed up all the grievances which Germany had long lamented, all the proposals of well-intentioned reformers, and gave them a clear meaning and a definite aim. He pointed out that reform in the past had been made impossible because the Romanists had entrenched themselves behind a triple wall. If reform was pressed by the temporal power, their answer was that the spiritual power was superior to the temporal. If reform was proposed on the basis of Scripture, men were told that the Pope was the only authorized interpreter of Scripture. If a council was threatened, the threat was met by the assertion that no one could summon a council save the Pope. It was time that these paper walls were overthrown. The spiritual power falls before the assertion of the priesthood of all believers, so that the difference between clergy and laity is only a difference of office and function, not of estate. The Scriptures can be interpreted by every pious Christian who holds the true faith and has the mind of Christ. When there is need of a council, it is the duty of every member of the Christian community to struggle to bring about its meeting, and the temporal authorities are the natural executors of the general wish. Thus Luther prepares the way for a true and free council, and has no difficulty in setting forth the business which it would find to hand in reforming the condition of the Church. The striking feature in this document is the light-heartedness with which it contemplates a breach of the historical continuity of the ecclesiastical system. There is no sympathy expressed for old usages, which are treated as though they were stifling the true life of the Christian man. There is no attempt to separate their real meaning from the growths which had gathered round them. Luther shows a decided respect for everything that concerned the civil government, though the reformation of the empire was as much needed as the reformation of the Church, but for the institutions of the Church he expresses little regard. The Church as an outward organization has little value in his eyes. Indeed, he does not trouble to explain what he conceives its future form to be. His immediate object is purely practical. Let but the holders of temporal power in Germany combine, and they are strong enough to sweep away the rubbish which has gathered round the Church. It had come to this, that the great institution which had fostered the early life of all European nations, and was interwoven with every stage of their history, was now regarded by the awakening aspirations of a new age as a worthless cumberer of the ground. Luther himself and all those whom he was addressing had been brought up under its institutions, but he felt, and could boldly ask all Germans to feel with him, that it was a mere hindrance to their true spiritual life. There is not a trace of sentimental attachment. Let homely common sense deal with the matter. if only a free council can be assembled, and Luther does not stop to inquire how it is to be constituted, general intelligence, if once freed from the absurd prepossessions of the past, will easily bring order into the prevailing confusion. The great ideal of the medieval church had disappeared, lost to sight among abuses, frittered away into oblivion before the complexity of details. Luther does not feel the need for any impressive representation of man's spiritual life or any anxious care for his soul's welfare. Let men be taught their Bible and be exhorted to do their duty. Let them feel themselves responsible to God and recognize themselves as members of a great spiritual community of faithful people, strong in communion with God through faith in Christ. He speaks to Germany in the hope that Germany will be the first nation to take the decisive step. He has no doubt that every other nation will rapidly follow the example, and that a new and healthier Christendom will come into being. He is not concerned with ecclesiastical order. That is a matter of detail which may be left to settle itself. It is true that his principle of the universal priesthood of all baptized Christians, applied by itself, reduces ecclesiastical organization to a matter of expediency. Yet Luther did not seem to contemplate any violent change. The Pope even was to remain, not as the vicar of Christ in heaven, but only of Christ on earth, to represent him in the form of a servant, by working, preaching, suffering, and dying. Nay, he was still to be referred to, for if we took away 99 parts of the Pope's court, it would still be large enough to answer questions on matters of belief. Germany was still to have a primate, archbishops, and bishops, though such officers were not of scriptural institution, but were founded for convenience of rule. What were to be the functions of these bishops is not so clear, for every town was to elect a pious and learned man from the congregation, and charge him with the office of minister. The congregation was to support him, and he should be at liberty to marry. He was to have assistants, several priests and deacons. These are but scattered hints. There is no attempt to work out a connected system or show how it was possible. Luther's purpose was to prove that resistance to the papacy was not hopeless. There was another and a broader basis of ecclesiastical life, of which he merely sketched the general lines. Luther was not dissatisfied with the reception of his bold address to the Christian nobility, and was encouraged to advance further. He had spoken as a practical statesman. He soon ventured to speak as a theologian. He had pointed out the means of reforming the Church, and had sketched the outlines of a new ecclesiastical organization. He soon advanced to explain more fully the grounds of his objection to the existing Church. Starting from the position of justification by faith only, he had gained a conception of the Christian life which was in opposition to that of the medieval Church. The notion of a mighty institution founded by Christ and endowed with his gifts, which watched over the individual from the cradle to the grave, and by its observances disciplined him into saintliness. This splendid ideal of medieval Christendom dropped entirely away from Luther. If the individual soul was saved by flinging itself through faith into the arms of Christ's mercy, it was clear that the institutions of the Church were to be criticized according as they helped or hindered this process. So Luther was not desirous to reform abuses in the institutions of the Church. He thought that the greater part of these institutions were entirely unnecessary. The system of the priesthood, of the sacraments, and of discipline had grown up to meet the actual wants of the ordinary man. It took human nature with all its frailties, and set itself the task of training it by gradual processes, of bringing it under regulations, of setting before it a high ideal, of developing characters which impressed the world. It took all men under its care, admitted them into Christ's earthly kingdom, and held before them an ideal of progressive sanctification to be continued in purgatory, over which the Church on earth still exercised some authority. Reformers before Luther had, for the most part, contented themselves with lamenting that the authorities of the Church did not do their duty, that its mechanism had fallen out of order, that numerous abuses impaired its efficiency. But Luther questioned the need of the machinery at all. He did not begin from the Church at large, but from the individual Christian. If a man believed in Christ, he was justified before God by the act of faith. The important thing in God's eyes was the disposition of mind shown by faith in a Redeemer. This in itself made the Christian precious unto God, and his sanctification followed according to the fullness of grace vouchsafed to him. The Church was the collection of believing Christians, and its influence on the world depended on the fervor of the faith which it testified. End of section 16. Section 17 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 6, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 6, Chapter 5, The Diet of Worms, Part 4. When Luther had made this clear to himself, he was free from all respect to the existing system of the Church, its sacraments, and its ordinances. He did not stop to ask how they had grown up or what effects they had produced. All that he would consider was their scriptural warrant and their usefulness to produce or cherish a justifying faith. In his book on the Babylonish captivity of the Church, he set himself to sweep away the medieval doctrine of the sacraments. Instead of 7, he only admitted 3: baptism, penance, and the Eucharist. All of them had been brought into bondage by the court of Rome. The cup had been denied to the laity, contrary to the example of the institution of the sacrament. The doctrine of transubstantiation had been needlessly borrowed from Aristotle, whereas the real bread and the real wine may just as well be held to coexist with the real flesh and the real blood. The notion that the Mass is in itself a good work and a sacrifice destroyed the spiritual meaning of the sacrament. Penance had been perverted from its real use, the restoration of faith in the promise given at baptism. Neither pope nor bishop nor any man whatever has the right to make one syllable binding on a Christian save with his own consent. The prayers, almsgiving, fastings, the whole body of papal ordinances are contrary to Christian liberty. Vows ought to be abolished. The whole system of discipline had become a tyranny. The extension of the sacraments beyond the ordinance of Christ was unjustifiable. The Church had no power to establish new promises of God's grace, for the Church was established by the promises of God, not the promises of God by the Church. The Word of God is incomparably above the Church, and the Church cannot establish the authority by which she exists. So Luther argued. I hear a report, he said, that fresh bulls are being forged against me. This is part of my recantation. Luther was now in full revolt. He called on Germany to manage its own church without the Pope, and he laid down a new conception of the Church and its relations to the individual believer. Luther prepared with dignity to await the issue of the inevitable conflict. His book, About the Liberty of a Christian Man, completed the full expression of his ideas. He had denounced the abuses of the Church and had pointed the way to its reorganization on a basis of freedom. It still remained for him to show what that freedom was. He started with the paradox: a Christian man is the most free lord of all and subject to none. A Christian man is the most dutiful servant of all, and servant to everyone. The believer through faith is united to Christ, a sharer of his kingdom, and free from all outward observances. But this inward freedom leads him to self-discipline. Observances have a new meaning when dictated by an inward law. The service of others becomes a necessity of the regenerate nature. Luther, in clear and fervent words, set forth his conception of the position and duties of the individual Christian, and incidentally defended his system against the obvious objection that it was founded upon a mere appeal to the intellect, and left the individual a liberty which would degenerate into license. Perhaps the gravity of these objections was not immediately apparent. The system of the Church was so decrepit that it was difficult to detach its principles from the abuses which overlaid them. Decrees of popes and quotations from theologians were not a basis on which could stand a system that was not to be justified by its visible results. It was confronted by a rival system which appealed alike to spiritual fervor, to mysticism, and to common sense, which offered to free the individual from thraldom and make him master of his own spiritual destiny. Luther spoke with all the confidence of one who possessed the future. In the strength of hope, he bade his hearers hold experience cheap, and indeed the appeal to experience was not encouraging. Great aspirations after something better, conservative efforts after reform, had come to nothing time after time. Popular sentiment in Germany was ready to leave the old moorings and trust itself to the unknown possibilities of a voyage of discovery. The treatise on Christian Liberty was sent to the Pope with the letter which Luther had promised Miltitz to write, October 1520. The letter was scarcely intended to reach the Pope, but it shows Luther's attitude to Leo X and gives his own account of the development of his opinions. He reminds Leo that he has never spoken of him personally otherwise than in honorable terms. He regards him as a lamb in the midst of wolves, and has denounced only the evils of the Roman court, which a pope, be he ever so excellent, is unable by himself to reform. Nay, it had never been his intention to attack the Roman court. He was engaged in the quiet study of the Scriptures, that he might be of use to his neighbors, when against his will he was engaged in controversy. Instead of imposing silence on both sides, Creighton, as papal legate, demanded a complete recantation. When Miltitz tried to make peace, Luther was ready to submit to the decision of German bishops. But Eck interposed, and picking up a passing remark about the papal primacy, began a new discussion at Leipzig, and compelled him to speak out about the Roman court. Again Miltitz interposed, and Luther, at his request, comes with all humility to explain himself to the Pope. Let Leo acquaint himself with facts, and refuse to listen to flatterers. Luther only asks that he should not unreasonably be called upon to recant, and that he should be free to interpret God's word in Christian liberty. Therefore, Leo, my father, beware of listening to those sirens who make you out to be not a mere man, but partly a god, so that you may command what you will. You are the servant of servants, and placed more than any other man in a perilous position. Let not these deceive you, who pretend that you are Lord of the world, that no man may be a Christian without your authority, that you have power over heaven, purgatory, and hell. They err who set you above councils and the universal church, who give to you alone the power of interpreting the Scriptures. Luther now laid his case before the audience whom he was addressing, the German people, and he was strong in their sympathy and support. The German national movement found in the cause of Luther a rallying point for its energies. He had said a great many things that were true. His general principles appealed to men's consciousness of right. His denunciations of abuses were unanswerable. Luther wrote with boldness to save himself, for he knew that he was already condemned at Rome, and that he could only stand by popular support. It was the Pope's misfortune that the condemnation which he pronounced was not against Luther as he was then, but against a pre-existing Luther. He condemned Luther the Reformer, whom the certainty of condemnation had driven to become Luther the rebel. When the Pope's bull, which was issued on June 15th, 1520, reached Germany, it dealt with matters which were already ancient history. For this very reason, the bull has an additional interest. It is natural for us, looking back upon events, to assume that Luther's breach with the papacy was inevitable, and to discover in his theology from the first the germs of all that afterwards developed. But as a matter of fact, Luther's opinions were evolved by the necessity of a conflict which was by no means inevitable, and the papal policy must be judged not by its opposition to Lutheranism, but by its refusal to allow any discussion on the theological questions contained in the bull Exsurge Domine. So far as style was concerned, the bull was not unhappy. After the usual rhetorical address to God, to St. Peter, and to St. Paul to defend the Church from the attacks of foes, the Pope went on to express his profound sorrow that the errors of the Greeks and Bohemians were being revived, and that too in Germany, which had hitherto borne such noble testimony against heresy. 41 propositions were then condemned as either heretical or scandalous, or false or offensive to pious ears, or seducing to simple minds, and standing in the way of the Catholic faith. As these errors and many more were contained in the books of Martin Luther, the faithful were ordered to burn all such books. As Luther himself had refused to come to Rome and submit to instruction, and had even appealed to a general council, contrary to the decrees of Pius II and Julius II, he was inhibited from preaching. He and his followers were ordered to recant within 60 days. Otherwise, they were to be treated as heretics, were to be imprisoned by the magistrates, and the places in which they took refuge were laid under an interdict. The propositions condemned in the bull may be resolved under 4 heads, according to the subjects of which they treat. 1. The theory of indulgences. This might well have been allowed to rest. It was beset with difficulties which theologians found it difficult to decide. In the prevailing temper of Germany, the retort was obvious, that the Pope was careful to maintain every source of revenue, even when it was wrongly founded upon the superstition of ignorant people, and condemned any discussion which might open their eyes. 2. The theory of purgatory. This also was a point on which freedom of speculation might well have been allowed. 3. The relation of the sacraments to the spiritual condition of the receiver, the exact definition of penance, and the value of good works were no doubt questions on which scholastic theology had produced a body of opinion which Luther tended to gainsay. But his opinions were not contrary to an earlier theology, which had never been condemned by the Church, and it was needless to treat them with premature condemnation. 4. The theory of the papal monarchy had been laboriously built up after the failure of the consular movement. It was doubtless annoying to have it called in question just when the Lateran Council seemed to have established it as a practical basis of the administration of the Church, but Luther had been led to question it by the way in which it had been exercised to prevent free inquiry. In a time of great mental activity, it was obvious that the use of authority must be carefully considered. The mere assertion of the existence of authority was not a justification of its arbitrary exercise. When authority is challenged, it ought to display its right to rule by its wisdom in ruling. Leo X did not attempt to show any capacity for meeting the questions which Luther had raised. He only demanded the recognition of his absolute right to judge. He allowed a controversy to become serious. He waited till men had become thoroughly in earnest, and the issue had broadened to the extent of becoming a national question, and then he peremptorily ordered that discussion should cease at his command. It shows an entire want of statesmanship that the Pope and his advisers should have been so eager to stake the papal authority all at once. It was one thing for an official like Creighton to demand submission to authority, or for a controversialist like Eck to seize upon the papal power as a useful weapon in a disputation. It was another thing, after they had failed, for the Pope himself to take up a position which had been proved to be untenable, and hope for success from an official proclamation. In fact, Leo displayed no sense of his responsibility in the issue of this bull, but allowed himself to be the mouthpiece of Luther's theological opponents. Creighton and Eck had the chief part in selecting the propositions to be condemned, and most of them were points which Eck had raised at Leipzig. The bull, when issued, seemed in its contents to be an echo of Eck's position a year before. Moreover, its language, though explicit in condemning Luther, was not explicit in stating the grounds of his condemnation. The propositions selected from his works were condemned as being respectively heretical, erroneous, scandalous, or offensive to pious ears. Luther asked, with some reason, for a clearer statement than this. If a doctrine was heretical, it ought to be proved so. If it was erroneous, the extent of its error ought to be defined. If it was offensive to the pious or a cause of stumbling to the weak, the limits of expediency ought to be determined. The framers of the bull had not taken into account the intellectual dexterity of their opponents. They had not aimed at convincing, but only at silencing them by a command, which gave no reasons why it should be obeyed. If it was a deplorable mistake to assume such a position, it was a further error to emphasize it in the eyes of the Germans by commissioning Eck to publish the bull. Luther's adversary was sufficiently unpopular already through his readiness to drag his own dispute before the tribunal of the Papacy. He was sent back as a conqueror to proclaim his triumph and wreak his vengeance in the eyes of all people. It may be that he was chosen as a capable person to deal with German bishops and universities, while 2 members of the Curia were sent to the emperor. One, Marino Caraccioli, was deputed to attend the coronation at Aachen. Another, Geronimo Alejandro, was sent especially to stir up Charles against Luther, reduce his followers to silence, execute the office of inquisitor against all suspected persons, and burn all heretical books. Aleander, born in 1480 in Istria, won a reputation as a humanist in Venice at the age of 20. He was a friend of Aldus Manutius, and was celebrated for his knowledge of Greek, Hebrew, and Arabic. At the age of 28, he was invited to teach at the University of Paris, whence he was called by the Bishop of Liège to be secretary. An embassy at Rome made him known to Leo, who in 1519 raised him to the dignity of Vatican librarian. Such a man, famed for his scholarship, well versed in German affairs, and a friend of the chief scholars of Germany, seemed well fitted for the delicate task of reconciling its rebellious humanists. There were some in Rome, if we may trust an anonymous correspondent of Pirkheimer, who did not think that he would find his work very easy. There is no one in Rome, says the writer, who does not know that in many things Martin speaks truly, but all dissemble, the good through fear, the bad through rage at having to hear the truth. Many objected to the issue of the bull and thought that Martin should have been assailed by reasons rather than by curses. by kindness rather than by tyranny, but rage and fear carried the day. The leaders of the party of the Curia said that the Pope was not bound to reason with every wretched creature, but must use his power to prevent such audacity. The punishment of Huss and Jerome had served to deter other rebels for a century. The upholders of this opinion were Cajetan, angry at his ill success, Prierius, and the Dominicans, especially the old opponents of Reuchlin, who said that if Reuchlin had been promptly suppressed, Luther would never have been heard of. The theologians of Köln and Louvain joined them in pressing for the bull, which they regarded as a token of their victory. They were helped by some princes of Germany and were supported by the financial interest of the Fugger Bank. Eck's expenses were paid by the Fuggers. He was not a bad instrument, save for his drunkenness. Perhaps it was thought right to treat the drunken Germans with a drunken legate. Aleander was a good match for Eck in impudence and evil living. Many men whispered against the bull, saying that the Pope dared not submit his false system to the test of reason, but defended it only with the sword. Luther's friends wished that he had shown greater moderation, but they knew how he had been provoked. The Pope was determined to destroy Luther, not in the interests of Christianity, but of the Curia. His means were first by flattery and diplomacy to win over the emperor, failing that, to depose him, stir up war in Germany, and call in the help of France and England. To gain his ends, he will have no care for charity, faith, piety, or honesty, provided only he may maintain his own tyranny. Whatever doubts we may feel about the truth of this view of the facts, it is clear that this is the way in which they presented themselves to the mind of the average German, and did not dispose him to submission. Many who had slight sympathy with Luther's opinions did not approve of his suppression by a mere decree sent from Rome. Their objections were not removed when Eck appeared to publish the bull, and by virtue of the powers entrusted to him, inserted the names of 6 of his personal antagonists: Karlstadt for his share in the Leipzig disputation, Hirkheimer for the Eccius Deodolatus, Bernard Adelmann for the Canonici Indocti, and 3 other less renowned adherents of Luther. Eck was surprised to find that he was unpopular. Bishops showed no zeal about publishing the bull, and even raised technical difficulties. The universities did not welcome him as the champion of orthodoxy, but stood upon their privileges. Doubts were raised about the authenticity of the bull, and Eck became aware that he was an object of mockery and contempt. Meanwhile, attempts had been made to bring Luther to a more conciliatory attitude. Staupitz was bidden by the general of the Augustinians to save his order the disgrace which Luther was bringing upon it, and induce him to be silent. But Staupitz agreed with many of Luther's principles, though not with their application. He was dominated by Luther's personality, and his feelings may be gathered from words which he wrote to him 4 years later. "Pardon me if sometimes, on account of any slowness of my mind, I do not understand your sayings and pass them by in silence." He was not disposed to wrestle with Luther, and in August resigned his office as Augustinian vicar, only to be succeeded by another friend of Luther's, Wenzel Link. But Mieltitz, in his desire to effect a reconciliation, prevailed on Link and Staupitz to ask Luther to write a letter to the Pope, assuring him that he had not intended any personal attack. Luther was willing to do so, but paused because of the rumors of Eck's arrival. Not till October 11th was a copy of the bull in his hands. "It condemns Christ himself," he exclaimed. "It does nothing but summon me to recant, and shows that they are full of rage, blindness, and folly. Would that Charles were a man, and in Christ's behalf would attack these Satans. I have no fear. God's will be done, whatever it be." His tactics were to assume the bull to be a forgery. He promptly issued a pamphlet, against the execrable bull of Antichrist, in which he treated it as an invention and asked if he was to be answered with mere words without scriptural proof. Was ecclesiastical condemnation to be conveyed simply in the form of nego or non placet? Whoever was the author of the bull he regarded as Antichrist, and would rather die 1,000 deaths than recant a word which he had written. Leo X was unfortunate in having no alternative to offer, no compromise to suggest. His one demand was that rebellion should be crushed by the temporal power. This was all that his nuncios were empowered to ask, and they did their best to carry out their instructions. Eck stirred up the universities and bishops against Luther's books. Aleander and Caraccioli assured themselves of the goodwill of Charles, who permitted the bull to be published in his dominions of the Netherlands, and thereby damped the hopes of Hutten and Sickingen. But Charles had neither the desire nor the power to commit himself unreservedly to the papal side. He needed Leo's help for his political projects, and was not sorry to find himself necessary to the Pope. At the same time, he had not yet assured himself of his power in Germany, and put off a further decision till after his coronation, which took place at Aachen on October 22nd, 1520. Then he summoned a diet to meet at Worms in January 1521 to discuss the affairs of the empire. End of section 17. Section 18 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 6 by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 6, Chapter 5, The Diet of Worms, Part 5. The man whose obedience the nuncios were most anxious to secure was Frederick of Saxony. But Frederick was at once cautious and obstinate. He had refused hitherto to interfere on the ground that Luther had not been fairly tried and had not been refuted. He had so long held that position that he could not well retreat from it without sacrificing his university at Wittenberg and making a humiliating admission of want of discretion and discernment. Accordingly, Frederick determined not to abandon Luther. He managed to absent himself from the coronation by a timely attack of gout, which detained him at Köln. There he was visited by the papal nuncios and could confer with them quietly without any pressure from Charles. He listened to their representations and gave them the old answer that he wished Luther to have a fair trial before learned and impartial judges. He sent a copy of his answer to the rector of the University of Wittenberg, and Luther, strong in the sympathy of his friends, took steps to defend himself. On November 17th, 1520, he renewed his appeal to a free and Christian council and besought the emperor and the German nation to struggle for the defense of the church and consular freedom against the papal tyranny. He still sheltered himself behind the consular principle that he might attack the papacy with some show of right. But the council to which he appealed was not to owe its authority to any papal sanction, but was to represent the mind of Christian Germany expressed in a free national assembly. Luther knew, moreover, the advantage to be gained by a dramatic act. If the nuncios were burning his books with all the circumstance of ecclesiastical pomp, it was time for him to retaliate. On December 10th, he summoned the students of Wittenberg to see him burn the papal decretals, the bull of Leo X, and a few books of Eck and Emser. Outside the Elster Gate, the fire was kindled, and Luther, in the presence of the officials and students of his university, flung the books upon the blazing pile with the words, "As thou hast vexed the Holy One of the Lord, may the eternal fire vex thee." "This will be news," was his only comment on the brief statement of the fact which he sent to Spalattino. And indeed, The act seems to have owed its origin to a wish to attract popular attention and make men realize that it was possible for Germany to defy the Pope. The instructions given to the papal nuncios were sufficiently definite. They were to urge the emperor to defend the faith against the errors of Luther. They were to send copies of the papal bull to all the metropolitans for distribution to their suffragans and to monasteries and collegiate churches. If Luther wished to justify himself, they were to point out that he was summoned to Rome, where the Pope, to whom alone belonged jurisdiction in cases of heresy, was ready to hear him. If he refused to appear within the term specified in the bull, the emperor and all princes were to be exhorted to take him prisoner and send him to Rome for punishment, or at least to banish him from Germany. These demands were conceived in the old spirit of papal omnipotence, but Aleander found that it would require all his tact to bring about the required action. The emperor personally was willing to comply. He had no sympathy with Luther's opinions. He had his own notions of reforming the Church, and his model was the system which he had found in Spain: a powerful hierarchy closely allied with the crown, restoring clerical discipline and holding the Pope at arm's length. If this system could be introduced into Germany also, the ecclesiastical revival would be a powerful instrument for the extension of the royal power, and the papacy could be again reduced to dependence on the empire. But in Charles's opinion, all movements must begin from above, not from below, and Luther was a hindrance to the slow development of his cautious policy. He agreed with the Pope in thinking that Luther must be put down, but he must be put down in such a way as to lay the Pope under an obligation to himself, and the movement which Luther had begun might be used as a means of furthering his own projects. Moreover, Germany must be humoured in the process, and must be led to see that its real leader was the emperor, and that its hopes for the future could best be realized by submission to his guidance. Accordingly, Charles showed his personal feelings by authorizing the burning of Luther's books at Mainz on November 28th. But when Aleander pressed that Luther should further be put under the ban of the empire, he was told that that matter must be discussed at the Diet. Aleander did not relish the prospect of further discussion. The Pope had spoken. It was the duty of the civil power to carry out what he decreed. The Diet might ask inconvenient questions. Luther might revoke some of his opinions as contrary to the decrees of general councils, and so the question of the papal authority might be avoided. Aleander, on his arrival at Worms, did not conceal from the Pope the gravity of the situation. 9/10 of Germany, he wrote, shouts for Luther. The other tenth, if it does not crave for Luther's teaching, at least cries, "Down with the Roman court," and raises the further demand for a council to be held in Germany. Wherever he went, he knew that he was the object of popular hatred. He was avoided by his old friends, and he believed that his life was constantly in danger. Statuettes of the two deliverers of Germany, Luther with an open book and Hutten with a sword, met his eye on every side. Some more enthusiastic disciples converted Luther into a saint, set a dove on his head and a cross on his shoulder, and even invested him with a halo. The popular sentiment was already on his side, and it was supported by a crowd of poor nobles who thirsted for the spoils of the clergy, by the lawyers, the countless tribe of the poets, and the men of the new learning, who thought that they could show their knowledge of Greek by dissenting from the old ways of the Church. Against them were the theologians, the bishops, and the princes, but above all the emperor, on whom the nuncio's hopes were chiefly set. Yet even the immediate attendants of the emperor had their grievances against the papacy. Aleander asked for a supply of briefs to redress their wrongs, and a supply of money to bribe them to a better will. He was driven to admit that there was much force in the complaints by which he was assailed, and that the bishops did not help him so much by their adhesion as they weakened him by their manner of life. He suggested that the Pope should try to stop the mouths of gainsayers by revoking all reservations contrary to the provisions of the Concordats. The Pope sent him a few briefs to redress private grievances, and also a little money, but bade him confide chiefly in the strength of his representations to the Emperor and the electors. He was to point out that the Lutheran movement was not only directed against the Holy See, but against all temporal authority as well. It would raise the people against their rulers, drive princes from their states, and overthrow in common destruction all lords, whether priests or laymen. These were powerful arguments, but if the question was to be regarded solely on political grounds, there was something to be said against them, and it was said openly in an unexpected way. On January 22nd, 1521, a sermon was preached at Worms in the presence of the Emperor by the prior of the Dominicans of Augsburg. The preacher spoke in German, and Aleander could only glean scraps of his meaning through an interpreter. He inveighed in the approved manner against the presumption of Luther. Then suddenly, turning to Charles, he continued, "If the Pope has done amiss, it is you, the Emperor, who ought to go and correct him." He drew a picture of the Emperor's duties toward Italy and the Church, and besought the electors to unite and rid the Emperor of his foes, that so he might exercise his imperial office for the good of Christendom. We cannot suppose that this utterance was made by chance. It was a proposal to Luther and his patron, the Elector of Saxony, that they should submit to the Emperor and trust him to bring pressure on the Pope. For the purpose of discovering if this were possible, the Emperor's confessor, Glapion, opened up negotiations with Frederick's chancellor, ostensibly to see if it were possible to induce Luther to recant. Glapion expressed his own conviction of the need of reform in the Church, his sympathy with Luther's objects, and his agreement with much that he had written. But in his book on the Babylonish captivity he had gone too far. He proposed that Luther should withdraw what he had written against the system of the Church, but he said nothing of his attack on the papal power. He wished for an interview with the Elector, but Frederick cautiously left him in the hands of his chancellor. The negotiations did not progress, but it shows that there were those who wished for a conservative reform through the Emperor, and who hoped, even at the last moment, to enroll Luther among their number. As this plan did not succeed, things must take their course, but in such a way as to assert the Emperor's importance in holding the balance between the Pope and the Lutheran party. Indeed, this was inevitable from the actual condition of affairs. Charles could not afford to irritate German feeling by arbitrary proceedings, while at the same time he was not so sure of the Pope as to wish to abandon the hold given him by the importance of the German question. So when Aleander stated his view of the procedure to be adopted, that the Emperor should publish in the Empire the Pope's decree, he was told that it would be wiser to submit the Pope's request to the Diet, because the Imperial Diet would have more weight if approved by the council and consent of the princes. He vainly objected. All he could do was to help in preparing the document and address the Diet on the subject. The electors deliberated for 7 days, and returned answer that the condemnation of Luther, unheard, would cause great commotion among the people. Let Luther be summoned and asked if he owned the authorship of the writings attributed to him. Let him be called upon to recant what he had written against the faith and the sacraments. For what he had written against the Pope and the laws of the Church, let him be heard in his own defense. Finally, they presented to the Emperor a list of 100 grievances against the Roman court, a document drawn up by Wimpfling and now rescued from oblivion, to show that Germany had complaints of its own before Luther's opinions had been broached. Aleander was greatly disturbed at the prospect of Luther's appearance and the consequent delay in his condemnation. Leo X was also disturbed and thought of sending a cardinal legate to expedite matters. But Aleander implored him to forbear, for the Germans would only endeavor to extort a new concordat from the legate. It gradually dawned on Aleander that the emperor's counselors were using Luther as a means of reducing the pope to subservience as regarded Italian questions. One day Chievres said to him, "Tell your pope that if he will not meddle in our affairs, he shall have all that he demands. Otherwise, he will find himself in such difficulties that he will have enough to do to extricate himself." Aleander could only protest against the title "your pope," and say that the pope was pope of all Christians, and that matters concerning the faith ought not to be confounded with personal or political interests. But Aleander was not true to his own principles, for he wrote that until Luther was disposed of, it would be well for the pope to beware of irritating the emperor or the German people. He did not disguise the fact that the chief men in Germany were not attracted to Luther so much by agreement with his opinions as by his abuse of the pope. He had taught them the dangerous lesson that it was possible to be good Christians while dissenting from the pope. On March 15, 1521, Charles sent a herald to Luther requesting him to come to the Diet and there give account of his books and doctrines. Aleander was grieved to find that the summons addressed Luther as noble and beloved. He awaited his coming with undisguised anxiety. "There are here so many Lutherans," he wrote to Eck, "that not only all men, but even the sticks and stones cry out Luther. Everybody is against us," he wrote to Rome, "and these mad dogs are well equipped with literature and arms, and well know how to boast that they are no longer beasts without skill like their forefathers, but that Italy has lost its hold on literature, and the Tiber has flowed into the Rhine." All that the pope could do was to write beseeching letters to Charles and instruct his nuncio to represent that Luther ought not to be heard except in prison. It was against all ecclesiastical order to discuss the justice or injustice of a sentence once pronounced by a pope. The emperor might see in the case of Luther how small was the imperial authority in Germany. If he hesitated to assert himself, he would be involved in greater difficulties. Let him refuse to hear Luther in the Diet, but offer to hear him privately, or give him a safe conduct to Rome, or send him to Spain to be tried by the inquisitors there. If Luther refuses these proposals, there is nothing to do but to dismiss him and pronounce the ban of the empire against anyone who harbors him. The pope was indignant that the emperor should see Luther, who, he told his ambassador, would not be well received even in hell. All that Aleander could advise was the bestowal of favors on various members of his court, but the more Aleander saw, the more he became convinced of the difficulty of reducing Germany to obedience. The Elector of Saxony, the Pfalzgraf, and the Landgraf of Hesse were on Luther's side. Sickingen and the knights had thrown in their lot with Hutten, and Hutten was inspired by a fantastic patriotism which aimed at the restoration of German liberty by the overthrow of the clergy. He was powerful by his brilliant style of writing and could only be combated by the pen. Aleander longed that some Italian would arise who could overthrow Hutten with his own weapons. As it was, the people trusted him almost as much as they trusted Luther, and Hutten boasted that if Luther was put to death, 1,000 Luthers would arise in his stead. Hutten wrote these things to the emperor, and wrote a threatening letter to Aleander, who longed to finish with Luther and then publish a bull against Hutin on the eve of his departure from Germany, for it would be unsafe to do so till he was prepared to flee. When news was brought that Luther was on his way to Worms, Aleander's wrath was stirred by the half-heartedness of the emperor's officials, who were not careful that Luther should be brought secretly, so as to avoid popular demonstrations on the way. When Aleander asked that on his arrival he should be brought to the emperor's palace, and there be excluded from conference with any of his adherents, he was told to his mortification that Luther was to lodge with the Augustinians. On April 16th, 1521, Luther reached Worms, where he was received with such tokens of respect that Aleander bitterly wrote, "I expect that they will soon say he works miracles." However, the next day Aleander was somewhat comforted, for the procedure at Luther's appearance before the Diet was carried out by a trusty official according to his arrangement. Luther was first warned that he was only to answer the questions which were put to him. Then he was asked if he acknowledged the authorship of the books published in his name, and if he was willing to withdraw them and their contents. Luther acknowledged the books, but in consideration of the gravity of the responsibility involved, asked time for deliberation before he answered the second question. The emperor and the members of the Diet were surprised at this request and retired to deliberate. Answer was given that although the summons to appear was sufficiently explicit about the reason why his presence was required, still the imperial clemency would allow a day's adjournment. Then Luther retired, leaving his audience somewhat disappointed. It would seem that he was nervous and unprepared at the moment for a supreme effort. It was the first time that he had faced an unsympathetic audience. Aleander observed that he entered the hall with a smile, and then moved his head from side to side while the look of mirth slowly departed from his face. It was not from uncertainty about his intention that Luther abstained from answering at once, but he felt chilled by unwonted surroundings, and wished for a little time to face carefully the exact issue which was laid before him. The next day he was ready with his answer. His books, he said, fell into three classes. The first dealt with matters of faith and morals, which no one doubted, and therefore need not be revoked. The second were directed against papal laws, which ensnared the consciences of men, and that papal tyranny by which men's substance was devoured. And these he could not revoke, lest he should open the door still wider to the evils which he had tried to drive away. The third class of his writings consisted of controversial books against the partisans of the Pope. They were often couched in language more bitter than became his religion and his profession. Still, he could not revoke them, lest he might thereby embolden the defenders of tyranny. Yet, as he was a man and not God, he was willing to be convinced of error by the testimony of Scripture, and if so convinced, would cast his books into the flames. The official replied that Luther had not definitely answered the question put to him. His demand for further instruction would be reasonable if his opinions were new, but they were mere repetitions of heresies by the Waldensians, Wycliffe, Huss, and others who had been synodically condemned already. The question which he was called upon to answer was if he would submit to the judicial decisions of the Catholic Church already pronounced. Let him answer this explicitly. Then Luther, in measured words which expressed his full conviction, spoke and said, "Unless I am convinced by witness of Scripture or manifest reason, for I do not believe in pope or councils alone, since it is clear that they have often erred and contradicted themselves, I am overcome by the Scriptures, which I have brought forward, and my conscience is caught in the words of Christ. I neither can nor will revoke anything, since to act against conscience is neither safe nor upright. God help me. Amen." The official implored Luther to lay aside the mistaken plea of conscience. It was both safe and upright to revoke. It could not be proved that councils had erred in matters of faith. Luther answered that he was prepared to prove it, but the emperor put an end to further altercation. "It is enough," he exclaimed. "Since he has denied councils, we wish to hear no more." In the darkness of the evening the Diet hastily dissolved. As Luther reached the door, he threw up his hands with a deep sense of relief and exclaimed, "I am through. I am through." End of section 18. Section 19 of A History of the Papacy from the Great Schism to the Sack of Rome, Volume 6, by Mandell, Creighton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Pamela Nagami. Book 6, Chapter 5, The Diet of Worms, Part 6. In the records of human heroism, Luther's appearance before the Diet of Worms must always rank high. The man is worthy of admiration who, rather than tamper with the integrity of his conscience, commits himself boldly to an unknown future, trusting only to the help of God. Luther had worked out his own principles, and he maintained them in their full extent. He knew well enough the motives of policy which made his action unwise, but he did not shrink from facing the exact issue. He boldly stated that religion was a matter for the individual conscience, taught only by the Scriptures, and that no human authority could devise any other sanction. He knew that by this avowal he gave himself into the hands of his enemies. He knew that he disappointed the schemes of his purely political partisans, but regardless of all else, he spoke out the truth which he believed. Aleander rejoiced that his well-laid plan had drawn Luther into the snare and shown the full meaning of his teaching. By denying the authority of councils, he had swept away the very foundation of the Church, and no responsible statesman could declare himself on his side. The papacy might need reform, but the only practical way of reforming it was by means of a council. If Luther had been content to denounce the Pope and appeal to a council, he might have been useful, and the disturbed state of Germany might have afforded a plea for summoning a council in which the emperor and the princes of Germany could dictate terms to the Pope. But that opportunity was now hopelessly lost. It was vain to summon a council when Luther had declared that its conclusions would not necessarily be accepted. He had rejected the supreme authority of the living voice of the Church. He had denied that the Church existed as an outward organization which the individual was bound to obey. His theory of an invisible Church founded on a universal priesthood, in which true believers enjoyed the immediate consciousness of a personal communion with God, and worked out the results of that consciousness in their lives, threatened to strike at the very root of all authority in Church and State alike. It is no wonder that Charles said that he had heard enough, when Luther denied the infallibility of councils. To him it seemed clear that there must rest somewhere or other a supreme authority. It was lawful to doubt whether this authority rested in the Pope alone, or in a council alone, or in Pope and council combined. But Luther's views set up the individual as supreme judge for himself in matters of religion, and it was not yet possible to see how civil order was to be maintained if every man was allowed to think for himself. On these grounds, Aleander felt that he had won the day. There could be no delay in passing sentence, no reference of the points at issue between Luther and the Pope to a council or to the emperor. There was no chance of Luther's condemnation being conditioned on a redress of German grievances against Rome. Luther had destroyed himself and had fully justified all that his opponents had urged. On April 19th, 1521, Charles summoned the electors and asked their advice. They demanded time for consultation, whereon Charles said, "I will just tell you my opinion." Then he ordered to be read to them a paper written in French by his own hand, in which he said that, following in the steps of his predecessors in the empire and his own ancestors, he proposed to maintain the unity of the Church and uphold the decrees of the council. Luther had set himself in opposition to the whole of Christendom, and affirmed that everyone was in error except himself. After the obstinacy he had shown, the only course to adopt was to respect his safe conduct, send him back whence he came, prohibit him from preaching, and proceed against him as a heretic. Many of the princes turned pale as death while this document was being read. It was an unexpected display of energy on the part of the emperor, and announced a definite policy on his part, which was unwelcome, but was hard to oppose. Aleander was delighted at the turn which things had taken. He confessed that he had been wrong in his previous criticism of Charles's dilatory proceedings. It was much better to associate the electors also with his final decision. The electors, however, did not take the same view of the matter, and had no wish that the opportunity opened up by Luther's movement should be too rapidly closed. Some of them professed alarm at a paper affixed to the palace door, which threatened a popular rising if Luther was condemned. They proposed that public opinion should be satisfied, and that no room should be left for a complaint that Luther had been condemned unheard. Let some learned men point out to him his errors against the faith, the councils, and the constitutions, and further show him the reasons for the said constitutions. If he could be induced to revoke those opinions and cease to preach them, it would prevent many evils. This was good common sense, and Charles accepted it as such. He answered that he had made up his own mind on the facts before him. If they could bring Luther to his senses, he would gladly smooth matters between him and the Pope. He would grant a delay of 3 days in which they might do their best. Aleander's joy was blighted at this prospect of renewed controversy. He saw what was the scheme of Luther's adherents. They would reduce him to the minimum of orthodoxy as regarded the Church and the councils, and leave the question of the papal power still open. But even in this God helped us, exclaims Aleander, for Luther continued obstinate. A commission of 8 members, representing the electors, prelates, and free cities, met to confer with him on April 24th. He could not on this occasion complain of unfriendly or arrogant treatment, for there was a sincere wish to find a possible compromise. The question was, what authority would Luther recognize? There was no talk about the Pope, but about the councils, and Luther said that he did not condemn them all. But he could not accept the decree of Constance, which condemned Huss's position, that the Church was the body of the predestined. For this condemnation destroyed the meaning of the article in the Creed, "I believe in the Holy Catholic Church." He went on to explain how his theory of an invisible church would affect civil relationships. If Christ's sheep were fed on the gospel, and the faith of Christ were truly preached, and there were good and pious rulers of the Church, then there would be no need to lade the Church with human traditions. He believed in the power of the Word of God to regenerate human society by the influence which it would exert over the hearts of men, if only it were at liberty to rest on its own inherent force. This was a theory which the commissioners were not prepared to discuss. They asked him as a practical point if he would refer his writings to the emperor's judgment. He answered that he must stand by the word of God as his conscience explained it to him until he was taught better. The Elector of Brandenburg thereupon asked him pointedly, "Then you will not yield unless you are convinced by Scripture?" "No," replied Luther, "or by clear and evident reasons." He would acknowledge no authority save Scripture, but he was willing that Scripture should be interpreted by reason. The will of God was to him a living voice, with a message to each individual soul, which must accept the responsibility of understanding it. Luther read his own soul's progress into a universal law. The commission failed to find any practical basis of agreement, but the Elector of Trier pursued the matter further in a private conference, with the result of discovering, as Aleander puts it, that Luther refused all judgment except the words of the Bible, which he will have interpreted his own way, and laughs at everyone who interprets it differently. Still the Elector persevered, and laid before Luther 4 proposals: that he should submit to the joint judgment of the Pope and the Emperor, or of the Emperor only, or of the Emperor and the Estates, or lastly, that he should revoke his worst enormities for the present and submit to a future council. There was much negotiation about each of these proposals, which seem to have been made successively. Luther was ready to submit to the decision of a council, provided it rested upon scriptural proof, and out of Scripture proved the contrary to his propositions. But a final interview with the Elector of Trier showed him that this was unsafe, and he said that he could not submit to the reaffirmation of the decrees of the Council of Constance about Huss, because they condemned the word of God. The Elector was obliged to admit that those decrees were sure to come under discussion, and agreement was once more hopeless. The Elector asked, as a last question, what remedy Luther had to propose. Luther answered, "None save that of Gamaliel. If this counsel or work be of men, it will come to naught, but if it be of God, ye cannot overthrow it. Let the Emperor write to the Pope that if this counsel were not of God, it would perish of its own accord in 2 or 3 years. Certainly Luther's knowledge of the Scriptures led him to principles of which he did not always see the full bearing. Aleander was horrified at these proceedings, which seemed to him to mount an ascending scale of diabolical enormity. Indeed, the acceptance of any one of them by Luther would have been extremely embarrassing to the Pope, for it would have set aside the papal claim to be the sole judge in matters concerning the faith. When the Archbishop of Trier failed in his attempt to act as a mediator, he excused himself to Aleander, and said that of course the Pope's sanction would have been necessary before anything had been finally settled. However, as the Archbishop had failed, it was all for the best. Luther was ordered to quit Worms the next day, April 26th, and was told that his safe conduct was good for 20 days and no more. So, says Aleander, the venerable ruffian departed, after drinking many cups of Malvoisie, of which he is very fond. Aleander remained to register his triumph. He regarded Luther as a ruined man. The Emperor had said after his first appearance, "This fellow will never make a heretic of me." Luther's appearance had disappointed many, who said that they did not believe he was really the author of the books which appeared in his name. Yet he thought that if Luther escaped into Bohemia, he might still be troublesome, and he advised the Pope to take measures to have him captured before he reached the frontier. However, others were beforehand in capturing Luther, who on May 4th was carried off by a number of armed horsemen and conveyed by devious ways to the castle of Wartburg, where he remained securely hidden under the protection of the Elector of Saxony. No one knew where Luther had gone, but Aleander had shrewd suspicions. He did not like the oblique glances of the sleepy eyes of John Frederick, who was the very personification of caution, and he guessed that the Elector would rather imperil his own soul and that of his subjects than lose the vainglory of harbouring the theological school of Wittenberg, which had already made such a stir in the world. But the Elector carried caution to excess when on May 15th he declared his willingness to swear that he knew nothing about Luther's fate, and professed profound astonishment at the news of his capture. Whatever had become of Luther, it was Aleander's business to have him duly condemned by the Emperor, but he found that it was slow work. He drafted an edict for that purpose, and wondered at the long delay in its publication. He had to listen to many complaints about the Pope's friendship toward France, and the fear of Zickingen's troops was always present with the Emperor's officials. The flow of Lutheran literature did not cease, and Hutin's pen raged as fiercely as ever. War between Charles and France was imminent, and Aleander urged the need of removing all grounds for suspicion that the Pope favoured the French. Not till May 25th was the edict signed and promulgated, after the departure of the Elector of Saxony and the Pfalzgraf. Then Aleander could afford to sing a paean of triumph and exclaim, "The edicts are in my hands, and I will never let them go." The printing presses were set to work to produce copies in various languages for publication throughout Charles's dominions, and Aleander followed for some months in the Emperor's train, that he might enjoy the spectacle of bonfires of Luther's books in various towns through which they passed. Thus the diplomacy of Rome succeeded, after a long struggle, in placing Luther under the ban of the Empire as well as of the Church. The Edict of Worms was framed by Aleander on the model of the papal bull, and its publication showed that Pope and Emperor were agreed about the necessity of putting down heresy. This result was due, as Aleander repeatedly admitted, solely to the goodwill of the Emperor, whose caution and wisdom seemed the fruits of divine inspiration. Charles's action in the matter was a bitter disappointment to the patriotic party in Germany, who saw in the reformation of the Church on a national basis a worthy object for endeavour. But Charles was not merely King of Germany, and German affairs did not stand in the first place for his consideration. He was bent on overcoming France, recovering the old Burgundian domains, and consolidating his power on the model which had been so successfully followed by Ferdinand in Spain. He could not afford to throw away the advantages of the imperial crown by favouring heresy and quarrelling with the Pope. He saw the usefulness of the Papacy as an ally, and he meant to make the Papacy subservient to his schemes. Young as he was, he had not much trust in Leo's gratitude, and side by side with the proceedings at Worms, he was negotiating for the Pope's aid against France. It is a coincidence remarkable enough that the Edict of Worms bears the same date as the day on which, with profound secrecy, Leo undertook to become the ally of Charles against Francis. But no one in Germany thought that the ecclesiastical question was settled by the publication of an edict and the burning of books. Men's minds were too profoundly stirred to sink to quiet at an empty display of imperial authority. In July, the Archbishop of Mainz wrote to the Pope, "Since the bull of your Holiness and the edict of the Emperor, the number of Lutherans is increased, and there are now very few laymen to be found who simply and honestly side with the clergy, while a great part of the priests favour Luther, and the majority are ashamed to support the Roman Church. So hateful is the name of the Roman court and the decrees of your beatitude." Leo could hardly flatter himself that the dexterous diplomacy of his nuncios and the magnificent constancy of the Emperor had secured any lasting results. But he bethought himself that ecclesiastical questions settled themselves in time, and theological movements wore out before steady resistance. He was more at home in matters of Italian politics, and there he flattered himself that he was making steady progress. End of section 19.